side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go.
Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer, what will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through.
Catch the fire.
ashes and blood.
Hey, what? Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against all odds, we'll set a flame in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. We become the light. We become the light. Against all odds, we'll set a flame in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. We become the light. Against all odds, we'll set a flame in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through With you, I'm everything. You never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles. I see your beauty shine. You radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time. You're one of a kind. Stars shining with us. Your
Wait, is he switching lanes?
approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect
They're about
fit.
to lock in.
Oh, what a pick!
What a way to close things out.
Explore over 30 hotel brands in legendary destinations. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the bad.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time?
looks so great for SK in the beginning, but it's G2 that get absolutely everything.
I love Yike. You know, I saw his dad today in the hotel lobby. He was smiling at me. I really like him as well. He's very genuine dad, you know. But I will have to make him sad tomorrow. I'm sorry if you look at this.
Blue Wall, faites place pour Car.
You feel confident that you guys can make it happen? I mean, oh. Hello.
Hello. What did you say, Niski?
I will stomp bot lane.
You will stomp bot lane. Will you play Nico today? Because I hope so. Maybe. We'll see.
Linces goes in with the stun as well. Pop Blossom from Vladdy. Stolen away. He was invisible, Vladdy. You gotta stop doing this, Vladdy.
But Vladdy, he's feeling
He's
himself.
got the killer instinct. Pop Blossom, in fact, was the one he stole away. He gets it. Niski's down. The Drake's still there as well. Oh, they've just done it. They deleted them in front of their home crowd. 4-0.
As I said, my parents are here. They're supporting me, and I've never lost with them on stage. So it's very important for me to win, right? For my dad, for my mom, and yeah, I'm sorry to be that they're here. You know, they gave me the buff, so we will see what happens, right?
Et on est de retour. We're back here in Evry for the second day of our road trip with some memories from yesterday and of course the crowd roaring already. The Blue Wall is here ready to take on G2 in our second series of the day. I'm Laure. I'm still here to host the show and I'm going to be with GB and Finn. Guys, what was your highlight from yesterday actually and how are you feeling?
I mean, it had to be Vladdy. I think for me that guy was just insane. That's some of the best Silas performance I've seen in Europe.
I mean, you took it from me. I mean, everyone, I especially like Yike's early game yesterday, all the creative pathings he found to set his team up for such good success and translate it into the game wins. That was just amazing play from all of KC.
I gotta say my highlight is not game related. It is the Vitality fans. As I told you guys yesterday, there's like 10% of Vitality fans and the rest is absolutely blue. And yesterday when Vitality was playing, you could hear the crowd saying, we're so bad, we only have 1 kill, and I only had like football memories of like Premier League fan clubs. It's super wholesome, guys, honestly.
No, the energy is so, what do you say, like contagious. Like, I kind of want to go down there and jump with them later today. I don't know,
I will go.
I'm down because everyone's having a great time. You kind of want to be part of it.
Absolutely great time, but also a lot of serious stakes, as we've talked about in playoffs qualification. So let's take a look at what we have on the menu today, because especially the first game, SK versus Vitality, well, there's going to be a lot on the line here, and we had a 4th team joining the playoffs. G2 Esports is now locked, the top 4 is now locked, 2 places up for grabs.
Yeah, but it's still incredible how many teams, all of them can still make it. I can't remember the last time we're so close into the end of the regular season that so many teams still had a chance. And you said it, Vitality today can play to try and lock that tiebreaker. SK, it's all or nothing, or they're out. There is so many playoffs implications today.
I mean, really, this is not a game you can afford to lose. If you're either Vitality or SK, it is still somewhat in your hands. So you need to really seize this moment and try to take this win while you have it.
And you were saying, GB, every team can still make it. That's right. Rogue can still make it, as unbelievable as it is. They're still in contention, especially after the games yesterday, as G2 and KC wants their game. The side quest continues.
I mean, it's not the craziest one. SK versus Vitality, while SK are still underdogs. They could still beat Vitality. Team Heretics versus GX. Yeah, that makes sense. And then Rogue versus MKOI is actually the one where I'm feeling we'll see what happens. But, you know, the side quest is still going, as you say. But once again, not that unlikely. There is still that scenario where you could think it could happen.
Yeah, 2 more spots, 6 more teams. We don't know who's going to lock it yet, but everyone is yearning for those 2 spots.
Absolutely. And for the teams playing for today, as we said, Vitality facing up against SK Gaming. Well, if Vitality wins, SK, BDS and Rogue will be fully eliminated, as you saw on the previous graphic. And if SK wins on the other side, they will lock Team Heretics in playoffs.
Yeah, good for Team Heretics. They've had a really good split so far, so we all know who they're rooting for today. But yeah, teams are going to be sitting at home. They're going to be biting their nails. It's going to be tense. They're going to be hoping for the right team to come out ahead.
Yeah, I mean, while we are here, we get to enjoy it. I don't want to be part of their stress right now because we are here right now and we just want to get into the games, honestly.
And Finn, we sent you to the fans yesterday to ask the question on who is going to have the most aura coming here on stage. I actually had you ask the question in French to the fans, so let's check it out. And who they think had the biggest swag and the biggest aura so far?
J'ai une question pour vous. Qui est le joueur francophone avec les plus grosses baguettes?
Pour moi, c'est Targamas.
C'est Targamas, pourquoi?
Je pense qu'il va savoir se venger et montrer aux fans que.
Se venger?
Qu'il y en a.
Excellente.
Incroyable de les venger de Targamas, ouais. Ouais. C'est important.
Je dirais
Quoi?
Ouais.
Ouais, c'est vrai?
Oui.
Oh là là.
Ansama.
Ansama? C'est Ansama, pourquoi? I am right now in the hunt for a player with an SK jersey. There seems spares in this area, but my dream is to find at least one.
What are you looking for?
Player in SK jersey. Avez-vous vu en
maillot?
En maillot? En maillot. Avez-vous vu en maillot avec le SK?
Carmine et Vitality.
The SK fan is the dream, that's for sure.
Je dirais Niski. On va dire, il a des années derrière qui fait qu'il a une expérience. Moi, pour moi, voilà.
Ah, merci, c'est bon, il a Niski. Merci beaucoup, Hugo.
Caliste.
Caliste. Oh là là, Caliste.
Je suis pas Caliste.
Ah, Caliste. Ah, naturellement.
Je suis du même avis, Targamas aussi.
Ah, Targamas aussi?
Pour les mêmes raisons.
Oh là là. Targamama.
Okay, guys, something wild, a unicorn, a rare breed here in Evry in the Carmine Cup Arena. Look what I found! Look who I found! And SK jersey. How do you do?
Very good.
You don't feel so alone here?
It's fine, it's fine.
Yeah.
We expected a loss, we got a loss. We are doing better next week.
Yeah, and tomorrow.
Yeah,
Tomorrow. Are you here to support your friend?
Oh.
Amazing. What do you think is doing here this start?
For Turkey, it's
Yeah.
doing extremely well.
Alright.
I think, of course, it's doing the translating bottom, but I think
He's
doing
gonna
well.
ramp up, and I'm so happy he finally got a shot.
right.
And yeah, he's only SK fan to support him. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Have a good game.
No problem.
I don't know what's the biggest quest between Rogue trying to make playoffs and me trying to find an SK jersey yesterday, but we found it. But also, guys, shout out to your friend, Finn, honestly, with this stupid question that the fans enjoyed, actually. And I think they're right. I think, honestly, Kalis and Targamas had the biggest aura and the biggest support from the crowd today.
I think it's you. It's me.
After that, French, absolutely, buddy.
And shout out to GBO also for filming.
I'm the camera guy. What
Complete
can I do?
talents,
Multiple
guys.
talent,
Yeah.
you know how it is.
They can do it all. They can do it all. Quick check on the aura meter that we have, though, because I feel like it is going to be a final race between Hansama and Caliste. But in France, 80 carries, French 80 carries, for me, it is to be expected. Do you think someone can play spoilers here? Skumon had a great performance yesterday.
That would have to be Skumon for me. I think if you're going up against Yike, who had a phenomenal performance yesterday, if he can kind of flip that around in the KCG2 series later, that's got to give some points.
I mean, for me, that is such an interesting matchup because yesterday we saw Yike come in with his really early creative ganks, and we know Skumon is this really efficient farmer. He's so good on the map, getting so much resources. So that's kind of like the two different styles clashing there. And I really wonder what's going to come out on top, because will Skumon get ahead enough that he can carry the team, or will Yike's early creativity really set up Casey for that success so they can come at G2?
We're all excited about this game, but we have a first one ahead of us for now, and for that, we have the second edition of the Finterview. We checked it with Carzy in the Marriott Bonvoy pre-game check-in.
Hi and welcome to another Finterview. My name is Finn and I'm joined here with Carzy, the beautiful man here. Today you will be playing against SK Gaming. How are you feeling about that game?
Hello, sir.
Hello,
I'm
sir.
very excited to play against SK Gaming because our life is on the line. We need to win to get to playoffs. It's really important.
Nice. That's very good that you hear that come from you. But we also have a thing now where we are tracking all the French-speaking people's baguette. And who do you think has the biggest baguette out of your support Niski and Bukada, the SK jungler?
For sure it must be Niski because he's my support.
Yeah?
He's part of my life. Like, he has to have the biggest baguette.
Ah, that's good. That's good to know. Finally, how is it playing with Naknako and Shaik? Because these two rookies coming in, people didn't really expect much from them, but now they're kind of the stars. They're kind of overshining you, I would say, in the public light. How is it? Is Naknako taking all your fame?
Yeah, they are taking my fame, but I'm quite happy about it because it's time for me to move aside and let the rookies shine. I cannot take all of their light, you know.
Thank you so much. That was all from me and the beautiful Carzy. Back to the desk.
Okay, so I want to quote Carzy on this. Do you feel like the rookies are stepping up Because I feel like Carzzy was like one of the centerpieces of Vitality yesterday.
Okay,
as
hold
well.
on. First of all, that interview was recorded yesterday.
It is,
right?
it
And
is.
going into that, Finn's statement is true. But I think after yesterday with the match, with the performance that Carzzy had, I think we're looking at Carzzy at the stable pillar that really kept that team in there together with Linces.
I was just lost in Carzzy's eyes during that whole interview. I was just looking at that beautiful man. But I think yesterday he actually really stepped up and showed us why we actually are excited about Carzzy. I think his micro in the team fights bought so much space. I know we're using this term a lot, but he was actually so crucial in a lot of those fights that almost drove Vitality to an upset against Casey. So that is my man to watch today.
What does that say about the matchup that we have today? Because we saw various things from both teams. I don't think I figured out who SK is and who Vitality is, but I don't think they know themselves. Today is going to be really important for all of them, especially given the fact that when you think about this, these are players that know each other on the Rift. They faced off in another setting that was EMEA Masters last year. Completely different look on a lot of players though this time around.
It's so crazy to me that the trajectory of the players have become so different from EMEA Masters, because it was the BDSA members that was ahead in EMEA Masters. Genax was by far one of the best top laners in that entire tournament, and he was outperforming Nako back then.
And I just gotta take this moment to praise Shajek once more time, because coming into this year, people were not excited about Shajek. And that is because in these games, in the EMEA Masters, he was not one of the best performing mid laners. But the way he has solidified himself in this series, in this year, I think is a player to look out for, and really impressive stuff from him.
What do you think of the trajectory of those players? Because look at this, GB, like this matchup, really not the same face nowadays in the LEC.
Not at all. I mean, there were still wacky picks in the top lane back then, but I just think that Nako has brought so much more stability into his playstyle than Genax actually has. And I also think Genax hasn't been getting the same leads as he did back then. I don't know if it's the fact he doesn't have Skewmond anymore, but just from an individual laning phase perspective, Nako is better currently.
Yeah, and I think especially the hurdle going from ERL to LEC as a solo laner, the competition is so much more steep. The gap is so steep, and it becomes so much harder to get those individual lanes as you can get lane leads as you can get in the ERLs.
And same goes for Reeker and Shayag. That's a matchup that we've seen previously as well. Do we expect that this one is going to go the same way we saw in EMEA Masters Finals, or for me, we're going to be looking at a completely different matchup with maybe Shayek having the upper hand?
I mean, from what we've seen in the LEC, Shayek for sure has the upper hand. But if there's anything we can give Rika is that he had really solid laning phase against Caps yesterday. He often had Shayek's number back in the LFL. This is the most comfortable matchup against any other mid laner that Rika can find himself in at the moment when it's most crucial. So this is the moment where Rika has to get a glimpse of the performance he was able to bring out in EMEA Masters and get ahead of Shayek.
I don't know for you guys, but when I look at these two teams, for me, it's not so much about who is going to be consistent. It's about who is not going to drop the ball at a crucial moment. Because when I look at SK's games, they can have solid early games. They manage to combat, but having a clean performance from the beginning to the end of the game, I don't feel like I've seen this that much from them. And so goes for Vitality. So which direction is this one going to go?
So I really want to see Reeker integrate with a new piece of SK Bukada, because I think Reeker is at his best when he can actually move on the map and work together with his team. I don't think he's a laner that is like the strongest, but when he can help the side laners, that is when he's at his best. So I want to see Reeker and Bukada keep drafting strong 2v2 mids and keep implementing those on the map.
Absolutely. And honestly, today, looking at this matchup, it doesn't matter so much what this team have been doing in the LEC so far. It matters what they're going to showcase today at Evry in Carmine Corp's house. Everything is on the line for this team who still want to have a playoffs qualification for them. It is time for me to send it back to the stage and Dwagby to introduce the teams.
C'est exactement ce que je voulais, que la salle soit bien chaude pour accueillir la première équipe qui va faire son entrée. Mesdames et messieurs, c'est l'heure d'accueillir SK Gaming avec sur la top lane, Genax. On va aller du côté de la jungle avec le français Bukada. Au rôle de mid laner, qui d'autre que Reeker. Au rôle d'AD Carry, il va avoir du travail aujourd'hui. Genax. Et bien sûr, pour accompagner tout ça, il manque qui? Il manque le support. Mesdames et messieurs, Lou Pu. Juste derrière, le coach qui bien sûr va accompagner son équipe. Owner. On va laisser le temps aux joueurs d'arriver sur scène, mesdames et messieurs. Pour une dernière fois, donner un petit peu d'énergie à nos invités durant ce LEC Road Trip. Du bruit pour SK Gaming, s'il vous plaît. Oh, les Golden Hornets qui se réveillent. Je crois qu'ils ont compris. C'est beau à voir. Ils sont en sous-nombre et pourtant ils font du bruit. Golden Hornets, c'est à votre tour pour Vitality. Avec sur la top play, Nako. Dans la jungle, au rôle de midliner, Shayek. En Cariadé, mesdames et messieurs, Garzi. Et au rôle de support, votre meilleur ennemi, Ski. À croire qu'il est chez lui. Allez, juste derrière, il y a le coaching staff. On va accueillir Mac, on va accueillir Cass, Pad et Lucchesi. Il faut un gros travail dans l'ombre, bien évidemment. On est aussi là pour le mettre en lumière. Mesdames et messieurs, je sais que c'est un club le rivaux, mais quand même, montrez ce que vous savez faire pour Vitality. Quoi de mieux que d'écouter la salle dans des moments comme ça? Ça fait monter la pression sur le stage. Je vois que les joueurs sont prêts. Je vois qu'ici aussi, sur le stream, j'imagine que vous êtes très confort. Eh bien écoutez, on est parti pour vivre ensemble le premier match de cette dernière journée. Que le meilleur gagne.
Yeah, it just feels embarrassing to play in front of a lot of people and then play bad. I would love to avoid that, and I think Vitality is an okayish team. Their top laner stands out for his performances, I would say, but I think we know how to deal with him.
Kadui ready to go over the wall if he needs to. Flash in on the hot Sama. Kadui unleashing. Double guns going through, but Broken Blade still stands for a second. SK get the fight. They just keep winning out.
Knuckle goes in. Double gnaw from him. And Vitality have done it against Carmine Corp at 1-1.
So far, we just have to win against SK, and we probably have tiebreakers. And we know how they play, and we will probably win.
It was definitely like such an important series for us because we finally locked playoffs.
Obviously, I think G2 has the best solo laners in the league, if we not include us, I guess. I don't think they are mixed well as a team. We will just beat them if we play as we do in scrims and on stage sometimes.
Cap's going back in. The bomber! Cap, but he goes golden. He buys a second, and Luby might already be dead in the meantime. It might not matter. The Drake going down. G2 get it. G2 take the fight.
I love Yike. I saw his dad today in the hotel lobby. He was smiling at me. I really like him as well. He's very genuine dad, you know. But I will have to make him sad tomorrow. I'm sorry if you look at this.
Oh, Blossom, in fact, was the one he stole away. He gets in. Niski's down. The Drake's still there as well. Oh, they just done it.
My parents are here. They're supporting me, and I've never lost with them on stage. So it's very important important for me to win, right? For my dad, for my mom, and I'm sorry to be that they're here. You know, they gave me the buff, so we'll see what happens, right?
The goal is simple, just crush everyone at home.
We look forward to that tomorrow, or rather later today. If we have to wait till tomorrow, screw that. That match of the week coming up later, KCG2. It's hyping you up. But first, we have playoff implications. Myself and Nymera get to run you through Vitality and SK. A very important matchup for the rest of the teams looking to qualify.
Yep, so we'll get into that of course, before this game and as we get into it as well, because that is our key thing for today. Vitality win, they get a minimum of a tiebreaker, and BDS, SK, and Rogue are locked out. If SK win, they stay alive, and they also lock Heretics into playoffs and gives GX a minimum of a tiebreaker. That's our stakes. We'll run you through that again as we get into the early game.
Yeah, quick reminders for you all day. It's going to be a long one, but it's going to be a good one. As over in Paris, they're only just rearing up the day to begin. Now, SK Vitality, we are into pick and ban. Jace starts us off first. We get rid of the top laners that seem blindable here. I think so far, I'd have to agree, this is a normal choice. Yone also taken out of the mix in case we get some of those Sejuani combinations that I think Vitality have more flexibility with.
I think those combinations you're talking about are the key of a lot of drafts right now. I was looking through a lot of drafts recently, and it feels like these kind of big duos either in mid-jungle, sometimes solo laners can come together very, very powerfully, and a lot of the time they involve a global. We're not seeing them banned out right now. Stuff like the Pantheon Taliyah, very, very big. We're seeing stuff like Vi Kai'Sa we've seen throughout the whole year as well. And I think particularly when you look at teams like these two, they love to be aggressive and they don't like to make things easy. So they like to lock in something a bit dynamic that can play off of each other.
I mean, we had Rise yesterday. That dynamic is still really important too, you know, further to your global point and movement through these mid laners. Poppy taken away, maybe fishing for something like an early Ambessa on the side of SK. Big question mark though is, what do you get in return? Maokai's already banned away. Things like Kalista are still opened. I know Varus is still there. That's the big one for me that I feel like has to be taken away last.
That's a really good point. The Varus, very blind pickable is the thing.
Yeah.
We also have Nico available.
We do have Nico.
we do have that available.
Niski Nico again.
Which I will just say, it is a very, very lane dominant champion, and it can do some big winning of things. So I wouldn't surprise to see that locked in. For me, I think this Taliyah, big comfort pick for almost every mid laner in Europe though. It pairs up well with the Pantheon. Wouldn't surprise to see that locked in first.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, they're just thinking about it, but for SK flashing around, what can they go and give to this bot lane? But as you said, Taliyah just needs to be locked, doesn't it? It's just such a strong duo as Victor's an instant lock on the side of Vitality in response to the Pantheon.
And they break open the Taliyah Pantheon combination. So often you see the Taliyah, you say, well, I don't want to give Taliyah and Pantheon, that's too powerful. Lock in the Victor, strong laning phase, and the Pantheon at least stops that double global Avengers Assemble, which, you know, love singing along.
Oh, we do.
We love singing along with that one.
We love Avengers.
Stops that. So then the question is, okay, your jungle matchup now, do you pick Vi or Shinzao? I think there's the two champions which do best into it. They choose the Vi, ties up well with the Taliyah. You get the free combo. Works very well onto an immobile carry like the Victor.
Now, follow-up support is the next question, right? Rel's still very big. We know there's a lot of Nautilus in the scene as well, especially with an immobile mage, but mobility instead. They get the Ezreal, they take away a priority AD carry before Vitality have the chance to give it to Kazi.
Of course, it's Kadui's real hotshot champion too.
Oh, yes, it
Kadui's
is.
been wonderful in that champion. I really like to see him play that Ezreal, and hopefully he'll be able to get some good value out of that one. I think Bicada as well, showing a lot of comfort on the Vi. If I look at SK and the way that they win, a lot of the time it is through comfort like this. And as much as we were just saying before this, hey, neither of these teams play things easy a lot of the time as, I do see that champion.
Nico again. What a surprise.
Niski Nico has some ups and downs, but hey, it definitely, very true. But it gives us some entertainment. I look at that, you have the Pantheon ulting into a play, opening up one front, picking onto someone. Hopefully that means that Niski doesn't have to go alone. If you communicate well as jungle support, hopefully means that Niski gets to have some better moments on the Nico.
On the Niski Nico,
It's starting to become eponymous to me. As, it's a good duo to block in together to quickly open up a fight.
He's not going to have the best KDA. I mean, he definitely does 0.9 over 2 games on this champion. But he had game-winning ult, as we saw only the other week. Now Kai'Sa looks like a pairing that they want to get rid of part of the dive. Karma with the Ezreal, a classic pairing as well. And my only side note is that this draft music sounds very much like we're in Halo 2. You know, the downtime we're sneaking in with the aliens in camouflage. And we're getting rid of the heretics, you know?
Man, wow. That's very topical for playoffs implications.
It is.
You know, that's, yeah, Arbiter, Mission 3 or whatever it is.
Are we getting rid of the Heretics? It's only SK, because Vitality are the Heretics if they win this, don't forget. It does fit, don't you think, that downtime that...
Hey, man, dude, it is one of my very favorite games of all time. I couldn't agree with you.
It's, you know, it's evergreen, what they say. Like, you can always come back to it 5 years later and be like, I can play some Halo.
Locks in the Nico, and what would you have your Arbiter do?
Very good. Now, Nautilus is gone as well. Go back and play Bioshock as my next recommendation. As Jin adds some range, so we don't go for the full dive. Instead, we get some utility.
But what you do get with this is a very strong 2v2. I think the two best lanes... Well, three best lanes with Nico are Jin, Varus, and Kalista. They do slightly different things. The Varus and the Jin and the Kalista are all very strong, but when you have the Jin or the Varus, you have very, very good poke. You land the Nico Q, activates the Jin W, they get rooted instead of just a bit of damage off of them. And of course, if Nico lands the E, it's pretty much instant in terms of the W root as well. Leona locks in, means you're a little bit tankier and you can shrug off some of that poke, hopefully play for a little bit later. However, you kind of see the fact that you're not necessarily winning the 2v2, which of course you can do, but the Leona as well looking to survive that laning phase and then play around solar flares onto the two squishier backliners later.
As Gragas gets locked in for SK, for Genax, that's something we see a lot in the ARLs. I want to see what they pick into it. What's the counter? What's the option? Shen has been popping up more and more, and with the Q buffs as well, really good lane trading. They need a top laner. There's no way Victor's going top. For Nako, Shen would just be another piece of the puzzle. That dude's got like 13 uniques at the moment.
Matrix has said, because I was looking at that Gragas and thinking, hey, that can be a risky blind pick, you know.
True.
Gragas doesn't win all of the lanes that he used to. They were talking about it on cast yesterday in one of the series. Can't remember exactly which game it was in, but saying, well, look, Gragas does not sustain the way that he does before. He's no longer a permanent heal bot. Yes, can farm out with the Qs, go towards Saras, Cosmic, and go towards Aurora if you want. There's some build flexibility, you can go full tank as well. Aatrox plays like a weird half-range champion as well with his Q and his E. Gragas hates playing against that because he can't sustain through that in the same way anymore. So now what you're going to have is Pantheon, maybe the Jin, helping towards a side lane with a long-range Jin W or the Pantheon ulting into a lane. Aatrox getting the benefit of that too. And it's going to be a bit of an arms race. You're going to have the Talia rushing in with the Vi onto one side lane, potentially the Pantheon rushing in there too, and seeing who gets ahead with this very quick response time set of globals on both sides.
And to add in as well, once those globals come online, like those sides are so important, right? Utility AD carry on one, you know, self-sustaining AD carry in the Azrael looking for 2-3 items. Supports that have big engage powers. For SK and Vitality, as we approach the end of the split in this final week, over in Paris, they're fighting not only for their tournament live, they're fighting for their opportunity to get towards playoffs, to have a shot at even thinking about MSI. These are some teams near the bottom, but again, LEC's not cut and dry this split. It's been one of the most competitive splits we have had in a while, as we're rearing to entering Summoner's Rift here for another gloomy day. SK versus Vitality are fighting to stay alive. SK 2-6, Vitality 3-5. Who will thrive? That's our final question as we get into game number 1.
It has been very rare that a league goes down to the last 2 days where every single team is still technically within playoffs contention. Doesn't mean that it's equally likely between all teams. We have some of these teams start on 2 wins, SK being one of them. We've got Rogue down there as well. They still have a chance. That to me is gold standard. It means that I'm on the edge of my seat. I'm waiting to see, look, you may have had some crap games here and there. You might have had some different performances. You still have a chance. You can still get towards playoffs. Make them sweat.
The difference I had with these two teams is that those crap games were few and far between. Like, Vitality had some almost winnable. We talked about it yesterday. Casey and Vitality as the invade onto Kadui. It's just going to be spotted out. Vitality almost won that series. And granted, you can take that with a grain of salt where, yeah, they got to a game 3. But, like, they had some real big moments in that series. And Vitality, I think, have shown us a lot more than SK have, whereas SK is still trying to put the pieces together, where Vitality now, that individuality, is starting to shine through with people like Nako, people like Chayek, even Linsis, showing carry performances from game to game.
Yeah, no, SK are a team which have definitely caught my attention in some of their games. I think when they get some more comfort comps, I think that they've shown some great ability to carry through the likes of Kadui. I think this guy's been great. Bukada, I think I've really enjoyed watching his plays as well. And reminder, as we've talked through all of this big talk, these are the playoffs stakes. SK, they win, they stay alive importantly, but Heretics also lock playoffs and guaranteed Giant X a tiebreaker. Other side, Vitality can get a triple kill of teams eliminated. If they end up taking the win here, they would knock out SK, BDS, and Rogue.
A bit of a delay. Okay. Well, I have been told that an investigation is in process. Now, it could be the fact that there is a fly in the studio with us now. He just will not leave. You know,
I'm going to let you know, that's probably not it, but it's great for you to mention.
But just in case it is, we'll have someone deal with that, I hope. You know, you try and show the fly the door, and he goes around it, to the side of it, underneath it, or next to it, but then he comes back in.
Damn Kha'Zix everywhere. Kha'Zix is a fly, right? Well, he's more like a grasshopper.
Kha'Zix is an alien. I don't think that guy's a fly.
In truth, but he has bug-like features.
He does. If anyone's a fly, who's the biggest mosquito fly in League of Legends?
Kha'Zix.
Is he actually?
You said biggest. I mean, there ain't much.
I mean, biggest as in like most relevant.
Look, I'm not going to lie. I didn't prepare for that. I didn't do my homework on insect-looking champions. That guy is the closest.
I'm trying to think. Probably Teemo, no?
Unless you think Pix is closer with the fairy thing.
Yeah, Pix.
Wait, hang on. Sorry, backtracking. In what world is Teemo a mosquito?
He's a little rat thing, so he's close.
That rat is not a mosquito.
Okay, don't worry, I have a computer. While we wait for the pause and we confirm, audio issue, by the way, on stage.
We've gotten how many minutes into the game? 1 and a bit. Derailed completely already.
Legends.
It's a
character. Well, hang on a minute. I am the mosquito champion, never chase a mosquito.
Why
what
are you
does that
searching
mean?
this?
To all non-Kane players. Well, I had to find out.
We have wonderful playoff stakes. We do. We have a road show in Paris in front of a wonderful crowd. We've got some gameplay we're really looking forward to. Mosquitoes, though, eh?
Yeah, well, I mean, it was important. We had a fly in here, and we still do. And
it's still in here, yes.
And my biggest problem was that I just didn't get an answer then, by the way. It said the only thing I got was like, why can't Saitama kill a mosquito? And that's a true point.
That's true. That did happen.
Why can't he kill a mosquito? That dude can destroy anything.
It's to show the futility of forcing your way into certain situations.
Hang on a minute.
Pause, though.
We are about to jump back in. Looks like those audio issues on stage have been fixed, and you're going to get a full screen look at the game coming in shortly. So whatever it was, it's done now. There we go. We're back in. Oh, yeah. Good to know. All right. Where do you want to start, Namir?
I want to start with what our junglers are doing, because they're starting on opposite sides of the map, and sometimes that can be pretty important. So we can have Vi heading from bot side up towards top side, Pantheon going from top side down towards bot side. So that can often lead to some different ways that you play around the early game. Yep. Vi will want to make sure that Genox is going to be safe enough on the top side, can hopefully get him a bit of a bounce back. And we'll hopefully see Linces able to leverage off of the Jhin and the Nico and their power in the early lane as well.
True. And again, you talked a lot about the globals coming online at level 6, you know, for the semi-global and Talia, for Linces on his ulti as well. Seems like very important tools. How support sync up is always the question. I feel like that's been a big topic for the past couple of years, is like you're defined by how well your support and jungle synergize in the first 15, 20 minutes of the game and what they actually get done. I think that's what Gen G does really well. I think what Hummer Life do really well at the moment as well.
Oh yeah, jungle support is a team game, right?
Yeah.
It's like, it's all well and good saying, oh, this guy's a good jungler, this guy's a good support. Well, how do you link up with the other one of them? Because you have to go down and, particularly in a meta like this, drafts like this, teleports defensively pretty slow nowadays.
They are.
You get jumped on by a Vi with Talia ulting alongside it, someone like Ezreal throwing an ult into the mix too. By the time your teleport's finished, someone's probably dead if the combo's
like 8 seconds.
And of course, on the other side too, what happens if you have like Jhin landing a W, Pantheon ulting into a play, similar kind of thing.
Yeah.
As a jungle support, you need to put down the defensive vision. Of course, that'll come in the next, probably in the next 5-10 minutes, right? Not at this point, it's the first clear. But you need to make sure you do a good enough job with that to make sure your team has a fighting chance to at least know where the blow is coming.
True. Teleport point exceptional though. I mean, 8 seconds is a long time to wait as Linces is walking into fog of war. Picard's going to smack him quickly. Seismic shove though, but he W's and he was just out of range. Linces might be safe because of that as well, as Chayek is trying to pincer in. They focus onto Picarda. Chayek won't commit the flash. He puts down the gravity field and Rika flashes instead. Nucko's come down. Linces gets a stun again. A roaming Aatrox is the deadliest. What a move from Nucko to get first blood, as meanwhile Niski and Kazi almost dead within the lane. But SK get no trade. It's first blood alone to Vitality.
Some strange things happen with the jungle pathing as Linces tries to avoid the river, go back through his own jungle to go back towards top side. I thought he was going to be the one getting picked off there, but obviously not the case. And while that was happening, we assumed that the bot lane of Jhin and Nico would be winning pretty de facto in the bot lane. They do slip up a little bit and lose all of their summoners. Loopy now has flash, could potentially force down there again, as Bukada is also looking to join them. Double flash from Vi Leon. It's actually quite scary for Vitality's bot lane. They've got to pay respect to this.
It is indeed, with no summoners available. Vitality, they just want to meet the wave, but Bukada now there. Volt Breaker, Flash Dennis Blade, caught up. No flourish to be seen, but Loopy, the trade is swift. And in the end, the trade is good. Only over to Niski, though, and Kedui gets to stay in lane and push this out.
That's important. Kazi did get that W under the turret. Important to note that he W'd behind him because that's where Leona would land from the Zenith Blade. So luckily gets that full route, gets something back, but as you said, doesn't get the XP under the tower. It's something which Vedius likes to talk about a lot, actually. Is just when you see a bot lane play, your first checklist is, did the AD carry die? The AD carry dies, they don't get the farm, they don't get the XP. Kazi, sadly for himself, doesn't get either the kill or that XP, because he only gets the assist off of that. It's 1-for-1 in the grand scheme of things, but SK, after the slip up in the topside jungle, it's not bad for them.
Especially for Bukata, he was the one to pick up the kill as well, so by getting a bit more love after Lince's helped out with the same, but early blood, early advantages coming through other sides of the map. Nuko might lose his, though, has to flash away. Genex gets the body slam, and just like in the ERLs, Nuko getting bullied around a little bit, told who his father is.
Genex really playing well in this early matchup. Typically, the Aatrox does quite well into the Gragas, as we've been seeing. Not necessarily as simple as that. Nuko losing his flash, or can teleport back to lane. I suppose that was the difference between them. Genex had already gotten himself the items to come back to lane. Maybe a bit disrespectful there from Nuko, but still gives something towards Genex. Q out of the brush.
Okay, there's an opportunity here. Chark puts the gravity field down. Bukata will just walk it away. Chark holds onto the flash, though, and that's an important part because that summoner for a victor is everything.
Dragon is alive. Lince is starting it up. Bot lane is on the bot side of the map for SK. They haven't done any swaps away from bot lane. Spy coming down. Yeah, I mean, there is a potential of a contest this. Bot lane stuck around towards that bot side of the map.
Chaos Storm is up and available, though, and I'm worried. Loopy's going to sandwich in. For SK, an opportunity arises. Zeta's blade is good. Gravity field down again. Chark used that flash we talked about before, but Lince has got the shields up. SK in front of the Dragon might have more than just a kill, more than just an objective. They might have the whole farm as Kazi sidestepping keeps him alive. A Mystic shot sent out as Niski is getting burnt down, but it's all a ruse. Nicely done, and Niski's development again. Proof in the pudding.
So while all that was happening, Dragon was leashed and taken by SK. That's why Ricardo didn't commit to the back end of that fight. Maybe some miscommunication there, actually, as Rika stays around in mid lane and doesn't have the backup of the fight. Of course, that means that it wasn't there at the start of this. We had a WPQ trade between the junglers at the start of this. Loopy goes in on quite a big engage too. Luckily, Kadui gets some extra damage through. Unlucky to hit the last couple of spot shots.
Stepping from Kazi.
Importantly, does that. He gets hit by another shot. He does die there.
Yeah, he dies and he doesn't get to W this. Who knows what happens, but yeah, Chayak gets the kill onto Rika as well. 2 kills for Chayak in that last fight. 600 gold up, and nothing given over to Kadui, who feels like he should be walking away with another kill on top of this Ezreal. A snowball. SK might have got the Dragon, but the gold is 1,500 in the lead. Nuko might balance that a little bit. Once again, with the World Ender out, he's going to do nothing, but Pantheon's help changes that. Saving grace! Linces from the skies! He will descend with Loopy coming up to support the play, but all the damage is dead, knocked in the air. Nuko is making an okay KO.
Linces with a speed dial from the satellites, comes down from the skies, Grand Starfall, and those globals we've been hammering on about the whole game finally come to bear. Linces makes a huge difference coming in on the speed dial. That won't just be the kills on the top side, it's also going to be a clean set of grub takes for them as well, and Vitality are massively now ahead at this timestamp in the game. This is not just a 3,000 gold lead, it's a 3,000 gold lead at 8 minutes.
At 8 minutes, yeah. It's running out of control, but that's what we wanted. We wanted bloodshed, and we know Vitality are the ones to deliver to us. Granted, SK are trying to keep pace, but like Vitality, we have complemented their ability like individually to stand out mechanically, and I think that's what the LEC needs. It was talked about yesterday with KC, with games like we saw from the EU Zeker himself and Vladdy. And then now, at this point, Vitality doing it on their solo laners too, but I think Linces is an unstoppable force that gets better and better each week. He's like a fine wine, that guy.
And, you know, I've followed this guy's career for a long time now. He was back in the NLC back in 2022, and honestly, even back then, he was a very confident player, and he could play a whole bunch of different classes of champions. It was not surprising that to me that he can pick up something quite unique in the Pantheon, actually, in the use of that global.
Yep.
Not many champions play like that from the jungle. And you know, this is a fight that happened before 10 minutes. If you had a teleport into that fight, it would have been too slow to impact it. The fact that he was there on the hair trigger, so important. SK also didn't have their global backup available. They do have the Weaver's Wall now, so now they have a chance to make a play on the other side of it. Just be careful to do that before the Grand Starfall comes back up again, though, because a 1 item, 1 kill, 3 assist Pantheon is is not something you want to tangle with lightly.
Not to mention the 1k gold lead Aatrox, which...
Oh, small thing,
I mean, yeah, look, Aatrox versus Gragas. Okay, Gragas can nullify that, but I always worry about when Aatrox gets to roam, which he already has at minute 3, at minute 4. When Nucka gets to influence fights.
But we're in Paris, not Rome.
Ah, yes.
So
what do we do instead?
We do as the Parisians do, apparently.
We eat cheese. Yes, we do. Not today, though. Genax. Dunked? No, just out of range. So, good trade. Nucka stepped past the barrel roll. He's in full conquer as well. Genax knows he might have to commit something here with double knock-up and flash available almost from Nucko. Respect's got to be given, and this is just, again, the power of an Aatrox that is leading.
And Niski on this top side as well. I mean, you can count minions at this point. I mean, I hope you can count minions. He's teleporting back in. I didn't see a ping. Now coming onto turret. I mean, you could get really straight up here.
Wait, actually with the dunk down as well. Immediate ult from Genax. Okay, Niski's going to stick around. They want to dive this as well. Pop Blossom available. Genax flashes, but he's not going to get too far as way as Nucko takes number 4. This Aatrox is running the game while SK have no choice but to get bot. Linta's caught out as there might be another charge with the gravity field down. There's a Zenith blade to cover as well. Cease and desist over the top. Rika, no Chaos Storm to care about. A shutdown, and SK really good response play on the other side of the map.
The cross map is good. I think Vitality make a bit of a mistake in saying we're going to play both sides of the map at once.
Yeah.
Yes, you are ahead, but your Aatrox is on top side and can't help you out on that bot side of the map. And SK realize that they do have a bit of an overlap of power, I suppose, in the bot side, and play off of that well. So a good fireback from SK. They do use a lot of ults to do that, so they're no longer available, say, for the Dragon coming up in 20 seconds. They may have to give that one up, although, honestly, I think they probably would have given that one up anyway, just to try and take some gold from plates maybe on top side, if they can do that instead.
1800 gold lead Sphere is Shojin, picked up at 11.5 minutes. And that's with Merc Tread, so right now Genax is looking like a budget car salesman, while Nucko is that guy in the Mercedes-Benz who drives past.
We've been trying to contact you about your Fiendish Codex's extended warranty.
No way it doesn't end up as a write-off. I mean, for SK in this early game, it is all in top. Like that gold lead you see at the top of your screen, all towards Genax. And Linus, as he picks up Dragon, trying to move that across the map right now as well. So a Dragon apiece, not picked up before because SK won that trade, but now we're just going to see how does the rest of the map use these globals to talk about. How do we use Talia? Because Rika seems like an important pass with Bukata. We both have individual leads themselves.
Yeah, it really is about that next round of cooldowns coming up. Well, of course, Rika doesn't have his available just yet. It's much harder to pull the trigger on that stuff when you feel like you're behind the game. And you are behind the game, of course, as well. But SK, they're going to have to do that. Reminder, very important match for them. They're fighting to stay alive. Not only that, they're fighting for a bunch of other teams currently sat outside the playoffs bracket as it stands in the current standings from this game. So SK got to rack their brains a little bit, thread the needle. They are behind the game, but they have the tools to make a big play. Hopefully get some numbers quickly to one side of the map before Vitality can respond.
And SK have to be careful. Their own life as well. While nothing's in their hands, if you didn't hear before, obviously SK need to win desperately, then they also just have to hope the fates are on their side, but this would be just the start, wouldn't it? Vitality now looking towards next objectives. I see 1 minute 30 for the Herald to spawn. Looks like that's what we'll wait until as plates are just falling off for now.
One thing that's interesting, by the way, we've seen a death of the Roa Victor. We do have the Blackfire Torch. It's a little bit different than that. Victor, a little bit more DPS. However, if you do reach them with a Vitalia, easier to kill. Might actually end up being quite impactful hit. I suppose eventually he'll go towards the Zhonya's, but doesn't have that with the early tankiness. We had seen some mages going towards Catalyst and just sitting on the Catalyst for the 358. Selling that later if you needed it. Does mean you're a little bit squishy though.
I think we're okay to Genax though, who's naturally just going to build health bruises we're already seeing. I know Vedius doesn't like this build. A shout out to Vedius. He doesn't like it because he thinks it takes a while to come online. I believe it was Vedi, but he's okay. If he needs to take the punches, he can.
It's Vedi now, even if he didn't say it.
It's Vedius now. But the important part is he thinks Revolver is good first, because, I mean, again, in context is important, right?
Thing,
because it's amazing to see the Revolver, because the damage you get out of trading Victor in early lane is great.
No,
again, if I'm wrong, he can just tweet at me or something. He'll be fine as Rika. Oh, the shove doesn't land. Wait. Rika, will he have to flash? Worldender's going to come out, and I'm looking now. Rika, he's trying to hold on against the turret. He finally flashes, but Nucko's there to deliver. This Aatrox is running the map, but no, he does not speak Korean. I'm pretty sure it's just Turkish.
Nako, 5 kills on the Aatrox. That top lane fight which went wrong for SK can be so impactful.
Nice flash.
Shayak will live, does blow that flash, but you know, SK, they have to rue that mistake they made earlier, giving so many early kills to Nako as Linces had that first ult towards it. This time, he doesn't even need any other teammates coming down here. Rika just ends up walking into the Aatrox, and he's so powerful now. What can you do in a 1v1?
This is like the Vitality game versus Koi. Do you remember when, you know, Nako took over the game on Silas? He starts going for these 1v1s. It's not always clean League of Legends, but it's bloody impressive. He's now taking over the game, and through sides, while they leave him down there, SK are going to try and play for this. No teleport available, but it does mean that that first turret is going to fall at the 15.5-minute mark.
With Herald secured, Vitality rather give that gold over to the Aatrox. I mean, why not?
Why not?
A lot of work with them. Poor Gragas on the other side completes the Cosmic Drive, but it's just, what can you do at this point? Gragas is going to be on wave clear duty. And I think a big issue which SK are going to have is you don't just have to kill the Victor now. You don't just have to kill the Jhin, which normally you can manage that with the Victor, the combo from the Vibe, and everything else. You've got to kill everyone, and here comes Nisqy.
Nisqy's going to make it easy for them as well. Lince has got a stun up, ulti delivered, and Nako's just there waiting. Lince is going to share in the spoils, because right now, if Nako's there, it's free booty.
It's a quick roam, quick use of the globals. Vitality again showcasing why this Pantheon is so globally powerful right now alongside a whole host of other champions that can respond and make plays very quickly. And it's more gold over towards the Aatrox, yes, towards the Pantheon too. Continually adding more threats onto the board for SK, that if it comes down to a team fight, you're going to have to remove all of these somehow. This Aatrox can solo carry a team fight from this level of gold. Rika will get the bot lane out of turret, get some gold back, but they need this Taliyah online ASAP to at least be a bit of disengaged. Use that minefield while trying to get some damage down, but you're so far behind the curve compared to what you should be able to take down that Aatrox right now.
I'm trying to find these picks, but you're right again, like starting to fall by the wayside, and I feel like SK as we go into the mid game, a trend we've commonly seen is direction is a big issue. Vitality, they'll keep sending it, we know that, but they're going to have to find a beautiful pick with this set Taliyah. 15 seconds till the Dragon, SK have River.
They can use that Taliyah ult to block off some area, but too, Linces has that powered E. Doesn't want to take too much damage before using it though. That temporary front line can sometimes be a little lacking.
Crucial Barrage hits Linces, half HP. I'm looking across the rest of the map. It's not like many waves are being lost right now. Herald's going to be used mid, so SK have priority, and Nako's the one defending as he just reaches over to level 13. But SK not moving into the river anymore. They want mid to its completion, and first charge does more damage now, so SK a shred away from finding their first turret, or rather second.
They still managed to keep control of the bot river as well, importantly somehow. Yeah, somehow, yeah. Managed to get some poke down. Vitality don't have to play around this bot side river if they don't have to. Nako.
Oh, sidestep though. Away from the body slam. Jenax still could be in trouble. He flashes over the wall, and Nako, the one-man raid boss with 2 items, charges in. But look at the solar flare on the right, and the pick. Finally, the Taliyah's done something, and Nisqy is down. Vitality, a member to the ground, but their health bar blinking on SK's side. The 4th bullet hits, and that guy can count. Well, the shutback is good, and it's onto Linces. He's at half HP. Nako ulti's in, but he's not a Demon King yet. He's blown away. SK have found their moment in the sun. Linces could be next. The range needed, the blast cone good, but Vitality, it was Nisqy caught out. It was unlevel heads. They just threw it all away in front of the Dragon.
SK hold their ground really well, and they're patient. That's the most important thing. They're patient. They don't overextend onto, you know, the initial failed attempt from Jenax onto Nako. It's going to buy them a bunch of kills, a shutdown onto the Aatrox, importantly, and the Dragon as well. So they get the second Dragon, potentially working towards a later soul point if they keep that up. We'll go back to a replay of how this happened. The most important thing that SK do is not tunneling onto this. That was a failed pick. Instead, they just peel back a little bit. Get something onto the Nico. Part of the engage is gone. Yes, the Jhin opens up, but they're just buying time. I think then at this point, a bit of a mistake coming in from Nako as he goes in without the damage being within range. These guys are not close enough at this start of the fight. He gets into basically a brief 1v5 in the front line. Aatrox is tanky, but he's not that tanky.
I mean, Bukata as well, his quick ulti in and out of Nako helped that play find its fruition too. They got a big shutdown, and look at the gold spread. Rika is now online. Jenax mitigated that was going past 2k between that top lane matchup. SK, bit of life in them here in this game. They shred down that gold lead, and they get the Dragon building up towards the soul. I feel like compliment where compliment's due. We finally got to see more Taliyah vibe, more pick potential that's so orientated as Nymeria you were talking about with how this comp operates.
Yeah, and of course on the other side of that, Slayerby on one side, yes, very good at that snap engage, turning up and following up the plays very well. That last fight did not have Grand Starfall to open up an extra option. Vitality, or Niski's as well, of course, so some big tools not available to them. Potentially they can use them again. Potentially they could even ult behind them in mid lane right now if Dunsus wants to find that angle. Instead, tower is going to go down. Aatrox was walking down towards mid lane, not able to join the play quite quickly enough. So mid lane out of turret, cleanly, calmly taken by SK.
SK aren't going to start Atakan. I can assure you that at 20 minutes, Atakan has been the biggest throw consistently over the past couple of... No, since it's been introduced.
It's like we introduced a new objective. Instead, we have introduced new ways to throw it at an objective.
It's a 20-minute Baron, except a lot of teams die to it.
It was... the flowchart was, okay, Baron's getting rushed at 20 minutes sometime through last year because we had all the Zyra stuff taking on spawn, blah, blah, blah. Okay, we don't want that. Let's make it really hard to take at 20 minutes. Okay, why is Baron spawning at 20 minutes in the first place? Let's move it to 25 minutes. Well, we need something at 20 minutes now. They brought in the Atakan, and we found new and beautiful ways to throw games around this objective.
It's a shame that we can't get T1 20-minute Barons anymore, you know?
Yeah, true,
It was
fun time.
That was something to look forward to, I feel.
It was all the world on one brief moment where someone says, right, let's full send it.
Yep.
Got a little while until that might happen in this game. We do have all of our big cooldowns up again in terms of our summoners. No flash on Linsus if he really wants to hard send something. I mean, Vitality do still have an insanely powerful Aatrox. The last team fight was not prime material for him. Do you want to see Vitality forcing around that Aatrox with the Pantheon? See if you can just send something into his lane. Control an area map. He is getting good topside push right now. Can you actually leverage that into something important?
Well, SK are starting to leverage their vision control and their hold over Vitality's jungle, pushing in ever so slightly. Just some defensive wards and a line set up for Vitality that they're holding with people like Niski on the Nico. Linsus as well. Also helping Kazi push out this mid wave. Nucku's going back towards top, but he has teleport available. The next Dragon, 2 minutes. I mean, we've chilled for a bit, but yeah, the Weaver's Wall coming in. Pop Blossom is good, it's defensive, but it doesn't really hit anyone. Niski gets set awry as the Weaver's Wall now finally down for Vitality. Playing in front to back, and Bukata was isolated. Nucko flashes away. He's the sole target, but he doesn't get poked down while Loopy is tangled up, and there's the improvement from Niski we needed. And there's the picks from Vitality that opens up too.
Very nearly heading onto Kadiri as the ult comes out through.
I think it's okay. No one's going to die. Genax just takes the brunt of it, and Dragon's up in a minute 30, but those picks, a bit more gold in the basket.
So it's SK that choose to take that fight. They say, all right, okay, we're not going to wait until you throw out the Grand Starfall or something like that on top of Aatrox. We want to make that play. They come off worst away from it though. Comes through with the Talir ult, locks in some of Vitality's members into the team fight. You have Kazi and Chak stuck behind the plane. You think, okay, separate out the damage, that's fine. Nucko, okay, he's briefly caught in one side of the fight, but he survives long enough this time, and instead it's Cardi who can't get out of the play. Loopy soon follows suit.
Where's the sirens? What is happening?
That's a great question.
Who is that?
That's a great question. I am not sure.
That smoke alarm better not be going off again, I swear to God. Can we get a check on that? Yeah,
I'm used to the Nico
yeah, that
thing, but that is not that. I'm actually not entirely sure. Oh, it might have been one of the Ezreal things. I'm not sure.
But true. He's an anime Ezreal, right? That's what this is.
He has. It is the Battle Academia one.
Yes.
But I have to say, I'm not that knowledgeable more. Then let's just get a stun to Loopy though.
And Loopy caught out. This is just so common. Loopy's going to be gravity felled up, and Chayak gets a kill. I mean, this just keeps happening. Loopy, death number 5. That opens up that next Dragon quite easily for Vitality.
And unfortunately, as you mentioned it, this is a commonplace thing to see from Loopy. I thought the start of his game was much better this time. The 2v2 was looking good. He was getting into some of the better plays, but a couple of times in a row, caught out. Now there's no solar flare to play through. The Atakan, which Vitality is starting up. SK do still have their damage available, but it's harder to set up.
Ricardo's going to need a miracle still if he wants to send it for Atakan at 5k. It's going to half and half. Nucko has an angle to play with. The Demon Wretch over the wall finds Kadui, who already Arcane shifts out. The zone control in full force as Niski gets the Pop Blossom for the final part of his life. His explosive cast, but Nucko this time is untouched, and the gold lead still stands its might. Over the wall, the curtains will call, and SK will not live through it all. The final arc will find Bukata, and that's how the story ends, with a triple. That's 3, make it 4, because you know that Jin deserves it all.
4 for Kazi, 4 for Jin, and a almost full team kill for Vitality. They get themselves that Atakan. They'll get themselves a dragon right after SK. They lose their support. They buy into a fight that they weren't ready to take. Vitality just clean them off the map. This is the kind of fight which they should never be taking. Just let the Atakan go. You don't have your CC, you don't really have the vision control at this point, and that allows Nisqy to get the CC down. Yes, he dies for it, but it buys the rest of the team enough time to get into it. You don't get that extra ability to jump out of the play at that point. Hidoi on the full defensive, and Loopy at the end of this just comes back to die again.
Max range.
Jin Trap even kills Hidoi on the way out.
Yeah, I didn't notice that. But fantastic way to end it. And then Kazi, he can count.
That's so classy. There's a Jin Trap kill in there. There's the Dancing Grenade kill. Nisqy dodges out on that bomber with the Proto Belt.
Like an awakened cinematic to finish off a Vitality. Like 5.5k gold lead. Well, it does feel like, you know, when he bows at the end, Camille's running at him. You don't know what happens, but you know that Jin is getting absolutely clapped. It was the opposite of the cinematic.
Did you ever, hang on a second, we might have a fight towards this top side. We'll, okay, looks like it's disengaged for now. By the way, absolutely read the Z comics if you want Jin concept, by the way. Very cool in those.
Interesting, I would never have thought.
Carter Jin, it's a cool bloke in those characters. Hang on a second,
Nako,
1v3.
He has his ulti up and available though. Can they burst him in time before the rest of Vitality there? Ceases resist, but Nisqy saving the day with a pop lesson. One leap at a time! Vitality cleaning up the rest, and SK thought they had a pick, but Nako this time, he's got some defensive capabilities as Loopy won't be in range for the curtain call, but Nako again, kill number 6. He's 16 out of 21 in the KP, and this guy means business once more.
The game's fallen apart. A couple of picks lead into a huge team fight after huge team fight. We have now had Atakan into Dragon, 2 big fights, and then the Baron to cap it off. Nako's not even needed to take the Baron. Kadui, what can he do? He's pushing out one wave. Ult is not going to steal the Baron. That's some good damage onto Lenses, but SK, a little bit of ill discipline might have cost them a decent state in the game.
Really has, and again, SK trying to pull the trigger. I mean, again, you look here, you're like, we can kill Nako, right?
He's too bad. He's too bad. There's so much gold on this Aatrox. He has so much healing. The ult, of course, increases the healing you get as well. The passive, all the hits onto it. He gets so much healing. He can even run down the rest of the team fight. Aatrox is pretty damn scary when it gets to this kind of point. This is another fight which SK chose to take. We had that mid lane, we had the bot lane around the Atakan, but they stood around it. Now in this top side as well. SK, it didn't take much for the dominance to start falling. And this is sad to me, because even yesterday it felt like they had some good early games versus G2, but then one fight too many. The game plan just completely flies out the window. That discipline which SK will need to keep themselves alive in the playoffs race, potentially getting themselves a tiebreaker, you need that discipline to get there.
I hope you all just saw at home, I have highlighted the Seeker's arm gun that is in Nako's inventory. So this guy is going to jump in and then have the survivability. Level 16 as well. I mean, he's just that strong. That Vitality are building for this last fight. 10k gold lead. Defense put out. Weaver's Wall put in. And Vitality go left and right. They're not really adverse to this Weaver's Wall. They're fine with it. And SK, it's their defensive maneuver that doesn't pay off.
And now you're down that Weaver's Wall. Down the Ezreal too, though that's a lesser cooldown, of course. Vitality can keep waiting for a little bit of death ray poke. W into it. Yeah, that poke is feels pretty hard.
Nisqy, all right, brother. You know what? We'll pretend we didn't see it. SK in their base, their last defense is the question. SK have an answer for us that it won't be, but Nisqy, brother.
Yeah, you know, it's a great ult coming in from Lenses, but if only they had a Nico ult, if only they had a Nico flash. Sadly, they don't have either of those things. No idea what happened to those. They'll have to try again the next time.
You know, Nisqy, great character, great person, very friendly guy. I just think of the Beatles when, you know, they asked Ringo, is like,
are you the best drummer in the Beatles?
He's like, are you best drummer in the world? He's like, and what was it, John, who said, he's not even the best drummer in the band. Like, I don't know, is Nisqy the best support of the team? Right now, he's not Baroned up, Nisqy. Nisqy, you're not Baroned up. Maybe they just don't know because Rika falls for it. Nisqy gets away with a good trade into this Talia, and Kazi with his range curtain call is going to come in. Corner him and put Rika in the dirt immediately. That's easy. Kazi, all he wants to do is run it home. And that doesn't seem too hard either.
So they use the double TPs in case the flank went a little longer. Nako wants this flank to go a little longer.
Yeah.
Here he goes.
Kadui has nowhere to go. He'll get fried. Soulflare buys next to no time. Dumped down. Nako started this game and now he's going to finish it. In the ERLs and the EMEA Master Finals last year, Nako got gapped by Genax, but here is a quick reminder that the better LEC top laner right now is staring you from Vitality.
Vitality have a wave to shove in towards the base. They have, well, no more Baron buff left. They want to take the inhibitor. Base broken. SK, they have just been free-falling. Ever since those couple of picks, the Atakan, it has gone from bad to worse. And how do you come back from? Well, you obviously very unlikely do come back from this. Vitality have been really good at forcing plays, responding very, very quickly. And when you have an Aatrox who is this tanky, yeah, yes, the Seekers, even if it goes bad enough, you don't even be able to finish them off in one go. There's going to be another Dragon over the side of Vitality, get themselves onto Soul Point. SK are limping.
They really are, and it's come off the back of them trying to force some of these plays, but we talk about it again. Great range engage.
And even if that Jhin ult wasn't that accurate, double teleports in the bottom of the screen.
Yeah.
Shaq and Knock-Knocko come in. They end up corralling the remaining members towards their base. I like what Knock-Knocko tries to do here, by the way. The Q to the side, just in case there was an E there a little early.
Predicted.
Just feeling it. Look, he has enough excess damage. You can throw a random Q out just so you can get the montage played. Gets the double off there too, and the Arcane Storm goes absolutely wild. You have some vision from SK's top in top side again, but you don't win that fight if Aatrox is there.
3 Aatroxes. Better run. SK, I mean, this one's in the bag for Vitality. We know that. It's for SK to just lose as gracefully as possible, because right now, 12.5k gold lead. I know there's a big quest for the 20k gold lead. Got a question whether that comes here is damage is telling a true story.
We had a 19,000 gold lead just the other day in LPL. It's the closest I've ever seen for it in the modern
19.8k was Hanwha Life versus Gen G at the start of the split.
Whoa.
I'm pretty sure it was 19.8, 19.9. I think it was Hanwha Life Gen G.
So, but the problem is now, I don't see a world in which Vitality get that amount of gold without destroying the Nexus. It is very unlikely at this point. That's why most of the time you look at it like a Draven and a Pike just printing money at that point.
Yeah.
Pretty hard to do that.
I feel like the only way to do it is when you ace them. You can't win for some reason because you've also entered a bit, but then all the gold's gone. You have to clear full jungle, get Baron again in a minute. Atakan's already gone. Like, it's just so hard to get it. SK have to drop all waves and let them die only to turrets, I feel.
Which is a pretty hard thing to do. Now, what they are doing is taking all those enemy jungle camps, which is nice. Of course, one of the things which is really nasty when you start getting hemmed inside your own base, you don't get your own jungle camps anymore. So the enemy team, they can, as they reset, one person resets whatever, they can get their own camps. But they've also taken all your camps, which means that you just keep falling behind in XP and gold. It makes it so hard to come back. I mean, in this season, there were a couple of comeback mechanics added into the game in regards to Nexus turrets can now respawn after a couple of minutes. So, you know, bare Nexus, maybe you can hold on, blah, blah, blah. It's still really hard to come back from this kind of state.
Heretics did it.
That's true.
I should say, like, in the past, anything over 10k, I'd sit there and be like,
you see, if you were the Arbiter from Halo 2, they wouldn't have been able to do that, you see.
True.
Bring it back to the conversation at the start of the game.
True. And the Arbiter never gives up. That dude is unkillable. I would know. I played on the hardest mode and I kept going, you know. That's if you've won that game on Legendary or whatever the
Legendary, if you manage to get through Gravemind without dying, you go up several notches in respect to me.
What mission is that?
One of the hardest ones right towards the end when you're going through high charity.
Oh yeah, that's
Breaker Benjamin over the audio, really good. One of my favorite moments in all of gaming.
Looking forward to the next pick band music. Let's see how Halo we can get as Knock-Knocko. You see his angle. He's just trying to find Genax, and SK are branching into where they can be. It's a stun up. It's a deadly flourish. Genax ran in with the explosive cast. Niski does it again! This guy imps out of his mind consistently, but then finds some incredible pop blossom for us to forget. Don't put him in the MVP votes. Just respect that this guy knows how to play this champ late game, as he'll close out game one for Vitality. I cannot believe it. And again,
a grand starfall towards the Nexus, and at first the Nico doesn't succeed. Try again. You gotta respect the tenacity. Niski, 4-man ult to end the game.
I mean, look, this time they were in a massive lead and they were gonna win anyway. It's not like it was an even game.
I don't care.
Niski played better. But let me just tell you, this team's always full of surprises. This game was one of them. The individual members stand out of Vitality, playing around with their skills for us all to see.
In such an important series, player stakes really high in this one. It is great to see Vitality come out swinging and set the tone for this series. SK, we thought after yesterday's games, would likely be in a bit of a difficult scenario. Now they have to come back from 1-0 in the series.
Well, match point in our best of three feelers over in Paris. Vitality, can they sink their claws in to round out the series after this?
kill.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Gold is 1,500 in the lead. Nako might balance that a little bit. Once again, with the World Ender out, he's going to do nothing but Pantheon's help. Changes that. Saving grace. Lynch says from the skies.
I trucks.
I think he doesn't die.
Nice.
Nice.
I like it. Go. Look. It's
look Leo, look Leo. He's dead.
Yeah, she's dead. It's a freebie.
Coming.
Leona
no flash. Yeah, look Leo. Look, bye. I got reset.
Hey, goated.
We win. I'm full HP.
I don't have ult even.
The Bees coming strong here in this first game versus SK Gaming, and Vitality takes the win. And we had to bring a bit of Vitality hype here at the desk. So we have Neo with us, Executive Chairman for Vitality. How do you feel?
I feel relief, good and convincing win, so
Yeah.
definitely happy. Hopefully
we can close this game and get a clean 2-0 away.
It's never easy with you guys. I want to say a roller coaster all the way, bringing in Niski to the lineup. How do you feel about Vitality's performance this split, and especially what they've been able to showcase today in the arena?
Yeah, I think it's a kind of roller coaster, as you mentioned. I think we can look really sexy, especially the Koi game, when we look super convincing, dominant, and then week after we can show a totally different face. So it's a bit, I think, frustrating for the players and coaching staff, because we show so many good things in practice, and you notice on Twitter, I think Nicky is pretty vocal about it.
Yes.
You know, that's, we were like a scream god for a few weeks, so definitely it was really, underwhelming, let's say, like the inconsistency that we have with the team currently. But we're still like a young team with a lot of rookies, Niski being autofill for a split only. So we need to adjust and catch. But lately, I think we're on the right track and the right direction.
I like the autofill joke. I also like the fact that he's jumping on the horse right back after yesterday playing the Nico. What did you think when he picked the champion today?
To be honest,
scared or?
Yeah, you know, it's, as I mentioned, it's like full gambling, you know. And with the Winter's team, it was even worse, you know. So for me, like right now, I just trust him, because he's a former mid laner. So usually he knows how to drive a champion like this.
Of course.
So I think it was a good game. Last ulti was pretty convincing and sexy, so it's okay.
Do you ever get used to the roller coaster?
I think 8 years in League of Legends, 1 world attendance. So I think, definitely.
Sailing for you at this point.
Yeah, definitely. Unfortunately, I don't have the best track record in League of Legends. I wish Counter-Strike. I don't know if I can.
It's fine.
It's fine. Okay.
You can say.
Okay. I wish we have the same success that we have in other titles.
Of course.
But we'll never try, and we'll always fight.
And it's the resilience about Vitality, and the fact that I feel like it's a bit weird with me for you guys to be here today. You're in Casey's house. The Golden Hornets are here, even if they're not very numerous, they're so loud. Describe me the experience and the atmosphere with the fans.
Yeah, I think it's amazing. Like, those guys are like a supporter association for so many years. I think with probably like Love Her Crew, you know, from Unicorn of Love, they're probably one of the legacy supporter associations. So it's really good to see that with so many years and disappointing years, especially in League, they are still here to support us, cheer for us, and bring so much energy. So I really respect those guys. And next time we will come with more people and more units to make sure that we can probably match the KC energy.
Well, they've been doing an amazing job so far, honestly. As little as they are, guys, you don't realize how loud they can be here in the arena. Neo, I'm going to let you go, but I want to ask you a last question. Who was the standout player of the game?
Definitely Naknako, no?
Definitely Naknako.
It has to be obvious, no?
Yeah, and we're going to talk about him actually, Neo. I'm going to let you join your fans. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup de nous avoir rejoints ici. Thank you for joining us. And I think it's easy. Naknako on Aatrox. Far different from what we've seen versus BB yesterday.
I mean, I think it's just that moment the top play happens where he's finally getting those kills. I think at that point, not getting ahead on that champion would kind of be egregious. So I think Naknako did a very good job taking that bot turret afterwards, becoming a team fight threat later on, and really just driving the game for Vitality.
Yeah, Aatrox is one of these champions that when you play it and you get the head, you actually start to feel like Aatrox. You do feel like a death god almost. And I loved his build. I mean, as we see these clips rolling, his build was actually, he went for the really tanky build, and he actually built the little Sonias, the Seeker's armor guard, because his mindset was fully, I'm gonna be deep in the fight and never die. And I think that prophecy really came through.
Yeah, and I think it's just the fact that with this lead, he was able to make the game so unplayable for the rest of the members of Riga. A top gap turned into a team gap, and then there were Riga can't play the game. Kadui had a tough time answering it in a side lane too. And in team fights, well, you saw it, right? There's no stopping him.
And that's the thing, there's no stopping him, and there's no way to do anything. Look at that regen. Look at that healing, and look at those stats. Naknako, we set up the fact that the matchup was going to look way different compared to what we've seen in EMEA Masters against Genax. I want to say, this player, I feel like he keeps on getting better game after game.
No, he certainly does, but I also think a majority of why he got so ahead was because Linces was ready on the Pantheon. I think that's becoming a very scary pick for him. And it's not like the game was fully clean. There was that one Drake fight as well around those 18 minutes where, you know, Naknako, he might be fed, but Niski just gets raw flipped by a Talia. Then Naknako comes comes in, tries to overplay it, then he dies. You know, it's the classic with Vitality at this point.
It's a classic with Niski as well. Niski on Nico, everyone was holding their breath, I feel, when he picked the champion, but similarly to the first time he picked Nico in the LEC, it's about those clutch team fights and those clutch moments, and he made it happen once again.
Yeah, I mean, the Nico is a bit like, either it's the best Nico or either it's one of the worst you've seen. And I don't mean to blame him, but that's just kind of what happens with some of these ultimates. I do think that Niski had a lot of good creativity with becoming a minion and trying to make some plays.
They're fun to watch though. It's always enjoyable when he picks a champion. I feel like he kind of embraces it as well, that he goes in the stage. He's a showman, Niski. He goes there and it brings us the show. And actually, one more character I want to talk about in the beginning of today is Carsey on this Jhin, getting this beautiful quadra kill on Jhin. Just such great usage of the Jhin kit, such accuracy with the curtain call, the deadly flourish, and the bouncing grenade in the end. I really love this guy. I love the aggression, the passion he's showing, and I really want to see if they can keep this momentum going into game 2.
Yeah, it's one of those things with Carsey though, even though he doesn't get the leads from his team, he's still in a position where he will always find a way to be relevant by himself. And I think that's what makes him so strong for this team. I do still want to see him in a position where sometimes he is getting leverage, he is getting played for, but we don't always see that.
I mean, that's the thing, Finn, you were mentioning the fact that when it's about Vitality, yeah, sure, they can have one strong showing, they need a second one, and this is usually when things can crumble. What is the hope and expectation for the second game? Vitality side and maybe SK as well.
So I really like these champions they draft for Linces. I've said this before. I think Linces is a skirmish-heavy jungler. He farms efficiently, gets his first item, and then makes really great use of his power spikes. I love the Pantheon for him. I love the Xin Shao.
Exactly.
That is the pick I'm looking at. Now with Mai is out and Pantheon is out, I want to see them put Linces on the champions. I don't like him on the Mejuani, the Sejuani and the Maokai.
Nice.
You might have to see it though, because there's still Yone and Sejuani as a pairing. You get the Asir, Sensao too, but I think for SK, I'm very worried. You know, they got their Ezreal, who was permabanned against Kadui. They got the Vi that Bukata has success with formerly as well against Fnatic. It's one of those things where these are the picks that are supposed to make it easy for them. Going into a game 2 where you already lost game 1, that's really disastrous for them.
What do you predict for the second game? Do you believe that SK can come back? We have the Fearless bans here, actually, and sure, they did not manage to make it work on a composition that was supposed to be easy for themselves, but also something we've talked about yesterday is that they think outside the box. The further away from the box they think, sometimes it lands. Maybe it's good.
I mean, for me, I feel like I really want to see more from Reeker. I really think this guy has a lot of potential if he can kind of embrace that roaming heavy style. Maybe like a Rise or something, anything that helps him help his team. Because I think SK, they need to come together as 5. I don't think any individual there will carry the game, but if they can find their footing as a unit, I think they can beat Vitality, because that is sometimes where Vitality falters.
I just want 3 games. I just want 3 bangers. We had the first one. Let's see if SK can come back here against Vitality. Everything on the line. Playoff qualification. Casters, take it away. Do you think SK can come back?
Well, we got to hope so, because Vitality kind of smacked them around after SK made their big mistake of trying to find, I don't know, opportunity, I should say. Is we're about to get into pick ban once again. Myself and Nomura will run you through. SK chose red.
We are pretty much one of the very few regions that does have red side picking teams.
Yep.
LCK has less for LPL, very rarely seen there as well. But, you know thyself. If you need that counter pick in a certain role, you can definitely understand why that's important. Maokai first banned, Jace on the other side.
Just listen to it. Everyone turn your strings up.
That is nice.
It does, but you can see the vibe. It does hit the same, doesn't it?
I mean, so for those of you that missed the downtime conversation, we're saying, wow, this sounds like Halo. And, I'm all for that. I'm a big fan.
It really does.
Combat Evolved, my favorite game of all time.
And we have had, I think, some of the best pick ban music this year. We've got a real jammer that comes in game 3s and game 4s of playoffs. I think also in regular season when we go the distance, like there's like the disco, almost like EDM vibe. This one is a solid contender for second. As we get our bans across, that Yone Sedge comp they were talking about on desk, that's off. The Maokai, once again, that's off on blue side here as Vitality don't want to play against that. And it makes sense. You know, Nomura, I know you were just talking about like Linces' champion pool. And what the desk was also saying is like, this guy's going to go towards a lot more explosive in the jungle anyway.
Yep. Out of the champions remaining, I think the champions which I'd most like to see him on are things like either the Neferi or the Shinzao, some which can really just kind of butt heads with people as often as possible. See, of course, Varus banned out. And getting towards our first, and Azir, of course, to finish off our bans into our first pick.
Rumble left open. That was banned on red side last time. Vitality going to take that. Nako will be cheering.
Right, so when you have the Rumble, you need CC elsewhere. Now I think SK have to take away. Well, they don't have to worry about the Varus. That's one of the best combos with the Rumble. Even though you often think about, well, it's jungle top pairings, which is the important ones. Any kind of CC would be really important. Now there's no Jhin or Varus from the AD carry role to do that easily from bot lane. I guess you could do it with something like the Ashe instead. I was actually wondering if they wanted to remove something like the Skarner, because Skarner Rumble is really, really nasty in its own right. Instead, quick lock in of the Corki. Wondering about what else they can lock in.
Jungle might be a bit early here. Maybe flex around with what they can pinch away. Sejuani is something we talked about with other pairings, but Azir's off the board, Yone's off the board. Usually wouldn't see a Sejuani priority this high with those champions that facilitated so well.
No, I agree. I mean, you have Sylas in terms of mid lane picks you could lock in. You already have that Corki for physical damage. You'd be quite a good kind of 1-2 item fighting style on that side. We did talk about, hey, look, Lince's really good at kind of carrying, being the guy that's actually butting ahead to you. Neferi's really good at that, and particularly for SK, a team that do miss position occasionally, loopy overextending. If it's the Neferi that finds you, not only do you die, you give a reset over, and when you are then also caught out, and the Kai'Sa's flying in, that's even more likely to happen. I'm quite scared here if I'm SK, because there are very, very quick response ultimates to fly at you if you make a mistake. Equalizer, long range. Kai'Sa, long range. Neferi, you can't even flash away from that, and it's also pretty long range as well. The Gwen being locked in at least allows you to press W and avoid some of that.
But in the meantime, in the lane, I still worry I've seen enough Gwens get solo killed by this Rumble matchup that it worries me with how NuckNucker played it that well at the start. Now, as we go through the rest of pick ban and you see that Rise taken away, a quick reminder that they were talking on desk about what could SK pivot to. It feels like they're trying to build like this front to back, this, maybe more standardized composition. But Vitality, as you already said, Namira, they're ready to jump in. They're really good when they can pull the trigger. I think that's what I love about new Vitality is that when they can press the go button and they can play fast, you know that this team is going to unleash.
It's been one of the reasons they've been so exciting to watch. I think teams like Vitality, I think Heretics have gone into this bracket as well at some points. Of course, we've got teams like Fnatic, which love pulling the trigger too. Europe has a certain class, a certain niche of aggressive teams when they lock in stuff like this. SK, they'll need to find some ways to keep themselves self-sufficient in their lanes. They need to make sure that they have some champions which can safely wave clear and not be as worried about Equalizer, Killer Instincts, and the Hands Pursuit coming towards them. They won't have something. I was almost wondering if they wanted something like an Ahri themselves, even though they had that Gwen top side.
Yeah.
I guess it would remove them having the melee synergy, but I think they need a little bit more safety in their comp.
Yeah, do you think maybe, you were talking a little bit about the Sylas fish. That could have been an option, but with the Ahri ban, I've seen so many Sylases run into that matchup fine. Tristana would make a lot more sense for the lane, and again, adds more AD damage as you're talking about. No other melee solo lane, but what is it blind picking into?
That is the question. So, double AD carry, tank front line, Gwen to be safe-ish on a side lane with the W and hopefully give some pressure. See that SK want to probably, balance the map, hit 1-2 items, get towards 5 men, and make sure that Vitality can't pick them off. They got support last pick, actually, which I'm a little surprised at. Loopy, not a player which I often kind of consider someone who flexes that support pool more. Poppy gets locked in. That will be into support role at this point, works into the Sejuani, and if you do lock in something like a Rel, or even a Braum, or something like that, that can also get countered then by the Poppy E, stop you from going into the fight in the way that you want.
Where are we going this last pick then, Vitality? Assuming support, Annie gets locked in.
There you go.
That is an Annie mid.
It will be. It's been seen some rise in priority on this patch. Changes to the champion means that it's less about the Tibbers micro, but when you level up Tibbers, you get a lot of percent pen. And that means every rank of the ultimate that you get more burst. You have strong laning phase with the point and click of what I can't remember if it's the Incinerate or the Disintegrate. It's one of them, right? And you can use that to very quickly shut down some plays as they're being made. It is the Alistar last locked in, something to hold that front door closed.
But Alistar, Tristana, Corki. Actually, Tristana bot, question mark. Let's just see, we got 20 seconds for the lock. Maybe for a stronger 2v2, even though Alistar at level 1 you just know is going to lose out. But I mean, Tristana has such good lane bullying status at the moment.
And the thing about the Tristana here is that you're into Kai'Sa Poppy, which isn't the strongest 2v2.
Yep.
Now, Tristana's early levels, not always the best. Not right now. They've cut a lot of power out of her early game because she was so obnoxious in solo lanes. We all remember last summer where it was Corki Tristana every day, every game. Now you're against the Kai'Sa and the Poppy. It's not so strong that you can't play the Poppy in the laning phase. You get through that into mid-game, you feel a lot happier about things, whereas the Corki in mid-lane, of course, a very strong champion still. We see that an awful lot still.
You know the biggest thing that gutted Tristana was the Q mana cost. Q used to cost no mana.
True.
And you would just have free attack speed steroid. And now, the fact that it costs mana to your trade, you're like, hang on a minute, I can't just QE and get an easy burst trade on, hop in, hop out. Like, I feel like Tristana, yeah, a lot more balance as you were saying, but lethal tempo going to be taken into this game as you can hear more about the in-game runes and what's on the line in a second because we're about to jump into Summoner's Rift for game number 2. Vitality really showed up in game 1, and we're being used to saying that, like, yes, Vitality can really flub, but also this is one of the most interesting teams we have in the league right now. We might sound a little bit biased, or me especially, towards Vitality, but SK, they had a couple of good moments in game 1, but Vitality outclassed them with some of the big mid-game plays. As we get into game 2, just a quick reminder, SK lose this, they're going to get screwed over in the league, and Rika might be the one to do it. Early game given over. Shayak with first blood, and when death's on the door knocking, SK opened it.
That's a bad way to start the game. Bad level 1 prep that, walks up towards that brush, and sadly for Rika in a do-or-die game. This is the last chance you can get. Goes down very easily towards that first blood. The stun coming out of the Annie, you walk off that base plate, you do have that stun charged up at the start of the game. Remember, that was something that was changed a little while ago, a number of years ago now at this point, but it makes you really easy to walk up and say, all right, level 1, easy as you like.
And that first blood, a quick reminder, good timing. SK are again on the line here. Vitality win this, they knock out SK, BDS and Rogue, and then there will be only 3 teams that are fighting for those final 2 spots. It'll be between Heretics, Vitality, and Giant X. And again, guaranteeing them a tiebreaker, Nightmare, like, that's also a very big deal when Vitality, like, I mean, they've been expecting the unexpected, or we all have of them.
The Vitality, a team which, they have been up and down. This team has been all over the place. The fact that they have managed to just rectify just enough, potentially, I mean, we'll see, right? Of course, got to finish off this game, and then potential tiebreakers, as you were saying, after that point. It gives them, again, room to just build a little bit more. They're a team that are still getting used to playing with Niski as a support. Niski getting used to that role. Vitality, we know that they have some players that we really like looking at. Now, Kazi in that last game, excellent Jhin game. Nako, a player who is one of the most creative individual top laners that we have in the LEC right now. Feels like, you know, the spirit of Darien living on with a number of our creative players up in that top lane. The fact that they get themselves, again, that extra game, potentially players to work on things, that is something that the team, the organization, will value very highly, I'd imagine.
And again, he's gotten comfortable. That's the biggest takeaway for me, is that Nako has, like, found his era where, like, he had to adjust to the LEC, and in winter he's a little bit quiet. We didn't get what we got out of him, especially in the ERLs, and especially at EMEA Masters. But then, boom, all of a sudden the tides turn as Chayak versus Rika. I'm starting to know a little bit more about the Annie matchup, and as you said in the recent patch, Annie got some real nice quality of life changes that just the base mana cost going down huge on the W. The Q damage increase. All good numbers.
There was a kind of like a mini rework to Annie a few patches ago. It wasn't pro-relevant at the time, so it's not something which we've really seen talked about as much in pro regions just yet, but we've seen a number of games of it being played. Victus Gaming played a game of it the other day in LPL, and Scout on JDG played it too. Can't remember if it's made its way towards LCK too. But this champion feels like you get more out of your basic kit than you used to, which means you're less about just flash Tibbers when you get it. You actually have some more value elsewhere. Nako gonna get ganked to top side.
He's gonna face check this one. He's got an Annie coming to help him, but Nako exhausted down. Flash is available. He's about to exhaust himself, but not overheating yet. A 2-man Incinerate with fire meets another fire, and into the frying pan SK will go. Vitality are melting them, and Genax runs in but doesn't get the damage. Burnt alive, and Vitality are thriving.
Is Addy okay? Yes, Addy is okay. She is damn strong in that top side. 2 kills for Chayak in this early game. Assist on top of it as well. Flash in.
The nice flash though from Kazi as a response, but getting the flash out Loopy just pressed W. That's a big win for the SK bot lane, and they need it fast.
Okay, so Summoner advantage in that bot side, but the top side falling apart like this early, this is a problem. SK are not a team that deal well with that first domino falling. They're one of the teams which I feel are more likely, when a play goes wrong, to start spiraling, much like we saw last game. A couple of people getting picked off, and suddenly every major objective went the way of Vitality after that point. Similar happened against G2 yesterday. Yep. SK need to, at the potentially last game of the split, find a way to stabilize very, very quickly, or this could be just as ugly as last game.
Because the deal is that Linces on Neferi does this consistently. We remember this. I think it was also the Koi series where, like, Linces just ran away with the game. He snowballed on this jungle champ, and the game was done. And Triarch as well already, as we know, anyone worth their salt in League of Legends has played against or played with Annie. She's like a core of the game. Like one of the first 30 champions or something, right?
Yeah.
You know, I know the joke was like, ha, old champ, people won't know what Anivia does. If you don't know what Annie does, read a book, because you need to be informed about this champ. Burst, Flash, R, and it is 07. And when you have an early lead, your damage is disgusting.
And I think also because you are a setup champion too,
True.
You're ahead on not just the Neferi, but the Annie too. The mid jungle here, if they catch you out with the stun with a Neferi and range to follow up with ult, I don't think anyone survives an SK. Like, you're going to get mixed damage. You do, as we said, once you start leveling up Annie's ultimate, you start getting some basically free magic pen as a passive, you know, much like Pantheon does or Ambassador does, something like that. Yeah. You likely build Malignance into Leandry's 2 on this as well. You will shred with magic damage, and then, of course, Neferi, one of the better damage dealers from the jungle in the game. Anyone will shred if Vitality finds someone in their sights.
Nucko will not shred right now because there's a ward in that brush, and he's trying to play it off. But control ward down, Dakota spots it out, and Nucko, the wave's pushing up against Genax for now, so it's kind of in a good spot for this Gwen, but maybe a bit of patience given, while Vitality are just going to use their timing to secure the Dragon.
So Dragon's going to go towards Vitality. SK obviously can't counter with the Grubs because they don't spawn at that time anymore. Easy take by Vitality. Kadui is on the bot side. Stuns the wall.
Kadui still has W, but Steadfast Presence is up.
Yeah.
He can't do it. I mean, Niski's going to get the flash out of him. And Kadui, again, as soon as that Poppy holds W, you just can't escape. Seems like the same way with the whole comp. Picard going to get Timbers. The all-in engage between two turrets. Triarch is using Timbers to melt them down, but a shutdown instead. Over to Picard. Meanwhile, Kadui didn't get to play while Picard is going to be burnt away, and it just looks better for Vitality again. This team, they're always moving. Nuck goes mid again.
So it's 2-4 across the map, and the added negative for SK is that they can't even stop the bot tower from being hit as well. So more minions dying there. You've got Triarch who's going to answer towards that top side. I'm not sure you can go towards this bot lane. Linces is here.
Oh my god, it's
You don't
BO.
have an Alistar on. This is dangerous.
It's in the BO aisle. They want to buy it. Send me the Ringe Flash. I think Loopy's going to die. He's got no ulti available, and a reset given over. Kadui, a jump away, but hit away. Linces will die. That no. Okay, went a little bit deep as Kazi. Going to take a turret, trying barriers, but gets a double. The chaos ensues again as Vitality are doing away with their competitors.
And Kadui is a player that has played many a game with Tristana. It's up there as one of his most famous champions of all time. He loves his champion, but you can't play it that aggressively in the early game now. SK have fallen apart on the bot side of the map. Kadui had to blow his summoners earlier, died. This is him on his way back to lane. No, immediately Loopy ends up dying. They needed someone else here a little sooner. It's not a bad disengage. Gets one kill back onto Linces. Does get the summoner out of Kazi too, but now he's lost how many waves towards bot side? 2, 3 by Chain dying. It's really hard because as you can see between the XP between them, Kadui is starting to fall behind on that metric. He's late towards that level 6, will be behind a lot of XP. SK, they need to stabilize. This is not how you stabilize.
Very, very true. I mean, SK, it's even earlier this game, isn't it, as well? Like, Ricardo face checking here. There's a bit of danger given up, and remember, now Miri, you're just talking about the damage. It's Loopy. Gonna go in to do what?
Say hi.
Reeka's nearby, yeah. Cow wants to meet the Butcher, but that story does not end well as Kadui's looking for a turret plate, and by Lord, does he need it here in this game. Needs a bit of gold back because the whole map is burning apart. And I know I've talked about fire a lot, but it does feel like this kitchen is overfilling with smoke.
It is, and yeah. It's find a way to get out of that as soon as possible. It's so hard, though. Another thing which I just thought of as well, because Nako has actually been involved in a hell of a lot of these plays too. If he ends up hitting his Electro Harpoons before Chayak even gets into a play, that will also shred even more Magic Resist, by the way. What that means, because this isn't just a haha funny interaction, wow, because it is very important. Even if SK do get some Magic Resist, like, you know, we have, you know, Merc Treads, we've got, what else we got in there? A couple of Null Magic Mantles in around the place. That's going to mean very little. You can't really get back against the magic damage of this team for Vitality. Of course, even the Kai'Sa has some too. If you have, you know, those Electro Harpoons on target and he's shredding you, you don't have ways to counter that with your items as easily as maybe some other champions.
I mean, right now, stabilizing the game, I think for SK needs to be the game plan. They need to get themselves an item or two, and just chill out in the game, because Vitality obviously putting the push on. They obviously want to keep this snowball in tow. Now getting even deeper. Niski's moved up towards top. Nako in a solo lane versus Rika. This Corki maybe needs to Valkyrie out now, but Nako on the chase. He's got the enhanced auto attacks. He's burning down another target. The equalizer out. Rika alive. Brutally, but no! But Nako does it again! This top laner is making a name in the LEC, and I don't think anyone's stopping him anytime soon.
I don't think it just smells of smoke in the kitchen now. I think it's fire and brimstone. Another kill for Nako, who's had an excellent series. They're going to teleport in, likely get one back onto the Rumble now, but the damage is done.
Nako knows it's doomed. He's trying to get away, but ulti already burned out. Gets the wave eventually, but Jenax gets the shutdown. That's pretty good, but meanwhile, Chayak is picking up a plate. And so there's always a trait for Vitality as we look at the replay.
They've been much quicker.
Replay of the Vitality fans. It's not just KC's arena. There is a Vitality streaming around. Where is the cheering? Did they open up at a beer or something? Guys, focus in. Lock in. Your team is doing really well. And again, Vitality this series.
Hey, look, I'm just happy to know they're there. It's nice to know that they're out.
That is. There's a bit of booing at the start because obviously all fairs and, you know, love and war and whatever they say, but they're there for KC. I get it.
When do we get our when do we get the roadshow in Cardiff? Gotta get Veddy and I there.
True.
Start get the Welsh crowd to start singing hymns at you or something.
Yeah, we need a Welsh team.
Damn, when do we get one of them?
You need a Welsh team. I tell you what, when does the roadshow go to Australia? That'd be nice. Hey, let's go to Sydney next one.
Yeah, the A in EMEA now stands for Australia for reasons which we're really not sure about.
We're gonna add an extra A. By the way, Dragon's going down while Vitality baiting this in. Niski with a two-man ult. Exhaust onto Kazi. Yeah, he's a bit casty as he drops that down. So objective goes down again. Nothing up in this top side. SK just baited in once more while Vitality picking up all the objectives.
And that's going to be really difficult because, as we've already started seeing, really hard to deal with Nako when he's this far ahead. You even called this out in Champions, like, oh, you know, it is the Gwen into the Rumble. We've seen a lot of Rumbles run away with the game, and if Gwen falls behind, that's a problem.
Next face checking as well, it's an even bigger one. Jumping in, his ult won't heal him up enough. Kazi gets within range, it's deep, but Vitality make it work. So far, only one is Bricada. Gets the stun, Linsus in trouble, but look at the kite back. Bricada flashes over Kazi, takes it to death's end. It's a Linsus escape, by the way, too, and Vitality right now are just playing psychotic League of Legends.
Kazi dies for the dog, but you know what? I think he'll take that trade. Realizes I'm not making it out of this one. SK, they do face check into that duo who are on a little bit of a cheeky invade. And SK once again end up trading down. And as we've seen so many times this series, Vitality also have another angle of attack. They're not even just walking towards that bot side turret. They take bot side turret, pushing a wave into the top side too. SK not only losing the fight, they lose on both solo lanes. And Jenax, he's not even going to be able to walk up to this tower. SK are bleeding out across all lanes. And you can't afford to lose this much CS.
Look at this. These are big circles. I kind of wanted them small, but like vision set up towards bot. 3 minutes 30 until we get towards the next Dragon. Now, it will be for the jungle path of Linsus, but they're superseding top because right now Vitality have deep vision towards the Herald that's spawning in a minute 30. Dragon, so far away, that vision's going to expire. They're going to need new wards. I think right now, SK are just hoping, what, Nightmare, for a pick or something. They're going to try it for top, maybe a 1v2. No flash available for Nako. Loopy gets himself an engage, and Nita works out with the equalizer down. Jenax has to be careful not to get traded, though, but another good engage. Loopy puts him up against the wall. Sidestep is big. Nita work again. Jenax will be getting the kill here. It's a nice pickup considering I was just talking about vision, but over to top side, Genax is now really the only person with kills, but he's still the one furthest down.
At least this time, there's no huge cross map for Vitality to do. It's just a little bit of an overextension from Knock. They do get Loopy's flash, I suppose, but getting some gold back onto Genax is important. We've been talking an awful lot now at this point, saying, well, Gwen falling behind the Rumble. We've seen that a lot actually in the LEC, and you don't really want that to happen.
If we do this, if we just get rid of all this...
Oh, suddenly I can't see... Wow, I can't see the gold difference.
Then it's okay.
Oh, I feel so much better.
It's okay.
Jake, you are a wizard. Thank you so much.
That was the smart thing.
Oh, no, they're back. Oh, no, the gold leads. Oh,
no,
God, they're
it's
back.
1200 between mids now. Oh, dear.
Oh, jeez. You know, for a while, I could ignore it. We'd explored the nature of object permanence.
Oh, my God. Nice from Nisqy. Reek is going nowhere. And Kazi smacks him down. This duo getting better and better. And look, Nisqy sometimes, as I said last game, can absolutely run it. But there are other moments where you're like, wait, maybe Nisqy's got it. Is he the best and worst support in the league?
He is one of the most entertaining in the league, and I will not commit to anything more than that. At least this time, SK are the ones on the cross map. Take mid outer, which of course something that Vitality haven't done just yet. Equalizer will clear this wave in bot side, so Genax won't be able to kill the entire... Hang on, will he? In fact, he will just be able to take that. So 2 turrets taken. That is good from SK at least, trading across the map.
Oh, that's not good from Knock. He base checks in, knowing he's playing the weak side, and engage is going to be easy here, and Genax just gets the snip down, flashes away, wait, under turret, explosive charge! Knock goes dead, it ends up being a trade, but they have to run away. The reset's already come through while Herald goes down. A little bit sketchy, still good for SK, despite how much they were losing outers. Genax's base is going to be stopped. Nisqy, okay, the best and the worst. The best and the worst support. Nisquick, you know, you have him when you're feeling ill, but you know he's not healthy for you. You just don't know what you want.
Man's a dice with only 20s and 1s of them. You're going to get a crit either way. You just don't know whether it's a success or a failure.
You hit yourself or the enemy team. Find out next roll.
Both in equal measurement. Knock walks up too far again. This is a problem. You have a lot of gold, but it is then your responsibility to make sure you're using that gold well. Nisqy at least manages to turn up in time to ensure that one comes back. Not really sure what the logic is here. You have, just because they have walked into Fog of War, does not mean they have gone. Object permanence, it is a thing. Just because you don't see it, doesn't mean it no longer exists.
Don't ever change, Nisqy. Good charge, really good charge. SK are in a dangerous spot because Kazi gets the free fire, and Chang brings out Tivers early. Jumping into the fray is Lenses, who holds on to Flash for now, but SK a member down. Once again, Loopy caught to the ground, and Vitality have a Dragon up in 2 seconds. They drop the Herald mid. They want to open up the map and keep this gold flowing.
So good picks there. Get himself that Dragon to be an early soul point. Knock jumping into the Herald and immediately has to drive. Why did you click on the thing? My dude.
Go around. Can you make it?
He's farming Raptors.
That's a tight turn. That is a tight turn. I understand. Now, let's find out if that does anything for Vitality. As Nisqy, I'm watching again.
I mean, Loopy's back up. He's back towards the play. The pick earlier doesn't really do that much now. Here comes Nisqy again.
They do find Bukata, who misses the Arctic Assault. Again, getting out as Linces disengages the equalizer down. It's great from Knocko as SK have to walk over the Dragon down. But will the fight be safe and sound? Nisqy, I'm watching at a low health bar. The engage down as Linces is starting to poke out. Meanwhile, back to mid is Knocko. He's ignoring the fight while Rika is jumped on by the Hound's Blight. Vitality chasing down. They want Cal tonight. Look at Loopy as Nisqy gets over the wall, stops him in place. The bear holds 3 and sets fire to their face. Vitality have done it again as Kadui is sniped down to the very end. SK don't know what hit them because Vitality keep changing which fist they're hitting with.
This fight very much feels like right answer, rogue solution. I don't know what happened with the Herald. They allowed Loopy to come back, but they lost the Dragon, but they still completely clean up the fight afterwards. You can really see how valuable the Annie having something like the Malignance is here. He gets a second Tivers by the end of the fight. Loopy did come back into the play, which means that SK can send the Cowl forwards to get a combo in, delay the fight and retreat. Their retreat is not that orderly though. Rika gets caught off to the side. We've warned early on into the game, hey, if you are out of position, the Neferi will kill you very quickly. And that's exactly what happens there. And somehow, the Annie has hold again. Now, this is ridiculous. Comes to use it pretty much on cooldown, and that bear was scary as heck.
Nisqy's found an angle once again. Bukata, though, charged up. Good Arctic Assault weaves in between while Atakan is spawning. That's bot. So Vitality with his play. It's not going to lead to anything, but once again, we're at a 7k gold lead, and you have to admit, they may not be always the cleanest team, but Vitality, when they play like this, are one of the most entertaining teams in the league. You know, props to SK. Like, I feel like we have seen in this series attempts to try and weave between the madness that is Vitality, but Vitality, as we said at the start of the series, like, they have brought their pieces together quickly, quicker, rather than the English I was speaking before. And the best part is that now, like, Linces, who's weaving in between fights, Nako, Chike, even Kazi, they're all just
I've had a vision.
playing insane.
Look, if they somehow make this whole Nisqy thing work, go from almost being out of playoffs into being like a genuinely good team.
There's Linces fought out just as I talked about him, okay. Instant curse, Linces still has his flash though, but explosive charge, shielded! He's okay! Kazi helped save his life, but the flash is going to be even more dangerous rather than TP. Chayek was standing on top of SK. Nako had to disengage. Well, this is what I mean. Vitality can be really good, but sometimes they can throw caution to the wind too much.
All right, Linces doesn't have that much HP to work with. SK are still getting shredded by the Atakan, and that could be a problem. Equalizer is up. I don't think SK should stick here, actually.
They should not. They should not. The Atakan's doing a lot of damage. Kazi is positioning for a team fight. The gauge there. Loopy really good. The AoE. Nako puts down the fire as Bukata slithers out, but now Kazi is free firing. I'm worried because Linces gets a reset. And another bang. Another bite to hit the dust. And again, these members just fly. A triple over to Linces. Now Atakan will be theirs.
Linces 8-1 and 8. SK try and pick him off in the buff for the first time. They fail. They can't finish him off around the Atakan either. I'm surprised this even hit in the first place. Had the W. He's forwards, I guess, just not expecting the ult out of the brush. Could have W'd it, but didn't expect him to be there. SK commit to the fight. They do manage to pick off Chayek here. That's important. We saw how much value the Annie had after that, but just because the Annie is gone does not magically mean that Linces is not here. You're getting shredded by the Atakan. You use some of your ultimates. And while, yes, Loopy does get an angle into the next brush, clears out the blue trinket, whatever, you don't cleanly finish off the Neferi, who gets another double. If you don't cleanly finish the fights, you are going to get chased down. Kai'Sa ult, Neferi ult, resetting across it. SK had to just quit while they were ahead. It's greedy to stick around there, and you're punished for it.
There's a reason that Linces looks so damn good, as Finn was saying on desk, on these playmakers. Pantheon game 1, Neferi game 2. I think there needs to be a serious discussion. If this team makes it to playoffs, you cannot give Linces these two champs, to say the least.
And before we were rudely interrupted by a fight happening, which is obviously much more exciting.
Which happened a lot this game.
If this team somehow goes from like being out of playoffs contention to being in it, to be all over the place, Nisqy actually evolving as a support, like this team is like Vitreides or whatever from the Atreides. They have seen the Golden Road. If they somehow piece this together, like, I don't know how they will have done it. Like, Vitality, they're a team which has been up and down as an organization for a long time. You know, think back to Bo and Photon on the roster. They had some great regular season results, couldn't quite stick it together. Vitality have a way of just keeping your interest in there every couple of splits. It's like, look, hey, we've got some really big promise here. I wonder how they can make it work with this roster. Of course, if they win here, they get themselves promise of tiebreakers, and they actually triple kill a bunch of teams who are currently at the 3-win or below mark as well. They would knock out SK, BDS, and Rogue, and it guarantees them a tiebreaker. If they see this game through, SK, they'll be out.
Best spice traders I've ever seen. Vitality, Dragon, Soul, Point. 8,000 is the lead, 4 and 5, and while they don't lock themselves in, it's their last series here. To do it in front of the crowd in Paris, they've obviously got a fan section built out for them. It's amazing what crowds actually do on that note as well, right?
Yeah,
like
sure.
KC playing unreal yesterday in front of their home crowd. Koi, when we watched them play out of their minds only the other week in Spain. And to say the same of Giant X since being in front of that crowd. There is something in the life of these crowds that these players are getting reinvigorated and now playing some of their best League of Legends again.
I think it just reminds me of what esports is about. Meeting communities like this, building something bigger out of the fans that we get to meet around these events. SK are trying out a death brush. They see this game.
Where's the milk, brother? Where's the milk? 4-man ulti. Chayek follows up on it. The bear beware. He'll die for it as Rika has now teleported in, but this turns into a full team fight, which Linces can be merry about. Letting the dogs out again. Loopy can't stand in the kennel. The bite bigger than the bark. As a double flies and Vitality thrive. 4 in the dirt. SK are dead. Somehow, someway, once again.
SK set up a death rush. They just didn't realize it was for them. Niski lives even though he's the picked up target. Shayak dying for his support, and Vitality explode SK. You know, Niski's the one that started onto it, but you know, he's got the Celestial opposition, gets a huge pop-up with the Octobyte. What is that damage? Yeah, this is what Annie can do with the full burst. Very far ahead of the game. Equalizer comes through. Yes, Shayak dies, but the damage is done. The job's done. Sets up the massive follow-up for the rest of the team.
Make sure that Vitality have a comp that can send it. That's really the message that I'm getting out of these two games again. 10.5k gold lead.
Oh, no.
Triggers, and now jumping in. Maybe it's not good for Vitality, but the Bear's out once again. That Demon Child has engineered this. The Sloopy's igniting, getting head down. Tim is going to face tank. Lince is jumping in, and the Spears, the Python that comes out of the queue, and Nefarious Nuko sets the torch up as well. SK ran into that with numbers, but Vitality are just that far ahead now that they're not winning any fights.
So SK live, but they lose a lot of HP. They're forced out of the top side jungle, which means that Baron's an easy start for Vitality. SK might come back towards it again. They are using those hex gates to get back towards the objective.
It's a 36 kill game. Why not? Let's go one more time. SK will be eliminated if they lose this game. They have to go out with a bang. 50-50 on the Baron and still leash, but no one there from SK yet. Loopy jumps in. Smite still denied by Niski, who sends him out. Lince is just going to lock this in right now as Nuko fires out again. Loopy drops. Kadui jumps in, but destroyed by Shayak. Again, Kazi will flee and run through for another double. Vitality are making short work of SK.
SK, we asked them to stabilize in the early game, and they have not been able to. Vitality have found that one gap in the armor, sunk the dagger in, and after that, it has just been bloodshed. There are so many kills in this game. Now, I mean, the Sejuani gets into the pit. It's a good ult coming through from Niski to deny the smite attempt, as he called during the play as well. But it's still a little bit spooky. However, you know, Baron secured, bunch of kills, they lose the Rumble, but clean up house.
Well, for a last game of Vitality, what an exit it will be. 13k gold lead again. Red Bull Baron power play in full force. This is how they'll end the game, it feels like. And while crazier things have happened, again, I'll say it, this is unlosable for Vitality. It is, though. It is. This is unlosable.
Look, in any kind, just world it is. So we'll pray for the best there. SK now defending their base, much like last game. When you're now in this situation, particularly against a Baron buff, when you're hemmed into the walls of your base, you lose all your jungle camps, you get all the waves pushed into you, you start bleeding out slowly. Death by, well, many cuts.
1,000 cuts, yeah. Very true.
Trying to think of a pun on that.
Yeah.
Couldn't think of anything more. This is the best I've got here today. My words have been taken from me, Vitality, in this game. They've been really fun on the engages. Every time that SK tried to make a play onto them, Vitality have slapped back harder. I love how quickly Vitality respond to plays. I think that's a key point of the meta right now with a lot of the champions we have in. Champions that can quickly fly across the screen. Get towards these fights very effectively. We had a big talk about globals in game one, less so in this game, right? But being able to quickly pounce is a big thing to be powerful at.
Egg flash. Okay, goes down. Just expecting him to go up towards Bukata. 13k now the lead. Dragon Soul about to be up and taken. SK going to try and contest this, but it'll be one fight with an open inhibitor mid with all the waves channeling in. Look at top. Top has a gigantic wave. With Nuko having TP, Chayak almost the same. Hex Drake just taken. In the river they stand. Rika's slowed. Hextech Soul doing its job as Jenak just walks in to a flying flame spitter as Bukata will do the same with Kazi behind. Niski doesn't die. Kadui will try. Alters him away, but still he stands. Loopy's going to be the last piece of the puzzle. And SK have been blasted, bewildered. Vitality sure are stinging like their logo once again.
Vitality will secure themselves at minimum a tiebreaker and triple kill. Number of teams looking to stay alive in playoffs.
Well, they'll also do it with style. What a series from Vitality. This is the team we want to see in the LEC. This is the quality of play we want to see from these five. What a journey this is the beginning of.
With this victory, Vitality at minimum will get themselves a tiebreaker. SK eliminated from the playoffs contention alongside BDS and Rogue as well. Not able to meet that 4-series win margin. Vitality winning on the French stage should feel good for them.
It really should. I'm sure it had something to do with it as well. Because Vitality looked clean. They looked great. Okay, clean is an open-ended word, but they did. Like, their ability to pull the trigger, never once did they shy away from a fight. We had like 50 kills in 30-something minutes. That was a bloodbath because of them. And I'll tell you already, it's going to ask you key a player of the game. Nako, Linsis, or Chayak. This will be a hard one for you.
That's hard, actually.
This will be a very hard one for you because the top 3 of the map of Vitality are insane.
No, it was a really good series coming through from Vitality. I think you know someone like Kazi could also be on that list too. I think his Kai'Sa was very good. His Jhin was excellent too. This one's a hard one. I'm not going to bemoan anyone not being on that list there because it's a really hard choice. Vitality, 3-game series versus KC, a victory here versus SK in dominant fashion. I think this has been a successful outing for them at the Roadshow.
I really think it has. And a game coming that close against KC, like a top 2 team. Vitality are better than we thought, and I have to tell the people over at Paris, I told you so, as it looked like we're going to talk to Neski after that 2-0.
Déjà, comment tu te sens ici, tout simplement, parce que j'ai l'impression que c'est quand même un petit peu chez toi malgré tout. Il y a les Golden Hornets qui crient à la mort, et même la Carmine, on a eu
Hello, this is Laure here for the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in interview with Niski and Dwagby on stage.
C'est comme si je suis à la maison. J'étais ici il y a quelques mois.
Niski, it feels like you're home. You have the Vitality Hornets cheering for you. How does it feel?
Ce qui se passe, Niski t'es mort. Tout ça, donc ouais, c'est...
Yeah, of course, I feel like I'm at my home. They've been booing me. They're chanting a lot of weird stuff, but it's all good fun.
On va dire rival, tout simplement, de la Carmine, mais ça n'empêche pas les liens que tu as avec Kameto et tous les fans, ça on le voit.
Of course, it's a rival team here with Vitality, but it doesn't stop the bond that you have with Kameto and the fans. They give you their love in their own way in the end.
Voilà. Vous êtes en train de l'énerver là, vous êtes en train de l'énerver, attention. On va revenir rapidement sur les performances. Déjà, je vois que tu me parles de cette saison.
So the fans are chanting, we don't care about what you're saying right now, and Niski said, we're going to beat you guys in playoffs.
Comment tu te sens? Est-ce que ça te plaît? Est-ce que la mid lane peut-être te manque? Sois honnête un petit peu.
How do you reflect on your role swap and the fact that you went from mid lane to support?
Malgré la défaite face à Carmine. Et aujourd'hui, tu as été aussi parmi ceux qui ont aidé.
Despite the loss yesterday, you got back on the horse playing Nico. How do you reflect on your role, your new role, and would you see yourself playing back on mid lane?
Mais j'aime bien le rôle et j'ai l'impression que j'improve de plus en plus. Donc,
I really appreciate this new role. I feel like I'm improving.
T'es un homme de défi de toute façon.
Game by game.
C'est ça qui est important pour toi. Petite question si on revient sur le match. Une première game plutôt maîtrisée. Une deuxième...
Let's talk about the series. The first game was in complete control. The second one, not so much.
Est-ce que c'était des risques par rapport à la stratégie mise en place? En tout cas, ça
Do you feel like you need to work on team synergy
vous avez
or
repris la main très rapidement, mais
refine your
il y a quand même eu des
strats?
choses bizarres, je me permets.
There were a lot of weird things that you guys were doing against SK today.
En mid-game, on n'a pas bien joué. Mais la game 2, ça c'est bien fixe. Donc, on n'est pas parfait, mais ça va, ça joue.
We're not perfect, but at least we're playing.
Avec le groupe, déjà, comment tu te sens? Est-ce que tu as bien trouvé ta place?
And we got the victory in the end.
Vous avez l'impression que vous pouvez encore une fois évoluer pour peut-être aller chercher des choses intéressantes aux playoffs?
Talking about the team, how do you rate your evolution as a team? Do you feel like you can grab some wins in playoffs, and how far can you go?
Je pense qu'il nous faut juste du temps et on verra où ça le met dans les playoffs. Pour moi, on peut faire un top 4. Donc,
I think we need a bit of time, but I definitely think that we can make top 4.
Sous l'acclamation du public, on va dire qu'elle est pour toi celle-là. Je vais te laisser, mais un petit mot peut-être pour Kameto. Forcément, je sais que tu as un lien très
Do
particulier
you have
avec
any
lui.
final thoughts, any closing thoughts for Kameto, your friends?
Kram, continue à faire ce que tu fais, c'est bien. Et la prochaine fois qu'on joue contre la Carmine, je vais gagner.
Don't change anything, keep on doing what you do, and the next time we face off against KC, we will win.
Et je te laisse retrouver ton équipe, mais bravo
And
pour
that's
cette
the end
victoire
of
en fin de
the
saison. Voilà.
post-game check-in with Marriott Bonvoy. We're going to take a short break now, and we're going to be right back in just a couple minutes for the next series with Karzi.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shake the world in your hands? You will never make it through.
He's got the enhanced auto attacks. He's burning down another target. The equalizer out. Rika alive. Brutally. Oh! But Nako does it again.
No flash
I
card.
will sage, you wanna fight?
I'm dead.
Are you? I think we can kill one of them.
I'm out.
I will f***ing kill him, right?
The bear holds three and sets fire to their face. Vitality have done it again as Kadui is sniped down to the very end.
And we're back here in Evry after Vitality's victory over SK Gaming. They get to live another day. Not the case for some other teams though, because with this victory, Rogue, BDS and SK are effectively out. We'll see them back in summer. That's going to be a long time for now, but they can fix whatever they have to fix, and we're going to be really happy and excited to see them back in summer. But let's focus on the winners maybe. Karzi, how do you feel? Classic Vitality series, I want to say, with the ups and downs, the roller coaster, all you love.
I mean, I feel really happy because finally we got a win. an important win because now we have at least tiebreakers, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct.
That is very important for us, since like dropping out of playoffs is not the best, you know, especially for someone like me. I won LEC a few times.
And how do you bounce back from yesterday? Because yesterday was obviously very chaotic, was a very long day as well. You were waiting around for quite a bit. How do you bounce back from that loss against Casey and came in swinging so hard today?
I mean, pretty easy. I think I expected to have a little bit worse showing against Casey, but all the games felt like quite winnable. So I was confident we are gonna have a good game against SK, and everyone got a good sleep after the series. So we were ready, energized, and prepared.
No therapy session needed for today's victory. Yeah, you're going to put me out of a job actually with this one. The key player of the series was Naknako. What do you have to say about your top laner smurfing like that?
I mean, I think he's the second best top laner in Neo. Sorry, BB. Like.
Oh, second.
Wait, who's the best?
Kana.
Yeah. Okay.
Of course.
Well, we'll see this in just a few minutes, actually, with the second series. But do you guys have any closing thoughts on Vitality, their performance, what we can expect next? What do you want to see next? I want to see consistency, but I feel like that's not on the menu for you guys.
Yeah, I just want to know what Naknako did with that Rift Child in game 2.
Oh, I have no idea what that was like.
Okay.
I was looking at him and he's like, "Don't worry, guys, I'm gonna drive into the turret again." And then he's driving and he's nowhere near the turret. And he says, "Maybe not." I don't know.
Well, I want to talk to you about the second series, but first things first, Finn has a new job. He's not only an analyst, he's not only a caster, he's an interviewer now as well. And we have a new interview ready, La Crème de la Crème, with the Yikes parents. So let's check it out.
In Swedish.
Hi everyone, I'm back with another interview. Yesterday, Broken Blade called out not Yike, but his parents in the post-game. So I thought, why not check in with them? And I will do the translation in Swedish and English. So I'm gonna first start with asking you guys. Yike said yesterday that he has a 100% win rate with you guys present. How does it feel to have that support and to support him here in the arena? Yike sa igår att han har 100% winrate är med honom. Hur känns det att supporta honom och att han är så bekväm med support?
Ja, det är alltid kul att supporta honom också. Från dag ett när han började i LDLC och i Uppland, så att så ofta vi kan så åker vi och kollar upp. Och så där med 100%. Ja, vi hoppas det fortsätter ikväll. Så att ja, det är perfekt.
Yeah. So it's always nice to support him, and from day one you have supported him, even since LDLC, and yeah, as often as you can you try to come and help, and that is just so sweet, and hopefully you said that we can keep it up today. And for my second question, I'm gonna ask you about the KC fans, because you have been obviously with him during the G2 times, and now you are with the KC fans, and obviously there's a little bit of difference in the passion. I know the G2 fans are very lovely and they really have embraced you. How does it feel to have the support from the KC fans? Ska jag ta på svenska också?
Ja, det känns helt otroligt. Från första dagen vi kom. Vi har fått så mycket support och kärlek och allting, och de har bara liksom slängt oss massa presenter som allting, och ja, det har varit.
Det var spännande. Det är mycket som
de har varit
som vi hade förut kan vara på andra, du vet, på andra, men nu är på andra grupper, man kan säga så. Men jag tycker det är jättebra. Han är jätteglad,
Ja, så allting har varit bra. Okay. It's like a warm embrace. Ever since day one you joined KC, you have been showered with love and even gifts, you said, of these bracelets. And it feels really good that he's in this family now, and he just feels so welcomed and taken care of. And I think they feel the same way. I think they're very happy that Yike has joined their team now, considering how well they're doing. Thank you so much for your time, for your visit time, and checking in with us. Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Who doesn't love supportive parents? Honestly, Yike's parents always come for the best moment and bring the win rate. Is that going to be enough today? Guys, I think of this game, G2 Esports versus Carmine Corp, it is about revenge on the side of G2 and making up for what happened in Winter Finals.
I mean, they really need to show that they're still one of the top dogs, because they keep saying it in interviews. They say there's a top 3 in Europe. They don't see KC is the best. I mean, Broken Blade said that yesterday, but they really want to be at that level as KC, and taking a win in their own arena is the first step to gaining back that title.
Yeah, G2 secured playoff
playoffs yesterday, and the best way to go into playoffs is the momentum of having beaten KC. But on the other side as well, KC can still fight for that first place. A victory today against G2 would mean that they grab the first place of regular season in the LEC.
Carzy, how do you see this matchup go? Which direction? Is it going to be KC once again, or do you feel like G2 proved enough to show us that they're back on track?
I mean, I think that it's gonna be super close and a lot of fighting, very chaotic games. But I think in the end, like, I think G2 is gonna take it, even though Vladi is like my best friend and BB also my best friend. There is like no emotions connected. I think G2 are gonna take it.
All right.
There's actually been a lot of comments towards the KC bot lane, so that's why I really wonder your opinion, because people say that KC's bot lane in lane is kind of the weakest spot. Do you actually think that G2's bot lane is stronger than them in lane and on the map in general?
I mean, I think that G2 bot lane is way stronger than KC bot lane. In lane, I think after lane, like Kalist is better than Hans in team fighting.
In what ways?
Huh?
In what ways?
In what place?
In what ways is it better?
Sorry.
No worries. They're really loud, guys.
Yeah, super loud. I mean, I think mechanically Kalist is just like inviting people to try hit him, you know, and then he tries to mechanically outplay, and like against most players, it works. So yeah, like I think Hansma is way more calculated, and Kalist is just like on the spot, you know, figuring out what to do.
I really like the story between those two players, because when you think about it, Hansama, historic AD carry in the French scene, in the LEC, he's been here for so long, and then Kalist is like the new kid around the block who came completely changing the established order, and he wants to prove that Hansama, he's all news. He's the new one now. Remember my name.
Absolutely. And I think the bot lane, I think every single matchup today is so crucial. I think even looking at the mid lane, Caps has been under a lot of flack and a lot of criticism for his performance. And I think Vladi, I mean, just the game yesterday was absolutely insane on that side, as you got to witness that firsthand. What do you think of the mid lane matchup currently, Carzy?
Of the matchup early?
Yeah, mid lane. Caps versus Vladi.
I think Vladi is a big surprise for me, because I feel like he's top 3 mid laner in LEC, like at the worst. Sometimes he's best, sometimes like second, but it's very surprising since he's like a rookie, you know, and he's playing with such confidence on stage. It's just wonderful for the region.
Is it confidence, is it skill, or is it both? And do you feel like everyone is saying, oh, Vladi is coming for Caps, Vladi is coming for Caps, he's the new best mid laner we have in the league now? Is it something that you feel when you see him play, or is it not there yet?
I mean, I don't think he's there yet.
Okay.
I mean, it's like Caps is the best for 10 years, you know, so let's see. One split, it doesn't mean much.
And when it comes to G2, another thing that we've been talking about a lot is the fact that after winter, we expected a lot from them. After Madrid, we expected more. Sorry for you, but I feel like they had a rather convincing victory yesterday. Do you feel like G2 is on the path of being back to the level we know from them? How do you rate the team right now with the expectation that come around them?
I mean, I feel like when we played them last week, they were quite strong, you know, they stomped us in 20 minutes both games. And yesterday against SK, they looked quite convincing in the first game, and the second game was like a little bit rough. So I think they are really hungry to prove themselves, because they have like 5 players that really want to win. And I think that they are gonna come with full force to it.
So what I wonder is that, because G2 signed Labrov, and Labrov is a player you played with for many, many years. Even I played against you and Labrov when you were in KIF in Spanish League 2018. So how do you feel he can fit into the G2 mechanic better? Because you obviously know his strengths almost better than anyone in the league. So I really wonder, how can he fit his strengths into the G2?
I mean, I think he's really good mechanically. And I think G2 is looking especially for like mechanical players, because they are aiming to like beat Asian teams, and for that you need like hands the most, and also like some macro. But like you can always learn macro, but you can learn how to click better. So I think Labrov suits G2 well because of this.
GB, we've been talking about the fact that G2 looked better ever since they started making things easier for themselves. What's on KC's side though? What is their identity?
I don't know. I feel like KC,
when they come in one game, you feel like they have fixed all the issues they ever had that we saw. And then another game, you're still seeing some of those things where the mid game gets a bit dicey. I actually think some of their jungle invades is where they need to be a bit better on the ball together, actually finding out how they want to approach some of these fights. Because I think it's fine that you're going in and actually taking care of enemy camps, but I think you need to be more aware of how you do it as a team. Because we saw what happened yesterday against Vitality. Linz's kind of popped up on the Sensao when they started invading there, and that's where it went wrong. So I'm hoping I'm seeing a more tempered KC to really grow into their place.
And taking a step back, I'm actually wondering, oh my God, I hope you guys can hear them because the atmosphere here is amazing in Evry. And actually, that's what I wanted to mention. Those guys, they've been waiting for this all weekend. Beating G2 was the main goal of KC coming in this year. They not only they beat them in winter, giving them their first title, but they have the opportunity to do it again, once again, at their own home. Who's got the most pressure here, guys? KC playing at home or G2 crawling back to their old throne?
For me, it's KC, to be fair.
Yeah.
I think like if you have how much 4,000, 3,000 people like cheering for you and you lose, I wouldn't want to be here after all, you know, if you lose.
I mean, I kind of agree, honestly, because I feel like G2, they've been almost, weird enough, the underdogs coming in like this year, and they split at least. So they actually have everything to win. They're already locked in playoffs. So I think they just need to get experience and make sure they find their identity and find their footing leading into the playoffs.
But I think for me as well, the pressure from G2 in an environment like this where recently they haven't been doing too well. Like there's definitely some nightmare still happening from Madrid, from internationals or things like that. I don't think this is an environment that they necessarily can call their own playing field. And I'm just hoping this is an experience for them as well where they can deal with this pressure, right? Not having the crowd with you, overcoming that, and then just showing it up on the Rift instead.
I completely agree on this, Ian. And as we said, stage is supposed to be G2's playground, so I'm really, really excited to see how this one is going to turn out. We are seconds away from going to this series. So last question for you guys. There is star power on every side of the Rift today. If you had to note one lane, if you had to note one angle where we should look at, which lane is it?
Oh.
I'm so excited, I'm losing my pen.
I think you could pick anyone. For me, I really want to look at the jungle matchup. I think Yike's pathing yesterday was phenomenal. I think the early game was so exciting to watch because of him. Finn mentioned it earlier today. Skewman's pathing is just so efficient on G2's side. So it's like seeing two of the best junglers collide against each other. I think that's so exciting.
I'm a top laner. I think this top matchup is incredibly hype. Kana came into last summer, but especially this year as the prime individual top laner, and BB has had that reign in Europe for so long, and I really think this clash is one of the best top lane matchups we've had in Europe since like the golden ages of 2019.
Karzi, closing thoughts?
For me, it's the solo laners because I think, especially mid lane, because I think whichever mid laner is ahead or winning the lane is gonna win the game most likely. But also for top lane, like Broken Blade has to prove that he's still the best top laner in Europe.
Time to prove it. Time for KC to prove that they deserve to be here. That winter was not just a fluke. And on the side of G2, they have to prove that they can be the best team in Europe once again as the enemies of the arena. The crowd is roaring for KC and they're about to enter the stage. So I'm going to toss it to Dwagby for players' walkouts. Take it away.
Road trip by Cassé. Et même les pauses ici sont à vivre avec justement le Blue Wall en chef d'orchestre, le Tifo qui est une fois de plus de sortie pour venir donner de l'énergie aux joueurs qui vont pas tarder à faire leur entrée pour le match de la semaine. Un match à enjeu surtout pour la Carmine Corp. Est-ce que pour l'instant, ceux qui étaient là hier ou même ceux qui vivent leur première journée aux arènes, vous passez un bon moment comme ça, au bruit? Eh ben, le meilleur est à venir, j'imagine, pour beaucoup d'entre vous. Deuxième question sur le live, avec la petite pause, j'imagine que c'est bon. Mais ici, est-ce que vous êtes prêts pour que le match de la semaine commence? Eh ben c'est parfait, on est parti pour G2 contre Carmine Corp. Et on va directement accueillir l'équipe visiteur, mais qui va sûrement donner du fil à retordre à cette Carmine sous son public. G2! En commençant par la top lane et Broken Blade! En pleine confiance, c'est le meilleur top laner né en Occident. Son surnom, Top Phaser, créatif, mais surtout shot caller. Attention à lui. Du côté de la jungle, mesdames et messieurs, Skumo! Très connu et très apprécié en France. Une ascension fulgurante. C'est une pépite. Un parcours honorable, habitué au rank 1. Allez, on va en mid lane. Avec qui d'autre que Caps! L'un des meilleurs joueurs que l'Europe ait connu. Il a gardé une âme d'enfant, mais ça n'empêche pas d'être un génie. Il est craint de tous, en tout cas sur la mid lane. Au rôle d'Alekari, lui aussi il est français. Mesdames et messieurs, Hans Sama! L'Europe est bien trop petite pour lui. Un parcours exemplaire, humble. Il a toujours donné le meilleur de lui-même. Féroce, lucide, mais solide. Et pour finir, au rôle de support, mesdames et messieurs, c'est au tour de l'Abre! Un joueur qui aime prendre des responsabilités malgré son jeune âge. Le danger vient surtout de lui. Va falloir rester vigilant. Allez, juste derrière le coach staff. Il fait un travail aussi monstrueux, une saison pas évidente, mais encore plein de choses à faire. On va accueillir Dylan Falco et Rodrigo, s'il vous plaît, le coaching staff. Les arènes, une dernière fois, montrez ce que vous savez faire pour votre adversaire du jour. G2! Ils ne subissent pas la pression, j'ai l'impression qu'ils sont très concentrés, bien dans leur match, prêts à en découdre. Mais il est temps d'accueillir l'équipe à domicile. Mesdames et messieurs, pour la dernière fois de la saison régulière, veuillez acclamer comme il se doit la Carmine Corps! Avec sur la top lane, Cana! Solide sur sa position, toujours tendre vers la perfection. Inspiré, c'est sa mentale, et c'est lui le plus exemplaire. Allons faire un tour du côté de la jungle. Il a aussi fait monter le projet comme il se doit. C'est au tour de Yike. Brillant, décisif, un sourire charmeur comme son niveau in-game. Ses parents sont dans la salle. Il a jamais perdu face à eux. Allons en mid lane. Avec qui d'autre que l'étincelant Il est extraordinaire depuis le début d'année. Il se révèle de plus en plus. Et je crois qu'il n'a même pas atteint sa forme finale. Qu'est-ce que ça va être plus tard? Carmi, Blue One, il est temps d'accueillir votre prodige, un esprit vif, entendre ce qu'on lui dit pas, voir ce qu'on lui montre pas, la superstar de l'Europe, c'est lui! Et on finit en beauté avec votre support. Donnez votre énergie, il va en avoir besoin. Attaque, joueur humble, et pourtant il y a de quoi prendre la grosse tête. Voilà pourquoi il veut toujours faire mieux. Voilà pourquoi il veut toujours faire plus. Et bien sûr, derrière une grande équipe se cache toujours un grand coaching staff. Donc on va accueillir Réa, Apple, Wadi et Clément. Profitez de cette salle. Voilà pourquoi on voulait accueillir le road trip ici aux arènes, en direct de la région parisienne. Une dernière fois, levez les bras et partagez votre énergie, en tout cas ce qui vous reste, pour la Carmine Corps! Les deux équipes sont prêtes, donc on va partir pour le match. G2 contre Carmine Corps! Mais avant ça, on n'a pas pu le faire hier, vous étiez là, on l'a attendu. Je vois que Réa est prêt. Je crois qu'il va être temps pour les joueurs de la Carmine de se regrouper pour vivre un instant mémorable en communion. Réa, je te donne la main, bien évidemment.
What the color? What's the color? I said, what's the color?
Merci et bon match à tous.
Maybe it's a joke from yesterday. Hearing the fire alarm to set us into G2 versus KC. Maybe G2 think they're going to set it off again by their part of their socials. I'm hysterical. I'm joined by Dagda, and you looked at me like, wait, is it happening again?
Clearly, it's the banger alert. That's what's going on, because it's G2 versus KC. I have been looking forward to this matchup the entire split long. A repeat of our winter finals to kick things off here. Well, not kick things off, but still, like, this is just filled with so much anticipation. The top lane matchup is sick. The mid lane matchup is sick. Yike versus his old team. The bot lane matchup is two of our best bot lanes in the entire league going head to head. Everywhere you look is just so juicy.
It's high caliber League of Legends, and for LEC, this is going to show exactly what we got, because a lot of people are going up and saying, yo, 2 people going to MSI, 2 teams. These should be our 2 teams with the caliber that they've shown throughout the split, throughout the year so far. These, as you said, are our finals rematch, where KC 3-0 G2 in very surprising fashion.
Well, I think G2 kind of have to prove that they still belong in that moniker, because they haven't been looking as good as they
Very
should.
good point.
Like, they haven't had the best of fights. Caps has got caught out in different positions. Like, there has been a lot of question marks put towards G2, and we're kind of waiting to see if things can come together, because individually, we're still looking at, like, Broken Blade probably and Kana are the 2 that are fighting for best in their role.
Yep.
When you look at Skewmond, best jungler in a lot of people's opinion in the league, and it's kind of like, okay, well, what is happening then on G2? And it's just the way that they gel together has not been coming to fruition. Whereas when you look across at KC, it feels like this team is just firing on all cylinders when it gets to that cohesion in those team fights.
Yeah, they really are, and like yesterday really showcased that. Vladdy yesterday, the Silas game was insane, but it's such a treat when you see that, yeah, this top speaks Korean. But this mid laner also speaks Greek. It's been a discussion of today. I just watched a Turkish top laner play his mind out of Aatrox. I'm ready to watch what Kana shows, because if there's one thing I know, it's that Kana cannot be given Jace. I think that's just at the start of the pecking order. Maybe Vladdy can't be given Silas, Akali, Yone. Like, he's really adopted the second way of life as well.
Yeah, I agree. Like, for Kana, things like the Gnar are incredibly strong. From the Jace are very strong. And when we look back at what was these, the winter finals, there was a lot of contention around like Ambessa's, Azirs, Kallistas, Dravens as well down that bottom lane. Now, obviously, the meta has evolved a bit, but it still feels like Caps wants to try and go back towards that Azir if he can get his hands on it at a time. So maybe that's where we'll see Vladdy bringing out things like that Silas, the Akali, his answers into them. But we'll have to wait and see. As again, like, this is just banger matchup across the board.
As you've been saying, as I will now say, waiting for this for an entire split. It could not have come soon enough. Our final week, our final series between G2 and KC, our final series at Paris now begins. Jason Maokai straight away off the board. Kana knows, and G2 knows they cannot give this top laner much room to breathe. I guess that's why the Rumble also follows suit. Yeah, and there goes the Azir that we were just mentioning as well. So feels like we're kind of getting some of those lead-ins from that previous time these two teams faced off against each other. But still, I'm looking at Faris, looking at a lot of these picks that are still very, very strong in this patch. We'll have to see if that is going to be the first port of call here. Yeah, that makes sense. Talia gone as well, as we're talking about last series. That Talia, such a good port of call for the LEC right now. Remember, patch 25.9 if you need a refresher. And we've had all kinds of wild things. Even the Annie come through last game. These two teams are very diverse in their picks. So what is going to be the priority here with, as you said, Varus just seems to be the easy lock. Yeah, Varus is just too strong. He works both on hit and poke, so he can be very flexible in his whatever draft he goes into. On the opposite side here, I think you end up taking the buy here going through. That has kind of been the big pick that KC played for yesterday. It's been something that we've seen a lot from Yike as well, and it looks like that is going to be the answer. Funny, in the past, I did not like Yike's vibe, but he's obviously been putting in the reps. Insane. It was insane, wasn't it? It's not often that I've said that about him, but now he's most played champion at 7 games, counting this. Nico as well, locked in here for Targmas. A fun fact, this is the first Nico game for Targmas. Yeah, very early rotation on it as well. Traditionally, you kind of wait to see, oh, there's going to be like a Leon or something that will lock it into. But it means that you do have an answer here if you want to, with going for something like a Karma or something a bit more poke orientated for G2 in that bottom side if you would like to. But Lebrov has kind of been the Rel guy, so kind of opting in towards that to say, hey, if you go Rel, you're not going to have a great time into this Nico. First Nico of the split, by the way, just to give context in, is Sin's out, locks in. The question is, do we want a pairing now, Dagda? Do we want that Rel you were talking about for an early support to match the Nico before it gets banned away? But there's two options. You could either take something like your mid laner here and just say, hey, we're going to set up for Caps nice and early. Okay, they're going to go for the support, because you now have to match, I feel like, your AD carry in this position, and that's what they're going to go do here. So already, I wasn't sure if it's going to be Kai'Sa or Ezreal. I think both of them could have slotted in here, but quite dive orientated, a lot of frontline bursts coming through from this KC side as well. So this is going to be a bloody matchup, to say the least. Also, that Kai'Sa pickup takes away Hans Sama, most played champion alongside the Varus too. So with Fearless, this is a nice take from KC in its own right. Let's go to the second ban, see what we're up against. No mid laners, no top laners yet locked in. Victor straight away off the board, which is good. We don't want any of these wishy-washy mid laners, these, you know, like vegetarian mids like the Victor. We want to send it, Dagda. We want the reward of watching KC versus G2 in a proper sense between Caps and Vladdy. Well, the thing is, we've kind of seen Caps go towards a lot of these picks that are much more range-oriented, right? Like, you think of the Hui being his most played up there with the Talia for 4 games, the Oriannas, the Victors, the Azirs, and even the Jace. A lot of these have been long-range damage dealers for Caps, and he has had some games like the Akali and the Yone, but we'll have to see if he's going to try and go back towards that shorter range. But it has certainly felt like they've tried to have him as this long-range poke tool in a lot of their fights, or a lot of the scaling opportunity when they've had the most success with him. Caps hasn't had the best split, but he started rounding out the end quite nicely. That way obviously getting respect that you were talking about, so a double of those range mages, and in all seriousness too, he is pinching the pool quite a bit with Talia already down, well, as we already saw at the start. Azir down, with Yone down as well. That makes 5 mid laners banned away from these two blokes.
Yeah, I think the Ambessa ban, though, speaks to me that they're probably looking for an R on G2 side. To just say, hey, look, this is more than likely going to be our blind pick. Jace is already gone. Now the Ambessa, there's little that can really answer into that Ambessa in the top side, especially with Rumble gone. The Ambessa and Rumble gone, the Gnar should be fine. So I'm curious if Kana just tries to take it away here, or if they just hold on to that R5 pick.
You get your answer now. 10 seconds to lock. Ari already taken away, and that makes number 6. Silas is locked in. He's got that EU Zekarin in for another game.
So I'm curious if this is actually the flex pick, because Gnar doesn't work well into the Silas. We've seen that matchup from Nak already, so I kind of like this, saying, hey, look, if you take the Gnar, we can send the Silas top. We still get that counter pick. So keeping that flexibility open is pretty cool from KC. We'll have to see if it pans out.
Well, Jax maybe just takes it away from the top lane. We can echo more on that matchup if we get to see it, but Jax locked in. Galio, a neutralizer, and an all-in. Now you have yourself a bit of setup as well. Dagda, the Gnar for themselves will show that this Silas is going back to our very own mid laner.
Yeah, but I'm happy if I end up with Silas into Galio, right? Like, yes, the taunt and stuff can be a bit frustrating, but it gives me an easy matchup in the mid lane. I get access to that Galio ult as well to neutralize a lot of the power that he brings towards team fights. So I'm relatively happy if I'm Vladdy going into this matchup. And then, as you say, the Gnar on the opposite side, Jax will outscale the Gnar as this game goes on, but at least in the early stages, Kana should be comfortable to try and get some control against Broken.
And while you're mentioning Silas ult usage, let's not forget it goes to Chains of Corruption, Depth Charge. I see also a Xin Zhao ult, which may as well make it partially invulnerable. I feel like the ult usage this game is going to be so good for Vladdy in mid lane, while Caps is obviously going to be on more of a utility role. He's going to have to be protecting Hans Sama, following up this setup of a dive.
I do think, though, the Galio is actually very good into the rest of the composition that is coming through from KC, because everything is short range. Like, everything wants to jump in on top of you, and that's where you can get a lot of that value from this Galio. Also, like, Kai'Sa kind of has to be careful about when she goes in with that killer instinct, because if you end up getting taunted or something by this Galio, you just end up absolutely miserable. So I think it very much G2 kind of playing to absorb the punch coming through from KC, where it's KC just trying to throw everything in the kitchen sink to just burst out immediately G2 in a fight.
Well, the only thing I'll say to add on to that is I'm just sad that this is only a 3-game series. Our grand final remake from Winter. Our top teams already locked into the top 4. KC to lock in first. G2 to lock in a semblance of hope in the top 4 that G2 are in fact back. This best of 3 live in Paris in our final series there will begin now.
And a reminder that that top 4 does send you to the upper bracket as well. So very, very nice to try and sit in towards that top 4, but we'll have to see if G2 can find themselves in there. It's not very often. Actually, if at all, we've seen G2 end up outside of the top 4. I don't think, they've never ended up outside of the top 4.
That's right, they've never.
It'd be interesting if this would be the first time in their history G2 still make playoffs, but only by the skin of their teeth, whereas for KC, at 8-1 potential scoreline, a statement coming off the back of first start.
Fnatic sitting behind them 7-2. They could finish over Fnatic. And KC would have first pick of the litter as well as they go into playoffs. In front of their home crowd, they're going to try. Now, we already mentioned, obviously 6 is an important point. Vladdy getting ults to steal, ability to roam, play off the dive. Nico very good at that. I feel like KC, this looks like Vitality from last game. A lot of go buttons, Dagda, that I'm seeing, the ability to dive off repeat, the ability to isolate one target and nuke.
Yeah, I think for KC, early skirmishes could be a point that they try and focus on. And that's what we saw a lot from them in Game 1 and a certain amount in Game 3 yesterday. But Kana already taking a little bit of hurt from Broken Blade. It's kind of the power of Counter-Strike. It makes it very difficult, regardless of the matchup, to actually get that push against the Jaxes. He actually gets more damage, essentially, off the creeps and off you hitting him. So ends up pushing that wave very, very effectively.
I mean, Kana already, it just reminds me of him going up against Broken Blade in the finals as well. Quick reminder,
Skewmont.
as Skewmont's coming in, we're going to hold that point for a little bit later. Targowith has nowhere to go. Dredge line, it is so easy. First blood to G2, and the crowd goes very mild.
Great play from Skewmont, though, reading, hey, I'm just going to do my red and immediately go into bot side. I wasn't sure if they were trying to look for something else as Broken Blade.
This is why I wanted to highlight top lane, getting very, very low. Kana in the Winter Finals, it was like a an absolute one-sided stomp where we didn't get to see Broken Blade fight for attention. Quick reminder as Kana gets him low.
Yeah, I think Kana's been doing a fantastic job of just kind of absorbing pressure and then also finding his moments where he can punish. Oftentimes you'll see Yike sitting in a brush up on top side just to ensure he can shove in the wave or trade a lot more aggressively and find those wins. I think that has kind of been the success of Kana, is that kind of silent support from Yike, because Broken Blade trying to see if he can get that little bit more damage here as well. But yeah, I think this is where, again, you'll probably see that kind of support to try and help out Kana there from Yike as he goes for his reset. But I think now with his bot lane already very far behind, Yike's going to have his work cut out from the fact that you already have that early kill going across. Means you basically get a tier for free. You can see that early longsword coming through as well, and just gives a lot of control to Hansama and Labrov at looking for an all-in.
And as we get a closer look towards bot in a moment, I'm sure, I think Labrov helped hold the wave a little bit, so it's not like many minions were lost. In fact, as you said, you know, that tier free in lane, the scaling already started, the power of the Varus lane too, a reason why this champ is constantly banned away. Weakness is quite low as Scuttle for Scuttle's traded.
Yeah, but he's about to come in mid. He snuck in over the wall.
No, it's gotten abduct though. There's going to be a shielded Duran. Caps now knows. Flash away, waiting. Headbutt. Yike gets interrupted on the Vault Breaker. He doesn't have to flash. Really smartly done from Caps with the last of his mana bar.
Yeah, Yike trying to hold on to the Vault Breaker in case Caps flashed, but Caps just ends up hitting him with the knock up and is like, great, now that CC or that cooldown's gone, I can just walk on out of here.
Caps going to be able to stay in lane as well, so unfortunate there from Yike that his old mid laner gets in his way. Minions cleared out, Caps gets a good time to base.
It's nicely done, and it doesn't nullify a lot of that pressure as well. I'm glad he would have loved to have that early kill, especially when you tend to max Kingslayer in these melee matchups.
Yeah.
If you can get that early lead, it makes it very difficult for Caps to be able to trade effectively against you, as you just have more AP, more healing coming through, but should be fine now.
Hollow Radiant's going to come in soon enough as well, by the way. We're speaking about how Caps trades and what he has to offer in this lane. Bammy Cinder already picked up for a bit of wave clear, and we start approaching level 6. Half the way there for mid laners. Hot lane is still quite low. I mean, Hansama has just ticked over 4. But as we're setting about as Dread Line connects, good little root caller coming from Targamas in the meantime. Hans continues winning in this 2v2 as you expect.
There's a nice attempt by LeBron, basically hoping, hey, Hansama kills the minion and I can land that hook as soon as the minion dies. He got him towards Targamas, but just wasn't quite able to get it. But yeah, I think now at this stage, you can kind of see where Yike is. He's going to move up towards topside, and this is what we're talking about, is like trying to enable Kana by just providing a little bit of pressure.
Yeah.
This wave is now in a really good spot where Kana has frozen it. Well, nearly had it frozen underneath the tower. That minion went a little walkie. But it does mean, again, like, you just kind of get to sit in these positions at Kana where it makes it very difficult for BB to be able to interact with the lane. He's even gone for the reset, and I think Kana might have read this now, just going to shove in this wave as quickly as he can.
He does, so it's going to be a quick push. Kana's already used his TP as well, so he hits over to 6, stretch line. Dodge from Kalist. Side step really important there, because look at what's happening on the minimap. G2 sending the invade squad, 6 picked up by Caps, and Skumon trying to get the Gromp here so he gets half the way there.
Yeah, just trying to use that pressure that you have on bot side, but still have to be a little careful, as Vladdy is on the way.
It is a pincer. Vladdy will have his own ult as well. Tango Barb, stretch line, starts into a fight. There's the knock-up. Shield Duran flanked away from it. Targamas will not escape. Vladdy jumps into this, but into melee range. That's danger! Caps will fly down. Vladdy will stay in place and buried underneath the weight of G2. Kalist gets poked out, and G2 are thinking about it, but they've already picked up all the gold while top lane has fired it out. Nothing for KC in the early game. It's only G2.
KC flew too close to the sun, and it was blacked out by a Galio as he crashed down in on top of them. G2 picking up 3 kills in these early stages to set them very nicely off at the start.
1500 gold lead. Look at the replay. Exact stretch line from LeBron was nice.
And straight on to Targamas as well. You're able to follow up so easily there. And then when you go here, like, Vladdy tries to get the Nautilus ultimate to set things up, but the fact that you get the auto attack from Labrov keeps him just on the edge of that Galio ult, and just nicely done by G2, like, set up off of the pressure they had on bot. That was set up by that level 2 play by Skumon. This is kind of G2 setting the pace of the game.
I love something you talked about in draft where you were saying, like, okay, the Silas is nice into the matchup where, you know, he'll be fine, whatever, but into the rest of the comp, the Galio has a lot of value. There's a lot of value from G2 as well and how they've structured this. Running into a Galio here when KC are a lot of dive mid to low to no range. It hurt them in that fight. Dragon's still going to go over though with the resets coming in, so that is 1+, but There's a bit of a gold lead brewing between a 2-kill AD carry, between Skewmond as well, who once again is a farming demon who also picked up the last kill.
This is where it gets interesting for Void groups though, because Vladdy stole Nautilus ult, did not steal Caps ult. So now it's KC who actually have access to a potential Galio ultimate for something like a Void groups fight, which honestly I think G2 kind of want to avoid. So I think you either have to make a pick or a play first, or play for some sort of cross map if you're G2.
Waiting for him to pull it up. G2 are on it first. You raise it because it's only 3 grubs now, and it's really, really important into the game. Yike's also up here as well, but he doesn't have 6 Dagda. Skewmon has a full level lead now in the jungle. Yike needs that assault and battery, but he's not going to have it until now. Went 2. Maybe all 3 grubs are gone.
Yeah, so good call out of Zerx. Just the level 6 not being hit by Yike. Doesn't have the camps in time. You can see now it's too late as KC try to come across to contest on that. So KC just not having their jungler in position, and their AD carry a little late on the top lane push means they're just able to pick up the Void Rush.
G2, early game is looking good. Don't worry, I've called them goobs before. Oops. Yeah,
like
Void goobs. Yeah. Great time. Okay, Labrov, he's getting out of there instead. Cease and desist used. Hansama pushed to the side. Great damage onto Labrov. First kill coming up to KC, but under turret. Yike, he's dead. Hansama takes care of business while Flashboard. Kalist gets the damage and gets out! Somehow 2 kills over to the French ADC.
That looked like the turnaround play from G2, but Kalist perfectly damages Hansama. That was calculated to a T.
I guess so. Replay us up.
Yeah, like Labrov here steps forward, but Yike in position. Good hook onto the wall, but immediately the double follow-up, and this is why you take that Kaisa and the buy. But watch here, as you go underneath the tower, like, it's an auto, and the last pick on the queue finishes him off. That was just really well played by Kalist.
As you said, to a T. 2 kills for both AD carries, Hans on 3, but both AD showing up to the show. G2, that dive, as you said, looks so sketchy. I mean, Yike gets punished for it, but it is really nice to see that KC are willing to throw haymakers back. Nothing up on the map. This time again, Dagger, we talk about objectives all the time. With this small gap between dragons before Herald spawns, like, it's all about plating and what you can draw from these individual lanes.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be fairly chill and just trying to move through your lanes, because when you have both of these essentially Galio ultimates available on your mid lane, it makes it very, very difficult for you to be able to play towards sides, because you could, if you go too deep underneath the tower, suddenly someone else shows up in your lane and you got this big AoE knock-up and a shield. So I think both sides going to be taking it fairly easy, and you're just looking to farm it up.
Rather, Kalist, sorry, he also starts with Siege right line. Sidestep again. Yeah, put up the KC sign. Oh, there's the tongue. That's the classic. Show us Kalist again. He's got his tongue out. I've been following his emote journey, because obviously there's a couple of people in the league, like 113 tells us to take notes, I think. No, or is that Sheo? But Kalist is an emote spammer as well.
Yeah.
FF, but where's the tongue? Go on.
No, there's creeps there. He's got to lock in.
Sorry, no, not yet. They'll come later. Kana gonna ulti, broken plate. Counter strike, jumps back in. Ulti for ulti. Kana, he's gonna run out of Meganar soon, but broken plate just pushing him away.
Yeah, I mean, just happy to trade. Like, you've got a nice lead already for Kana off of some of the turret plates he's been able to take, which is working out for him, but doesn't really need to try and overextend in this matchup. And as well, like, you've now got Dragon that's in a minute's time, so some vision set up on that top side, but realistically, everyone's going to try and reset now and just set up for that next objective. Labrov has actually gone for a little bit of a sneaky reset alongside Hansama, so trying to see if they can get into the spot side. Should be able to get some turret plates for himself.
Trying to poke down Kana, but the minion wave is quite thin, so Hansama stays, and Casey's walking in. Skewmon waiting though for Targamas. Pop Blossom going to come up. Dredgeline pulls him back in. Can Skewmon do it alone with the depth charge? I don't think so. It's a cease and desist from Yike. The old G2 jungler keeps him in place, but Cap plays the defensive, puts him in a bounce house, and then puts him in his place.
Nice pick off from G2. Kalist walked the entire way from topside to mid lane without resetting, so just didn't really have the damage to try and work through any of the health bars that were there. And KC end up biting off more than they can chew, and now G2 firmly in position, stealing away camps, pushing in bot side, and should be able to fall back over towards this dragon as well.
Caps has been on point with these ultis. I mean, Caps always there. Like, again, I got to bring up the conversation where first 4-5 weeks, even till last week, I was like, man, Caps is not even the best mid in the top 3 for me in a discussion when people like Nuke were playing so well. When I think Chayak was a quarter of his team. Yeah, I know, I brought him in. Vladdy as well. You know, like, you're right, Humanoid's playing a lot better as well. Like, but he always just finds a way to slip back in. I don't know what it is. Like, you kick him out. You know that meme where you throw Barney Grumble out of the bar, Mo throws him out, and then he appears he's behind him again? Yeah, that's Caps.
I mean, I think the biggest fault that Caps has had has been like constantly getting ganked in mid and dying to them, right? We saw that first gank by Yike didn't go well, and Caps was just on a far tankier mid laner that is much easier to, well, I won't say easier to escape on, but at least is better at surviving some of these early ganks. So, I think it's definitely nullified some of that game plan from KC, but also it has been KC doing what KC has been faulted for, which is going into deep, trying to force plays when they really don't need to, and just biting off more than they can chew. So I think for KC, it's also kind of a bit of a wake-up as...
Skewmon jumps into this. Look how strong he is, though. Pop Blossom used. Big tool. What's the timer on that? Because, I mean, 125, we've got Herald spawning, and Targamas without his ult.
Yeah, he should have a backup in time. It's not a 2-minute cooldown, but still...
Good to know.
It's more the pressure that G2 are able to use, right? Because you've already got Hansam in a great position where he will constantly just clear these waves mid on this lethality Varus, and it's opened up Labrov to make moves like this where he moves up towards this top side to cover.
Oh, Broken Blade hit. Kana with no ulti up. Walks it back. Labrov here to help out. And it's a leap away from Kana, but he is on the edge of trying to solo kill Broken Blade. It has been nice, you know, both top laners have been like 200 HP perma this game.
They really just want to battle it out, but at the moment, it is still Kana getting a lot of these leads and kind of getting this early control. As we said, like, Broken Blade will eventually scale into the matchup as he kind of ticks over to like level 13, level 14, has 2 items completed, but for the moment, it is not so pretty for him. But I think this is where, again, like, Labrov can make the difference, which is like this. You get push on mid, open up for a move up towards the top side, and at the moment, it would just be looking for Rift Herald as it's about to spawn, but you're still getting control, vision control, and getting access to River, which is really what G2 are looking for here.
Yikes, sneaking in though. Before we talk about the River, we must talk about what's happening on the land. KC getting support, but Broken Blade walking down, very intelligently done. Herald up in 1 second. And as you said, getting vision towards this is going to be really important. Skewmon going to be first on the board. Yike, he's charging up, but look at Broken Blade. He knows his jungler. He knows his old jungler maybe too well. He thinks, no way. Bolted into the wall. He's stunned up for days. Dead at the heart of Yike's fist. And now Targamas looking for position. Dagda, as you said, that ulti is back up and available indeed. That pulls G2 off the Herald.
And the pick is perfect. And Yike, great call there to just sit there. And this is, again, what we were talking about. Like, Yike basically hovering in these bushes with Kana to give him this early success and really set him up to be a carry. Now on his Gnar, once again, is Targamas. Doesn't want to end up on the business end of Skewmon's spear anymore, but Skewmon trying to move topside to hold on towards this turret, and he has to call for reinforcements from Hansam as well.
Skewmon will just reset the wave. I mean, he's going to try and get Kana away from it because the turret's getting pretty low. He'll find a knock up. Labrov coming in, but Targamas has a clone in the way, and Kana's about to go mega. Herald stays there for a little bit longer. You can see that Yike is moving down towards bot.
Yeah, KC just weren't really comfortable to try and go for it.
Yeah.
Kalist now back on mid-wave will be able to clear that out, but you can see Skewmon's already starting it up, knowing that he'll be out completely fine. KC end up using a lot to make the pick happen, but without really having control over mid-wave or being able to move into position, G2 have to get the objective.
True. Award, so at least KC no, but you're right. Instead, Yike's going to look for his own lead, steal away some camps around bot. Herald goes down safely. Yike will start this farm up while Kalist looks for pressure on mid, but there is a Varus, and his wave clear is still existent, so...
Yeah, see, KC are trying to play on kind of both sides of the map at the moment. You see Targamas constantly hoping for Kana, as Kana wants to try and get that top lane turret, and looks like he should be able to do that now. But you've also got them going for this invade on bottom side.
It's an engage, but Labrov's out. KC find nothing.
Yeah, but it's the... Caps was feeling threatened enough to move off that bot lane turret. Ended up clearing out just the... Or didn't actually clear out the Krugs on the bottom side, but just sat there because he didn't want to be visible, trying to spot out exactly what KC are up to. But it is a little difficult when Targamas on top side to make a play pop, but they do get that tower top.
Broken Blade needs a counter-strike, but look at the damage coming through. Flash Kana just goes over the enemy jungler. Boomerang, though, doesn't connect. Broken Blade has a way back in. Now with his own counter-strike, Skewmon makes the difference. and gives the kill over to BB.
The boomerang just barely missing there means that Kana can't get the kill, but still, nice job by Skewmon to cover his top laner after that turret had gone down. Kana just trying so desperately to get the kill, but it doesn't work out.
Might open things up top, Dagda. You're talking about all these, you know, what Caps can do in a side lane. As Dragon goes down and makes it 2 for KC, Caps is going to get some time in the sun with top lane turret. Mid even as well, there's a push. Should be coming through, so looks like KC getting little scraps here. But again, Skewmon, I mean, Skewmon's just always ahead. Any game, individually, this guy always has a lead, I feel.
Yeah, he's just very, very efficient how he clears the jungle. Makes him very difficult to control. And even here, G2, efficient on the map, right? Hansama moves towards mid to clear out that wave of broad. Skewmon has already moved topside, so you don't even have to use the Herald now to secure this top lane turret, while KC have to defend that mid lane turret as well. So G2 just kind of putting pressure on the people, but KC silently picking up the dragons. You know, 2 dragons now to their name. When you get to these team fights, like extra mountain dragons on people like Kana, like Vlad, even Yike to a certain extent as well, going to be very valuable, especially as we talked about, like KC very much want to land that big punch at the start of the fight, and if they can survive the clapback by G2 through these mountain dragons, it will help them out.
It's like one of the most important games to see a mountain dragon. Now, Caps will surely be wanting some of his own, because there's going to be a big Gnar. It's going to be a big buy. Everyone's just big, you know. I'm sorry, I looked at the baguette graphic before. I just was very distracted. As Dagda, 50 seconds or less or more. Like, sometimes brain no good. There's going to be a ward placed down. A blast going to be taken out. It's 45 until Atakan. That's what I was trying to tell you all at home.
But again, like, I just love how G2 are moving around the map. It's clear mid, put pressure somewhere. So it's clear mid now, then move into the spot side jungle. And it's just netting that push now from Broken Blade to keep Kana pushed into his side of the map. So now G2 start to rotate across the mid, and because they've got that Rift Herald, KC have to be so cautious of that Rift Herald suddenly being plonked down and trying to make a mid lane play. So it's causing KC some discomfort here.
Thick, maybe. Kalisz getting dove on by Caps, takes no damage yet. Abscond of Duck doesn't connect, and Hansama does. Tanglebarbs are there, but look, Lebrov is keeping him out of the fight while Kalisz gets jumped on. Counter-strike through and through is Yike. He's going to Vault Breaker away. Mid now might be opened. It's good damage from G2 to chunk KC.
The fact that Kalisz has to go back to base means they should be able to get this without much pressure back from KC. You see Kana wanted to try and go for the tier 1 on bottom side, but with Caps and Broken Blade having those teleports available, you know he can't really go for it. So still, Rift Herald available for G2, and this time it could be used on towards something like a tier 2 tower, as Atakan is up and available as well.
You're right, that Atakan probably going to be the next thought here. I mean, 2.5 minutes till the Dragon, Kana finally getting a turret of his own. Make it a second one, actually. He's picked up top before. 1,500 gold. We're just going to come down to a fight, aren't we? As Kalisz might be caught out, maybe ignore that. The pick, the flash, and Kalisz over a Blastco knocked up before he can escape. Skewmon, again, this Xin Zhao is running the map.
Kalisz overextended mid and didn't have the support. Again, Targamas playing down towards Kana, Yike playing down towards Kana to secure that tower, and he just steps up that bit too far. Good ward in the middle lane as well from G2 to spot that out. And now with the pick, it's going to be Atakan for G2.
Young Star not up for another 20 seconds. Atakan seems so likely here. Teleport from Caps in. Yike is too far away.
And this feels like G2 saying, we are bouncing back from that winter finals. We are bouncing back from what has been a not great time, to be perfectly honest, at the start of spring. This has been a matchup that has kind of held that rivalry from them coming over from the last bit. The first time KC was actually able to pick up wins.
Yike followed over the wall, though. That blast cone taken before. It's no longer there. Depth charge. Yike has to go back in. He'll cease and desist. He queues over the wall. It's inventive, but it's so invasive as the next turret won't be taken. Broken Blade's going on a journey.
He's going to the tier 2, top side.
In a turret. Innovation is key. And Broken Blade's actually just going to one-shot the turret. So, beautiful play from G2. Especially from this guy.
Hey, it works.
Oh, fist bump. Yo, press you. G2. He pressed you, but no one's fist bumping him. Hello.
It's fine. He's fine. He just needs to get the emotes back. Because he was the original take notes.
He was. But if you press you, Dagda, and no one fist bumps you, like...
It's like if a tree fell in the woods. It's like, does it really...
Oh, yeah. Except that tree is your heart.
Oh.
And I'll know, you know? I'll know. Broken Blade still. Smart play. Dragon's coming up in 30 seconds though, Dagda. I feel like this is a real meat grinder after Atakan's been taken off the map, as you said before.
But apart from Scumon's flash being down, there's nothing on G2 that is really a problem.
Yeah.
But when you look across at KC, it's like Vladdy's flash down, Kalisz flash down, Yike flash down, and now how do you try and buy this space back getting in towards the Dragon Pit as well? G2 have played this map fantastically and just put a bunch of really tough questions onto KC's side and gone, how are you going to respond? And unfortunately, KC just haven't really had a chance to respond in the manner that they'd like to.
Trying to pick up waves opposite side of the map. Yike's trying to do the same in jungle camp. But Dragon's going to go down in G2. That 3k gold lead still holds. It has still been there early again. There's been a couple of picks by KC, but as you said, G2 are really making a statement here. They did so yesterday, and it feels like this is not the G2 we saw in Madrid. Maybe Paris G2 is completely different as Targamas fought out, and again, I have to say, he's poked down. Scumon is not scared to take the engage.
No, he's just everywhere. The second anyone on KC walks halfway up mid lane, he's like, you're dead. I'm going to kill you.
On a ward, he does it again. Vladdy was on a ward. He's blue smoke down, and he's just going to be slowed down as well. A Crescent Guard to send out. Scumon, audacious charge again, knock up there, but Yike can't do a thing. KC and getting picked off this game. It's becoming very iconic.
Scumon having a statement game here against KC. Kind of putting it into Yike's face, saying, all right, yeah, you had a good game yesterday, but
you girlfriend.
Here's what you really do.
The old one, it's ugly. Yikes, the old girlfriend. That's what G2 is saying. I try to do it like a mean girl's voice, you know? Like I'm Lindsay Lohan. I don't
really works with the Australian accent. I mean, again, here, Scumon, just great. And it's just constantly playing as mid lane as this pivot point. They just constantly launch attacks off of it. It's been great. Gets the pick on Targamas, and as you said, then Vladdy doesn't even realize.
He's doing it again. He's doing it again. We come back live, and he's doing it again. Yike is found once more. Scumon. 5-0 on 5, almost 100% KP. MVP for game 1 goes to him.
But it's also, why are KC in that position? Because at this stage, Baron is up in 10 seconds, so there's not much on the bottom side of the map. You are pushing in towards River, and unless you were just like, hey, we're going to give up Baron or give up control around Baron, it feels like very much an overextension, because G2 constantly control these jungle sides, and KC just get caught out of it.
Mol's going to be used to take the turret swiftly. Minion wave saved as well. Scumon using the health bar. Another bullet bitten, and KC 5.5k gold down. It is getting better and better for G2. Worse and worse for the KC fans in the arena. Caps, is he caught out is the big question. Shield of Duran going to be used to entice Kalisz in, but Scumon sits there. Targamas can't go in.
My heart skips a beat every time that Wind Becomes Lightning connects, because I'm like, there's so much damage on this Sin Zed right now. I'm like, is he just going to send it? But no, it will just be Caps backing off. Mid lane tower defended successfully here by G2, but again, I think it's just kind of like G2 waiting for these next completed items to come through, so then they can really set up for the next big fight, because things are starting to turn now for Broken Blade. He has 2 items now completed, working up towards his Zonya's Hourglass. If he can get on towards Kana, I think he should be able to win out in the matchup, but or if Kana ends up overextending. But even then, it's just, Caps constantly being able to follow up on those plays. Hansam again controlling his push in mid. It's just getting access to the map is so difficult for KC.
Like Kana pushing inside is their best chance right now, as he's shown, putting pressure on, so Broken Blade has to match. As teleport available, Kana has an individual lead, both in gold and experience. Right now, if they need that Korean to carry, it better come through, as Dagda, you might get your answer. He's going to go into Meganar. Does he think he wins the 1v1?
Kalisz is here, though.
He is indeed. It's not going to be a true 1v1, is it? Meganar into the wall. Kalisz flies in, and Broken Blade will flash in, but 2v1 just ain't fair. A counter-strike through. Kalisz gets jumped on. Cleansed immediately. Broken Blade takes a 1-for-1 and a 2v1. Never mind the champion matchup. You call it skill. The top father has set this up so that G2 can fly with the rest of the map. Targamas on a hair's breadth will also sink instead of swimming. And KC must onlook as G2 make them their father again.
G2 pulled off the Baron, though. They're looking to see if they can try and take the fight. A little nervous as Caps going for the flank.
Going to find melee range, so this engage would be good, but Caps can press W, flash away from Yike. He wants the Vault Breaker, but to where? Engaged from Skumon. Bloody has the ulti, but he has to escape too. Listen, target us up soon, Dagda, but Baron still sits there. G2 still getting gold.
KC made a hero play yesterday when they were down numbers, but they were also up a significant margin in gold, and that is not going to be the case here against G2. 4,500 gold as we press the 28-minute mark. And
Oi, TP against the wall. Kana comes in. What a pick. As you said, they needed something. Skumon pulls off the ulti, but he needs time from Cap. The engage caught Skumon surviving for now, but they can't kill him. Kana goes into mini, and it hurts his chances. Kaliss now coming back in. Breaks off the respawn. Broken Blade tanky enough. Frontlining. KC, though, just can't find the final kill. Kaliss might kite back, but now that Hans is here, range is an issue, and KC bites it again.
KC wanted it so badly, but G2 refused to crumble against KC as the Baron will be their prize.
It's so close, but KC walking in. G2. This team continuously runs our region, and we're getting a full head-on grasp in game one as to why that is. KC over to the Dragon to take Soul, but for the Baron, we have to see if KC can hold on long enough to move to that Soul.
Revenge feeling like a dish best served in your opponent's home.
Oh.
But it was a great engage. Like, it was a good idea, a great pick, but the damage just isn't there. Vladdy has to flash away because of Broken Blade coming in to help out. Skumon not getting hit by the heroic entrance either, and KC then, they're just running for the hills. They needed that to work, and it just wasn't quite enough.
Caps is a nuisance. Broken Blade is tanky now too. He's got Seekers. Zonya's coming next. 3.5k plus gold lead for Skumon. And Dagda, you know the reason he survived, not only just the Sterix gauge, but the Sundered Sky. He hit 3-4 targets in that fight. The healing is still so stupid on that item. 7k gold lead, and G2 now with the Red Bull Baron power play are trying to run this into the base and break it apart.
I mean, let's be real. He's also 2 levels above KC's mid laner and 3 levels above Young.
Oh.
That is also going to be pretty impactful.
Health gives you levels. Levels give you health. That's what I meant. Yeah.
But also, like, his third auto attack is healing him because of his passive.
Yeah.
But,
Oh, yeah.
like, there's just a lot of healing in that Zinza's kit as well. So, yeah, and like, Skumon has had an absolute stormer of a game, and now just gets to ride that across the victory line.
And G2, it's soon going to become hard for the fans that live over this first game. As with the Baron, they've able to broken up the bottom part of the map, Dagda. I will say though, Baron, 500 gold lead. And that's all they've gotten from it so far, despite opening the base.
Yeah, I think the fact that KC ended up going for the Dragon after as well helped, because they're now on 3 Dragons.
Yeah.
So they traded that for us, as Kana just needs to be a little careful, but...
He dodged that. See, he's got Mega Dagda. He was thinking, maybe I go sneaky and I can find an angle on them.
Yeah, I think the problem for KC is I just don't know when this, like, game breaks in their favor, right? It still feels like Broken Blade scales into a really, really good spot, and it's kind of gotten to that stage. Caps just gets a lot of value as well on towards the Galio with the amount of CC he can bring to a fight. And Vladdy is getting to a point where he has a lot of cooldown in his kit and can try and take these fights, but again, it's the kind of jumping into G2 with the amount of CC for melee champions that they have just makes it very difficult for this Sylas to try and find value, and same honestly with Kaliss.
Problem when Sylas falls behind as well. I mean, that champion loves a good snowball. He's like Nunu's second cousin. 2.5 items deep now. That utility needs to come in clutch. Kana with a Mega Gnar bar as well, watching his flank. How he pulls this off, G2, as they threaten in. Dredgeline fails, Kana, Mega Gnar. It's deep from Broken Blade. He's got a Sonya, so he can do that. Mega Gnar only onto one. Kana finds a pick, and it's enough. But Caps is going to send himself in. No knockup gathered. KC, look, approach, flush away from Skumon. Kaliss has an angle. Shielded around does nothing. Vladdy still with his own ult. Yike is going to pivot, jumps in, but the Sonya's good from Caps. Vault Breaker in. The reused ulti. The send down was good. And a shutdown over to Vladdy, Dagda. Your questions are getting answered.
They played it so patiently. Kana doesn't overcommit for that big ultimate because it would have just given Caps that counter punch that he needed. Instead, sits back on the edge. KC barely played a hand's reach, and it works out great. You can see here Kana, like, he can flash. Sorry, doesn't have flash available. Could have gone for this big engage, but instead just looks for Targamas, No one overcommits. Everyone stays out of that ult range from Caps. And once that is down, then they really become a big threat. And even here, Yike just waiting for that taunt to go away before he commits with the ultimate. And Caps goes golden, but it's just not enough. And you can see there, the call from G2 is, look, everyone get out. I'll go down.
Yep.
Just make it to the lifeboats.
With the gold back. And after a Baron, after the base attacked, it's only a 4.5k gold lead. Still within KC's reach. And what I can tell you is that KC are kind of showing why they're in this upper echelon, why they're in this top two, why, you know, even though, yes, G2 aren't in the top two of the standings, that conversation still has to be there around them. This is the matchup we've been waiting for the whole split. Already is game one, but it's bloody well delivering with 30 seconds left on Dragon.
Yeah, KC still want to try and fight, but as you say, 30 seconds is a potential soul for KC, but look at where Caps is. That tower is very low on the top side of the map. G2 basically trying to push KC out of the hole that they've dug in around this Dragon.
Skewmon Dizzy caught. Yike jumps in. A fight begins. Vault Breaker consists. Pop Blossom. It's everyone. Into the backline. Target was found, but Caps has to use the ult defensively. Meanwhile, a poke for poker, head for head. G2 re-engaged. They're winning the fight with Caps, forcing double flash. Kana, counter-stroke as well as Skewmon. And Yike battling it out. New girlfriend versus old. I think the new one is way prettier as Caps will find the kill. Kana down in the sand. And along with Yike, KC have just been reprimanded.
Kalist got put in the ground in that fight. The Brav with the flash hook. The snipe from Hansama. And G2 will find the win that they needed over KC.
One more Nexus Tower. Vladdy can't do it himself. Golden is broken blade. The minion wave is far away though. Vladdy's going to burn the ulti, but a new one's coming in. G2 versus KC, our grand final rematch is going nothing like it did in winter. G2 are definitely back, and they've drawn their line in Paris as the crowd has gone quiet.
G2 came to play. What an exceptional game from multiple members on G2.
Yeah.
Skewmon, fantastic. Caps with the counter pick Galio, dictating how KC get to play fights. But also in that last fight, just a flash hook from Lebrov was insane.
It really was. Stepping up big G2 with a game one win, but it is our last match in Paris, and we're hoping more from KC as we go to a short break. Who needs a map?
Wait, I'll take care of this.
Lord, be careful. That thing belongs in a museum.
What is this?
Wow, that escalated quickly. What do we do now?
Let's have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
How do we get out?
Like this.
Say it! What about me?
Red Bull gives you wings.
We're now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been. A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect
They're
fit.
about to lock in.
Oh, what a pick!
What a way to close things out.
Explore over 30 hotel brands in legendary destinations. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe outline. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser fire.
Great damage onto LeBron. First kill coming up to KC, but under turret. Yike is dead. Hansama takes care of business while flashboard. Kaliz gets the damage and gets out. Maybe ignore that. The pick, the flash, and Kaliz over at Blasco knocked up before he can escape. Skumon. Again, this Sinzao is running the map.
They're bot guys, they're bot for sure, they're bot for sure. I'm gonna die, okay? I'm gonna die.
Can you buy something or can't flash?
Some guys, huh?
I'm not sure if it's good Nash. Is it gonna be? Oh, maybe it's cooking.
Okay, nice.
It might be Casey's arena, but it is G2's game. So far, they take game 1 at Casey's home, and we have the best Nunu in the venue, I want to say. Forget about
That's
Skimon.
right.
Kesha is here.
That's
Welcome.
right.
How do you feel, man?
I'm feeling great. Awesome, of course.
How was the mood? How was the atmosphere in
The boys and the girls, we're going crazy. We're going absolutely insane right now.
Yeah, we can barely hear you because you're like at the other side of the venue, but like
yeah, we can barely hear ourselves either. So
I can't imagine.
Yeah.
You still have a beautiful voice, though, so I'm really happy to have you.
Yeah,
We're going to talk about this
it's not
game.
going to be here by the end of this.
What were the highlights of this game for you?
Honestly, the hurl drift from BB was insane. Like he's taking notes from my coaching. Okay, I talked to him about that. And I mean, Skumon with the performance of the year. Honestly, ever since how I see, he's just inting and he's just 1v9.
Yeah, 1v9 this game, and guys. It all started in the bot lane with a very messy 4v4, but it set the tone of the game.
Yeah, and it all comes from kind of the early gank that kind of Caps avoided on the mid lane. That way he had to continue to have push on the wave, and then he actually moved it into the bot side, and we got this really strong 4v4. The Lover finds a crazy flash hook onto the Nico here. Caps is there to follow up, and Casey kind of commit to try to help him, and they end up all just dying in the end. And I think it's beautiful, beautiful move, and great team play by G2, and that is what you need to see when you draft champions like Galio.
And this is where it had to start as well, because Caps has been underperforming. Skumon, we had questions coming up against Yike, who this entire weekend had a super solid early game, but it was Skumon from the get-go that got the first blood, that was there for the 2v2, or the 4v4 rather. He had the skirmishing power with a Galio behind him, and honestly, Caps helped him get these numbers. What a phenomenal performance from Skumon.
That's my goat right there.
That's your goat.
The best jungler in the EU, okay?
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing to see his progress, honestly, and something we've been talking about is the fact that G2 players, when they're on the same page, they look insane, they look unbeatable. And here, from Skumon, from the tools that they had in draft, for me, this is peak G2 that I want to see working together like this.
Yeah, absolutely. It kind of just reminds me of watching Olding Inspired here in Europe as well, where I just see a team say, we are just playing for this guy right now, but it's also the versatility that he can do different things. But in this game specifically, the fact that Caps is moving him, we're invading jungle camps, the laners are moving for him, we're invading jungle camps and finding picks. They're just so good at making sure that he looks good too.
One minds, G2 here
Absolutely.
in this game. And they kept it rolling, and I feel like with this draft, it was kind of difficult for KC to come back as well. What did you think of their approach and how G2 responded? Because for me, it's the perfect draft to be synced up and all on the same page.
It is, yeah, because KC really drafted his high dive comp, but I think the pick by Caps was so clever. The Galio, like even though you don't have that ball delivery with the Galio, they still all were gonna come into him. So I feel like when they fell behind, it was really hard for them to make comeback plays just because whoever they went on was getting a Galio ult and every boy was just going on to them and defending the guy.
Kesha, we were talking about Madrid. We want to forget about this. Even BB said we don't want to talk about Madrid.
Yeah, I don't remember anything.
The past is in the past. And honestly, for me, they made everyone forget about what happened in Madrid. Something we've been talking about is the fact that G2, when you look at these players, when you look at the experience, stage has to be their playground. Do you feel like it is prime G2 on stage right now, shining like
I
this?
mean, I was nervous before this game, but I'm gonna be real, like, we're back.
Yeah?
Like, this is prime G2 right there. The only thing these boys lacked was confidence and like teamwork, right?
And I see, you talk about confidence, I see the confidence of this man on the top lane. The whole arena is against him. He's like, I can't hear you guys. And actually, he couldn't hear them, given how locked in he was in the game.
Yeah, and it also blinded his Jax, which he has been so good on. And I want to see him keep picking these champions where he has an impact in their team fights. I keep saying this, but I feel like this guy, sure, Kana is the best laner in the league, but I actually think when it comes to team fighting, I still have BB on that pedestal, thinking he's the best team fighter.
Yeah, and in the same vein, I think Vladdy got punished again, or not again, but for the first time really after he started picking these Sylas, these Akalis. He blind picked the Sylas this time around, saw it get punished with a Galio. He never really got ahead the same way that he actually wanted, and I think that he wasn't set up for success the same way he was earlier when Casey was having their success list himself.
Not to blame one player or anything, but for me, we have to look at the 2v2 mid-jungle here and the fact that JB, we talked about Yike and what he can make happen if he's set up the right way in the early game, enhancing his laners. I feel like here, it was never really his game. He did managed to come back, and yeah, it started from this 2v2, it feels.
I mean, it's one of those things where as soon as a Vi falls behind like this, it just turns kind of useless, especially when it's the enemy jungler that's getting ahead. It kind of reminded me of watching that Vi at first stand again here for Yike, but it's something that he can easily bounce back from. I think this is a game where you just realize we got so outperformed in the early game that we had an issue stabilizing. Going into the next game, it's still an even playing field for KC.
Kesha, we have been attributing aura points to players so far. French-speaking players, actually, so Skumon, Hansama are one of them at G2. We wanted to give some aura points to Skumon. Do you think that's fair?
I mean, he's him, right? 10 out of 10. Every aura point in the world to Skumon. He ran the show
it's
today.
Funny, when you look at Skumon, because he was hired on the potential that he could bring to the team, do you feel like he's shining at his full potential right now? What do you rate his success?
The players individually, like in a vacuum, every player is a superstar, I'd say. These players just need time to develop with each other and create the team that the old G2 was. Like, you can't just learn overnight being a team of experience with 2 years together, you know?
Yeah. And that's the thing, right? It's not even just the old G2. It's literally just what is the new G2 actually going to look like when you're now incorporating new players. Laprov was used to a system at BDS. Skuma was used to a system in BDS Academy. You're throwing in some pivotal roster moves here where support and jungle really dictates most of the game. So if everyone coming in with different ideas and you're not really on the same page, it's not going to look good. But I think from this weekend, they've really set a good foundation moving into playoff as well and also the rest of the series.
I mean, it's been G2 on this desk, but I also want to bring us back to reality. This is still KC we're talking about. I still think they are the best team in the league.
Be careful
and
when you say that here.
I believe that they can come back, and I think they can really show why they beat G2 in the final if they get better drafts going in their way.
Okay, sure, man. What do you say, man?
What do you think about the second game then? Tell me, what are we looking at?
2-0. We're looking at 2-0 here. We're looking at we're looking at a Vladdy that's lost all confidence. Okay.
Oh my God.
He knows what just happened to him. He got done in. Caps. I mean, a lot of this game went just from that Caps E, the Galio E on the Vi gank, right?
Yeah.
He always dies to the early ganks recently. He's always inting, but just one different outplay like that, and the game is turned for Caps.
It's fearless, so not the same champions available, but maybe we can reciprocate the same tools. What do we want to see here? Maybe on the side of G2 and then KC to come back.
I think it's so hard because teams have been put in a position where they can't really pick up the same groups or combos that you used to. Like we used to see since Tower, Sia gets banned as soon as Yone's not there. And these are some things that we're going to see banned as well. I don't think Yone's going to make it through. So maybe you're just looking at champions like Talia with setup, Pantheon still available, contested pick for these two junglers. I'm looking at that skirmishing power specifically from the mid-jungle duos. I think that's what decides this game.
And I love that you mentioned the Talia because I feel like whoever picks Talia in this game is going to have an easier time with the jungle. The Pantheon still being available. Those are the two picks that I'm looking at in the draft to be picked early game and early in the draft, I mean to say. And I really want to see Casey give Yike more tools because I feel like this game he was playing Vi, but all his lanes were kind of losing. Nars getting pushed in early, Salas is getting pushed in early, and the bot lane was also getting pushed in early. I feel like he really had to make those early ganks work, and that's not an easy task to do always against a team like G2.
Back on nature and tree duty maybe for Yike here. It's been a while, honestly. We'll see about this. Kesha, what do you want to see from your boys in the second game? You know what? I've been asking Skumon over and over and over again. I know that he's been practicing it. I know that he wants to play.
I can't say anything, okay? But it's coming.
All right, it's coming.
Okay, you said it, but yeah.
Kesha, I want to give you the final thoughts. This is your camera. You're the best G2 fan here in the arena. I want you to give us hope. I want you to explain to us why G2 and their fans are going to turn this arena in a library after the second game.
This final game is it. We're not looking at a 2-1 win here. That's not a win for us. 2-0 is happening. And we have the crowd behind us, we have the fans, we have the players, we're confident, everyone is locked in, I'm locked in, the fans are locked in. Like, we're doing this, okay? We're winning this. And the KC fans, they're gonna walk out here silent. And I'm gonna look at them and I'm gonna be laughing at them. That's what's gonna happen! Yeah! I believe in my boys, I believe in everyone. Let's go. Let's do this. Good?
Hell yeah, Kesha. All right, brother. Well, let's hope for your case you're right. Otherwise, we're going to turn this into a discotheque for game number 3. Myself and Dagda are going to walk you into this second one. And with Kesha's guidance, let's see if G2 have that special something, you know, that spice to go into game 2.
I mean, do G2 need it? Like, honestly, that last game was just clean and calculated, right? Like, there was no real surprises coming through. It just kind of felt like they read the draft well. Sure, maybe the Galio was the only thing you can really point at, but it was kind of set up with KC by picking that blind Silas. So we'll have to see what the response is going to be more from the KC side of things, because it didn't look like they really understood what they wanted to achieve, at least from the draft, because it felt like they kind of cornered themselves in it.
Do you get around this music as well? Do you hear it? I was saying before tonight, Mira, it sounds like Halo music. Like it sounds like Halo 2, you know, you're the Arbiter.
There's that one that's like, oh, I can't think of the lyrics now because I was just talking about songs before this. But it's the one with like going to the left or whatever it is.
I need help with that.
Yeah, no, I need help in general, to be honest. But yeah, go for
We just want to make the world
It's the one that plays during our break song.
Prize tag. Ain't about the ba-blang,
We're going to
ba-blang.
get done for. We're going to get done for. We can't.
Sorry, copyright.
Poetry. Power outage yesterday. Jake takes us out today.
Yo, the Twitch and YouTube stream, we're sorry about that. All right, we'll go on to pick band. I'm pretty sure there's a Kesha song. I don't know, but it just seemed relevant. Malachi, Misfortune, you guys can see pictures. You know what the champions are. It looks like, again, we're just getting rid of these super big powerhouses in the solo lanes, and especially facilitating junglers for G2.
Yeah, I think the lack of a Varus is definitely going to help out KC, because it felt like they just didn't really have an answer for Labrov, kind of using that as his pivot point to move out onto the map and just make things very, very difficult for KC. So I think just having some sort of AD carry with push is going to be kind of important for them. Really something that can contest Hansama on the mid wave. And I like that they're getting rid of the Misfortune, because that's kind of the other pick that is very strong at the moment of controlling that mid matchup when it gets to that mid game point. Other thing, maybe Ashe, but we'll have to see if that's going to be our higher priority here or whether it gets left to the wayside.
As Talia is the one thing that was banned last game that KC are just going to snag up immediately. And you're missing some good jungle pairings. Pantheon banned away by KC. So it feels like, again, priority needs to be on something that hits hard, like Nefiri maybe, for Yike this game. Could be a thought.
Yeah, I'm curious. Like, Sejuani is available, but I don't think you want to go for like the melee mid to try and enable the Sejuani as much. So, and Maokai gone. Yeah, I think it's... Maybe you are just looking for something a little bit funky. Maybe like something like the... I mean, yeah, like Wukong is still unavailable, but... Yeah, I think you just take the AD carry here if, like an Ezreal or something, if you really want to here for Hansama.
Hansama's Ezreal has been a cornerstone of his career, but also Hansama feels like probably the most consistent one of G2 throughout this split. One of the best building blocks, you could say. Yeah. So let's just hold and find out if that AD carry is going to be locked in, or if they get Labrov early. Caitlyn? Oh, okay. Instead of the Ezreal, nah, screw that. They're going for the lane down there.
Yeah, we really want to try and get that push. And again, this is kind of what we're talking about, is having control over that push is just hyper important for AD carries at the moment. So not fully surprised to see it. Now, do you just respond with the Ashe pick, though? Because Ashe has kind of been the old school counter to the Caitlyn, where you end up matching the range and you can then use the W to outrange and outpush the Caitlyn in the lane. But I have to say that's going to be answers. There's your doggo for you, Hysterics.
I do like dogs, but I think dogs like AP solo laners. Gwen's also something that's been mega, but we're going to ignore that. The Ezreal gets picked up anyway, adds a bit of range into this lane. Now, Dagda, the only question for you is, like, do we just lock in a jungle here to match? Do we get early support for the 2v2 that is such an important lane? Do you not care? I mean, I have a lot of questions for G2.
Yeah, I think... Well, the problem that I see here for the Nefiri is, like, you have a losing mid push and you have the losing Ezreal push as well. And the problem... Okay, so I do like this as basically a preemptive here.
Yep.
Because essentially you need some sort of engage tool coming through for KC here.
True.
Has to be coming from the support role, because you know that you kind of want to be a bit more flexible from Kana, and unless you just want to slam, even at, well, Sion's engage isn't great, maybe you're going for an Ornn or something to the top side, it's not ideal. So preemptively taking the Braum here is saying, okay, cool, we are fine with just having the Braum to deny you that engage on your bottom side of the map. We also have a ton of range already in our team, so when we get to these fights, we already outrange you. So we can kind of go for a soft engage and even look towards, I'm going to say engage from our junglers. Now, Wukong taken away, maybe you look towards a Sejuani takeaway as well, but even something like an Ivern can still provide that kind of non-committal engage that could work for them. Or, in this situation, even just taking the Ornn in the top side for a Broken Blade is actually fine, because you have the Braum, which takes away the answer for even an Ornn on that side.
True, actually. Very good point. I'll stiff my head through that. This Karma gets taken for a pairing for bot. But as you said, the power that Talia normally has is with like a Xin Zhao or a Pantheon, you have lockdown, immediate W, it's always going to connect. You have guaranteed flick back for Talia. This with the pairing is going to be very different. As we know, Neferi has damage, but she doesn't really have the lockdown. So Warwick's taken away from Broken Blade. I guess I see the angle there as we're going to see. Again, you mentioned Ornn. That could be part of the engage tool.
Yeah, it does. The Warwick ban means it's probably going to be an Ambessa pick for Kana, is what he's at least eyeing up and saying, I want to try and get that as a pseudo engage tool, and then we'll have to see what the bot lane is going to be as well. But at least you're providing good DPS from the top side and some sort of engage. But maybe the Ornn is just comfortable enough to try and survive that matchup. As Lilia, okay, not what I expected. I thought you'd have some sort of well, I suppose Lilia can be pseudo engage, but something a bit more on the engage side coming through from the jungle. But this says to me they're probably just looking at an engaged top laner for Broken Blade.
Yep. Things like Sign have been popular recently as well. Let's just see what the final pick is, because for KC, while they sit on this Draven, an ode to both AD carries to just think about what's coming next. I want to see how they ramp this up. They need engage, as you were saying, in support.
So it's going to be the Alistar. Now, I think it's the Ambessa just because of the Warwick ban, but we'll have to see if that is going to be the case, as maybe not. Just go for the Gwen instead. Okay.
Ornn would be a massacre, though. I mean, also, running Gwen into Ornn. Why did the Gwen person go to Paris? Stop screaming! We see her all the time. How did she get there? She flew. She flew. She got a plane. She flew.
We're the constant. You can train, you can drive.
Okay, she drove, whatever. We get it every game. Why did the screen... Okay, what's it going to be? The Shen?
Oh.
Wait, there's someone screaming for Shen as well. And with Lilia, you do have some kind of submarine, but it's just visible.
So, this is a bit of a weird... so on G2 side, you don't really have the engage, because you're kind of relying on Braum kind of engaging, or Lilia getting some sort of bowling ball into sleep, or Shen with a taunt flash. So your setup isn't ideal, but you do just outrange on the opposite side. And as long as you're able to keep Alistar out at arm's length, there's not really great engage on KC's side either. So in this kind of position, I think you're relatively okay as G2 to just abuse the range advantage that you have. And you don't really have a huge amount of pushing mid or pushing bot side as KC to try and snowball the game into that lead position where you can try and hide in bushes or look for picks. So I like what G2 are bringing to the table. I think a huge amount of this matchup is going to now depend on Kana to just try and get some massive lead in the top side and be that nuisance to try and draw G2 into a position that is unfavorable. But at least with Shen having the Spirit's Refuge, it makes it very difficult to get value out of your auto attacks at Gwen, which is where a lot of that comes from. So I think overall it's kind of just a good read from G2 on the draft again.
I think you're right, because I look at KC's comp in isolation, I'm like, oh, this is nice, well-rounded. Okay, there's only one engage tool, but there's good flick back. Again, there's decent scaling, but you're right. Because of the range of G2, now I'm thinking, hang on a minute, you got to run into that comp. We can talk more about it as we get into game, because, ladies and gentlemen, KC G2 hopefully hasn't hit its peak just yet. G2 on match point, ready to move to 6-3. They're already locked into the top 4, and I believe Dagda getting into this one. G2 are on their revenge arc from Winter, and I know they feel it. I know they've got to feel it here after Winter was a disappointment with KC 3-0ing their ass in very successful fashion.
Maybe we've just been looking at G2 all wrong. Maybe they're actually that mobile ad that you keep seeing where they were at the very top and then they got knocked down and they had to start at level 1, and then they picked up the sword that put them to level 6 by beating certain people. And now if they beat KC, they absorb their power and just become all dominant with the really weird
right, okay.
Maybe that's what happens, you know?
Now, for those wondering, I mean, G2 do have a head-to-head against Heretics. And Movistar Koi, the same. So success in this split, really defining on this game. Now, we're talking a lot about it in the last game. I'm kind of excited by drafters. Hang on.
Bladen Bates?
Do not walk into the bush. Ale. Skumond. Bring out the flute. Yak's going to see it. Oh, it's a pincer. G2 are walking into a trap. It's a trap. Get the fish head out. Hansama bopped around up against the wall, but he's healed up Targamas. Maybe that bop wasn't very good, actually. Skumond is starting on the red buff, but he just wants to move his speed from passive. Labrov has flash, gets out, but a low health bot lane. Good start still from KC.
Good collapse from KC. So high-putting Hansama ends up popping the ghost, so he's able to run away very, very quickly. But the fact that essentially what G2 were trying to do was invade on bot side to split the map to guarantee push for Hansama and Lebrov so they can play hyper-aggressive, knowing that Yike was going to be on the top side of the map. Now, though, they're down summoner spells, down a flash, and Yike could be bloody anywhere.
True.
So for G2, this is backfired quite a bit, although at least Hansama already getting some good damage on Kalist. But I want to keep my eyes on what Yike does. Does he try to punish Lebrov on this bottom side of the map as this wave pushes in?
But look at where Skumond is. If he does, I mean, Hansama will have no support. So Skumond pathing upwards now. He'll be on a ward around Raptor Camp. You can see that KC, if you guys really squint hard, have dropped a ward around the Razorbeaks, which now expires, knowing that, again, this jungler's starting bot.
But Yike also went around that ward that was in his bush by Raptors, so walked the entire way around. Now, you can kind of infer information, basically saying, look, he went from Raptors down to his bot side, so we know he has to be on the bottom side, but with that ward there, you're like, okay, there's no world that, in theory, Yike should still be in the bottom lane, so... But still, it's done the job of just getting Hansama in range.
He took a tower shot. It's a solo kill. While I'm playing with circles, Broken Blade's playing with swords.
The taunt underneath the tower. Kana not respecting it. He was just barely on range, and this should not happen. There's no world where Shen should be getting solo kills.
Maybe Kana's too young to understand. Shen's too old of a champion, Dagda, and the amount of mistakes I've seen in any competitive game with Shen. Sometimes it's hilarious, sometimes it's brutal. But the kill going to Broken Blade is first blood on the board.
Man, Ionian map, Ionian champions are broken. I don't know what's happening, but still, really, really great job by Broken Blade. And it does set things up nicely where you can try and get accelerated towards, like, well, I thought he'd go for the early no magic mantle to try and help out, but Ruby Crystal going to do a very similar job of just helping him stay alive in this matchup and make things difficult for Kana.
Well, 2 wards in place. Note that Yike has just dropped another ward around Razorbeak. Skumon going to invade, probably do the same thing. It's a shove. Cap's in trouble here. Yike has found him. Good sidestep. Gravity field down as well. Yike can't jump on him. Really well played from Caps, because Blighty wanted that burst with Yike by his side.
Second time we've seen this kind of gank timer from Yike towards mid lane, but Caps is prepared for it. Same with Skumon.
Got him. Enhanced Q going to come through as well. The field is down, but Broken Blade is actually getting traded back well this time by Kana. Some snips out as another grass stack rather wanted. Q comes through Kana, but Broken Blade can't get in range.
No, just got to take it easy. So the you do get a lot of max HP damage, but whenever off of your Q as the Shen, but whenever you miss your taunt, the trade back from Kana can be so bad because the taunt reduces obviously a lot of the damage, or at least gives you damage reduction for a certain period, so it makes things a little bit easier on the trade, but missing it, you can see how effectively Kana can come back, but Kana is starting to run a little bit out of mana, whereas Broken Blade on an energy champion, making things a little bit easier.
Just do this, and he gets the magic damage, weaving it through a champion as well. Kana, he can't walk up to the Key Assault or whatever it's called, you know. I've got Shadow Dash, I've got Stand United.
Spirit's Refuge?
Is that the Q?
That's the, Q is Key Strike, I think.
Key Strike, yeah. Let's just call it.
Is it?
I believe you. You know, the problem is, I looked the other day, but it's something as a caster that sometimes you're just like, you know, I'm just going to call it Key Assault. And that will do it from me. Good shove here from Bloody. What is it?
It's Key Barriers, the passive. It's
Twilight Assault.
Yeah.
Because I know Shadow Dash. Spirit's Refuge is W, isn't it?
Yeah.
And Stand United is Skumon. I believe gets a smite there. No, thumbs are up from Yike. We were very busy looking at champion abilities there, but Yike does have a small lead, which, again, is pushing him ahead in the XP bar.
Yeah, I think at this stage,
Everybody.
Go again?
Oh, the wall's out. Caps popped on the right side of it, but no, he's stunned up. W hits, gravity field down again. Yike just can't jump in. And as well, with the ulti popped out, Broken Blade's now here. The damage onto Yike is just flat HP and outrageous. Cap survives again, but Broken Blade now without an ulti for about 3 minutes.
I think Yike kind of got lucky that the laser from Caps went towards Vladdy, because with the ultimate from Caps and that laser, I think that was a dead puppy. So very, very close to going down. And good response from Broken Blade. As you say, again, Caps the focus from KC, but it's netting nothing.
Caps just having a much better day, but in this game, it does feel like his team is helping him get through the worst parts of it. I thought before Dagda, the French crowd was singing, shut, everybody! Now we're back to this one. It has been nice, you know. hearing the crowd out a bit. I don't know what they're shouting, guys. I don't speak French. I didn't speak Spanish as well. I'll be honest, I barely speak any German. So if we had a German crowd, I'd be saying the same thing.
And depending on her accent, people say we don't speak English.
Yeah, that's right. We've got no languages. How do you want to understand this? Now, a quick revisit while we're getting massive list. Jumping in, it's because Targamas is here. Hans Summer willing to get the damage down and does so politely as he's also got lethal tempo up and available. I was going to say, Dagger, the way this game started, Hans Summer and Labrov are still in a decent spot in this bottom lane. As you'd expect, I guess, from Caitlyn.
Well, it's... At least, yeah, they are still in a decent spot. Like, the CS is even, but it's the fact that you haven't gotten the advantage that you really wanted. Because realistically, Braum shuts down everything that Alistar wants to do. Alistar goes in, you throw up the Unbreakable, no real trade comes back, right? And it's the kind of early levels where you can start to get that push and really start to cement a CS lead, but the CS lead hasn't really been there. They haven't managed to crack any of the turret platings either. So the fact you're kind of okay in surviving as Calista in this matchup is fine, because eventually this Caitlyn is going to hit that mid-game trough where she just isn't as valuable as this Ezreal, who's going to spike off of that 1.5 to 2 items. So I think that's where KC at least can try and come alive, but we'll have to see as it starts to go on, because at the moment, a lot of trading back and forth, but nothing really solidifying itself as a major lead. Sure, you got the kill in that top side for Broken Blade, but you can see off the CS, off that TP down, it's not exactly netting a huge amount. And now, with Void Grubs up and available, KC in a position to try and contest from that, as kind of TP's back into top.
I don't know if Yike stole it again, but he's just in the way, always around those Raptors, those constant wards. As with that, as well, his movement leads him right to Grubs, teleport up, Kana now in position 2, and because Broken Blade's backing, even with ulti, even with teleport, G2 are at least going to lose 1, but let's see. They want to contest Dagger, and I'm wondering, can they do this?
Kalista's boss. It's 5 G2 members up here.
I guess so. Targamas puts up the wall, though. Labrov sits in nicely, and only the Cal sits with fences. He flashes away. Now, 2 Grubs. That's an option for G2, but KC aren't giving this up yet. Yike wants to contest. And just walk away. So G2 with 2 Grubs. Nice contest as shove goes well, but Caps are still fine.
Yeah, as soon as they see Hans Sama has teetered up to top lane, they're just like, nope, we want nothing to do with this. Leave Kalista down on the bottom side, he'd be able to get some damage on towards the bottom side. At least you steal away 1, but it's not the end of the world. True. Flash on Targamas is a little annoying, especially as you do have that dragon in 2 minutes, and if KC want to commit to that, having Flash on Targamas is pretty crucial for that engage that we were talking about. So I think a lot of this game is going to be us keeping track on Targamas' Flash for key objectives.
Well, you know what I'm going to be keeping an eye on? That 3-minute Shenol. Because every time that's down, it does feel like, again, there's a huge window. One of the longest cooldowns in the game, I think Yorick's Maiden is also one of them. Divine Judgment, fun fact, Kale level 1, like level 6. That's also mega long. Fun fact also, there's a place in Australia called Megalong Valley.
No way.
There is. It's crazy. It's called Megalong Valley. And people just call it like Megalong. And I'm like, yo, you guys realize that someone just went mega and long. And it's a big valley. So someone obviously very funny. Long, yeah. In like the 1700s, someone thought they were really funny. Now, I bring this up because this early game is a little bit slow. And I don't like slow things, which is why I've never liked my own brain. But, you know, you kind of get used to it after the years.
I don't think anyone has ever listened to you speak and thought that this man's brain goes slow.
Well, I mean, it's not going that fast right now. We could go faster. I'll tell you what, Eminem had a fast brain, or still does, actually. Broken Blade, shift away. Shadow Dash, nice, but only under turret. For now, everything's neutralized. Top lane has become top lane, and we're just waiting for the next dragon. 45 seconds to go as Kalista's just running into Hans Summer, feeling very confident. As you said, no lane that Hans Summer really walks away with a big game this game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it's just, again, the fact that Caitlyn can contest mid-wave is why she still has a use. Right. It's more fights where she's just not going to be able to DPS as heavily. Kalista's still a ways off of getting that Triforce completed, so you still have a little bit of time. But the fact he's got this 400 lead off of some of the turret plates that he's been able to pick up has been nice. But I still think it's kind of just waiting to blow open with 10 seconds until Dragon, though. It looks like KC just going to forego that and try and make sure they kind of can push in this top side as the rest of G2 move over towards the Dragon.
Shen is very hard to dive, but the good thing about Neferi, she has a no-go button as Bloody gets some damage down on Caps, but it means nothing. Dragon's going to go down. G2 going to make it 2. Targamas spots this out. Yike is running down, but again, this will just be taken. Targamas going to pop his head in and say hello. And the second Dragon, G2 now have another condition as Yike spotted out. Lebrov gets in the way, and Krug's just going to be taken.
Yeah, Lebrov more up here just to make sure there's no dive that could potentially go into Broken Blade, because you could have had Kalist and Targamas move into this top side, but still, Broken Blade on reset means Kana at least will get some turret plates and start to open up that lead. You can see there, 550 gold now, just as he gets off the back of it, but I still don't think he's kind of big enough to really be a threat. Sorry, he's in a decent spot, but I don't think it's like going to be game-breaking for him in the position that he's in, that G2 can't just continue to play with the range advantage that they have.
Just definitely doing that for now, though. Fighting's going to end in a minute and a half, and everyone, as you're chilling out, just remember, I've got stories. And one of them is the historics of G2 and KC. Now, it hasn't been a long history. You wouldn't say it's been mega long, but it's definitely been there as the past couple of years as KC came in last year.
Well, the thing is, it's the story of when these wins went towards G2, because when you look at last year, it was dominated by G2.
Yep.
But then when you look at it coming into 2025, you know, first time they met in winter belonged to KC. Then the first round of playoffs that they faced off against each other, G2 win, but hang on.
And Vladdy creates his own story though. Chaos Storm down. Caps might be out though because KC have brought up the cavalry and Ignite down. He's getting a stand united though. In comes the Shen. The global submarine peeks its head. A shove back, but Skumon's here, putting everyone to bed. Great ulti from Lebrov as well as it's a double. Now KC are in trouble. G2 have come alive, and that pick, that setup was absolutely brilliant.
The young lads at KC haven't played against the Shen, and you can kind of see it. The fact that you end up constantly going for these plays, having that stand united on that timer sets up perfectly. Yike going invulnerable to deny the taunt from Broken Blade, with the Spirit's Refuge coming in to deny it back. But again, like, you're going for plays consistently away or in positions where Shen can follow, but now Kalist.
Boy, almost getting swell seeded. Skumon doesn't have flash available, but Blue Smite comes in. Caitlyn ulti, ace in the hole, and Kalist running out only. Just Kana's now here. Skumon caught out his flash again. Burnt before. Good knockup from Targamas. Pulverized into the wall and snipped down by the Seamstress. Kalist picks up the kill while Kana is getting free hit by Hansama, who's stacked up lethal tempo. Kalist jumps in! What balls on this kid! Onto Lebrov, the ulti block, but there's the Weaver's Wall. Vladdy will seal the deal surely. Lebrov has flushed away. Kalist somehow, some way, that 18-year-old came to play.
Kalist styling on Hansama. I just thought the play was done. I was like, okay, KC gonna back away. Kana's come in, ruined all the fun. And then Kalist just pops off, and with Rift Herald up and available as well. I think KC should be in a position to go for this. Kalist just opens on mid first, right? So that play, huge turn for KC.
2 kills now, 1,700 gold lead. Dagger, we're going to run through this again because Skumon tries to set up for the kill on this guy.
Yeah, and you can see here, it's the fact that Kana comes out of the bush means the Skumon has to run away. Targamas then, Flash, ult, are getting that pulverized combo onto Skumon. And here I was like, okay, it's completely over. But Kalist going for it. So the fact that he ends up landing the Essence Flux, then he gets the E4, so you get the automatic refund off of that, the E shift forward, and then you're able to flash away from Hansama to get the Q. Really well played by Kalist.
Insane. Lebrov only survives because he has to flash out from Vladdy with the Weaver's Wall at the end, and because Kalist couldn't get his ulti damage through that shield. But Kalist is now the carrying force, and I feel like this split, we haven't talked about Kalist as much because again, there have been more inconsistencies with bot. We have, again, focused on Kana, on Yike, on Vladdy a lot, considering I think the meta also helps us with that. But Kalist, it's a game to talk about him again, as he is the full gold lead of KC running into this game too.
And this is what we were talking about for KC, is that it kind of felt like it was this 2-item for Kalist, where he could come alive, where he could actually end up winning out of the matchup. And it's given a little bit of hope for KC, because the fact that mid lane turret's down now gives them the control they need to get vision into G2 side of the jungle. And now they can look for picks. Now they can fight G2 as they start to contest things like the Mountain Dragon in 30 seconds. Now, not a lot of vision down at the moment, which is a little bit of a knock against KC. I think they do need to kind of fish for plays as G2 are trying to get into River. Because if G2 are just able to use the range of caps the poke from Hans Sama, set up a line of traps, that's where it's going to get difficult for him.
That Sam's going to push out. Dragon in 10 seconds. Kalisz now returns, almost tier, moving into a Manamune in hand. He's level 11, so he's got level 2 of that ulti as G2 are moving up top, Daggy.
So G2 just saying, look, we don't really want to try and face check into the KC. This is how KC are at their strongest, so let's instead go for take jungle camps on top side, let's take the top turret, and just let KC have control of the bottom side. It does leave Broken Blade very vulnerable, though, as he tries to deal with the Rift Herald.
Kana's going to ulti straight away, though. The Herald gets the charge, a turret dead, he shadow dashes over the wall, but KC have brought everyone yet again. He's not going to be able to escape this. Yes, he gets the Herald, but Kana with his first kill of this game, and with the Dragon stacking denied, KC are showing a light in this series for the first time.
A bit of a mistake from Broken Blade. KC were going for that bot side play. We just talked about the trade that G2 were trying to do, but giving the kill, Dragon, and now matching towers gives KC a nice little swing in the gold. Looking at the tier 2 now as Caps is still on the top side, but I think this might be a bit of an overextension if they go for it.
Wave is gone, half HP on the inner turret. Kalisz has got mid though. Look at this, inside track with the Weaver's Wall as well. Nicely done. The wall doesn't go completely because Labrov has the shield out, as Kalisz though will still have this with an Essence Flux. Inner turret mid. This kid is going to carry.
I think it's just well played by KC. Broken Blade overstays, they punish the mistake, now they're taking over on that bottom side, and you can start to rinse and repeat this, move around for the top side turret, get that gold, and now the tier 2 and mid being down just again opens up like so much more control on the map. So wait a second,
Skewmon, yeah, he was going for Scuttle, but he's found out by Yike. Jungle's in the 1v1, ulti push out, but Broken Blade is there. Flushed away from Yike. He's too doggy. He just really wanted to go in, but Yike now has no flash.
Was a little nervous about Broken Blade immediately getting the taunt and the turnaround buzz. Broken Blade on this top side. Sorry, I was watching Targamas and wasn't sure how crazy they wanted to go here, but looks like they're just going to try and push him back.
We saw Needlework come out. This is in the picture-in-picture. I think this is happening live, actually. Yep. Caps gets poked out. His flash maintained, but Needlework used by Kana, while again KC want this low health top turret. They're just not going to find it yet.
Yeah, they're kind of just missing the timing windows here. It's going to be after you get this push from Ezreal in the mid wave that you can actually look for this play on top off of this wave that Bloody is just escorting in here now. So that's why Broken Blade trying to play up to keep it at bay, but Targamas catches him.
He does find him, shoved back. It turns from laughing into some serious play that Broken Blade can't escape from. He's flashing away, he's ignited still. The poke, he's trying to weave. Targamas still going for the dive. Turret's helping out now a bit though. Targamas shielded up with Kalisz here too. It's a kill. Nothing happens on the other side of the map. Kalisz gets his third kill, and resilience is rewarded from KC.
Patience from KC rewarded. You end up seeing Kalisz stay on that mid wave as Hans Sama move top to try and answer for the play. KC don't go for the dive initially, and that opens up Kalisz to push in mid wave, and then he can transition to the top side. So there's always that numbers advantage for KC, and G2 forced to give towers. Broken Blade falling once more. KC controlling this game well off of that mid lane.
And snowball has begun. The crowd's gotten louder. 3.5k, 20 minutes. Dragons up in 220. Atakan sits. That's a good boy. Again, don't know what Atakan is, but just this demon thing.
He's a demon soul of Sal, or whatever his name is. The guy from the Demon Hand.
Salazar from Resident Evil.
Yes.
Oh my god. It's the thing in the sewers. I know what Atakan is now as Labrov face checking Targamas. Hang on, a Weaver's Wall comes in. With Discovery brings life, but with now knowing that Atakan is Salazar's right-hand man, you know, that thing that goes under the sewers and you have to fight it 1v1. No wonder it's so strong. KC know that, they want it. As another pick comes through, good shove out. Targamas sets it up. Kalisz sends his ulti, but it's blocked by Labrov. Targamas sat on a trap. Break your mama's back. But he got hit by a Caitlyn auto. But are they really going to start this up? Targamas still so low.
Targamas is very low, has the Unbreakable Will, but needs to get a good engage off if they want to try and set up. KC trying to play in these choke points as G2 contest.
Ulti out, Kana wants to find Labrov, so there's no engage. Targamas getting poked out. The meanwhile, both supports in danger zone. Hans Sama got run up to. Kalisz found the needlework. KC healthy enough with the E3 core, but Atakan is going to reset. Caps now on an angle as Kalisz is a new target. He arcane shifts over the wall. Broken Blade doesn't have his ulti. There's no defensive shield. KC going to try this one more time, but there's an engage. Ace in the hole. Bloody block. It goes to Kalist. He arcane shift forward again, but poked out by Cabs. Surely there's not going to be a third time.
Well, there you can see G2 using their range. KC can't go for the engage because Targamas was so low he had to reset. So you're just trying to poke back, but with the shields that are coming through, the heals that are coming, the shields and the Unbreakable from Labrov, just being the shield being able to pop up and take some damage. Even Broken Blade having the shields where he can kind of tank up a huge amount. It makes it very, very difficult for KC to really win out in that game of attrition.
Even though the gold is still swinging in KC's favor, you're right, the range is just getting more and more obvious, isn't it? Hunt some of the more items too, the harder it will be if Kalist arcane shift forward like that. He can get punished, Dagger, if he doesn't find his target. KC moving back into position, third time's the charm. They're going to start this off again. Easy with the Nefiri. The dogs to help tank up a little bit as KC started off. Dragon spawns at the same time.
Is in a much better position though and has the flash, so G2 trying to turn on him.
He's going to get poked out though. I mean, Skewmon, he gets zoned off. 6k, it's now at half HP. This is a very serious threat as Labrov tanking up yet again. Artikan doing some good damage. Kalist over the wall. He's firing away again. They need to work out. Flash away from Kana. It's a messy fight, but G2 are now isolated against the wall to get the Artikan down. That's what they're focusing on. KC wants the objective. Skewmon over the wall. Can't get in. Artikan down. They pursue. They adapt, and KC hit it for the third time and secure.
G2 are TPing to mid though. Caps is on the way.
Being slowed down though because Skewmon got caught out. Flick back. Targamas found a good pick. Dragon's going to go down with it as well. Broken Blade running for his life. That TP would be good, but again, KC are fighting so much. Yike just wants to keep going forward. Hansama now nearby. Yike doesn't care. He'll keep threading in between this choke point, and G2 gets smited away from their own walls. KC, again, taking everything from the map.
KC are just playing bouncer. They just want to deny G2 access to the spot tier 2, and they managed to take it. Again, Targamas' flash coming in clutch to get the pick on Skewmon, which sets up KC. And G2 trying desperately to contest, but KC having so much control on the map makes it difficult to break the bunker they're setting up in River.
Almost a 6k gold lead. Like, look at these solo lanes. I mean, only one of them, obviously. Kana, almost a 3k gold lead on this Gwen, but Kalist is still maintaining his. Infinity Edge picked up a Hansama, but meanwhile, you've just got a third. Serelda's Grudge. Kalist just finished it. A full item advantage here at 24 minutes into the game, and those double Mountain Dragons being denied away from the Shen, from the Brom. That's got to feel good for KC.
KC in a very good spot. As long as they can play this game out and patient, they should be able to, again, set up vision control, play for G2 to try and contest them with some of these objectives, and look to just burn them out of the game slowly. Now, Baron is going to be up relatively shortly. KC do take it very quick with Kana and also with the amount of damage that Kalist has at the moment, but I still think it's more playing for these moments as G2 try to contest in towards River. You can see there, like, as they're over at Artikan, as they're trying to move in towards the tri-brush, it's just Targamas playing bouncer, like here, where if you end up getting too close to him, he can very quickly find the engage.
Good blast cone usage. Ward's going to be cleared out. KC thinking about how they can lure G2 in to this Baron. But for now, they don't start it off. A ward over the back of the pit, scouting out. Lulling about for now. KC actually starting it. Reset came through. Look where Labrov went, Dagda.
Broken Blade has that ultimate now open available though. They're trying to play for TP. Targamas though on a ward, trying to use that Hex Flash to be that engage tool.
Hansum's going to ulti. Targamas uses Locket. That's now down, but he has his Unbreakable Will over the wall. Kana's zoning out. Skewmon has his flash available, but they're all jumping over the wall. KC have pulled off the Baron. Hansama has the range. Dagda, you've talked about it over and over again. G2 trying to abuse that set advantage. Look at bot as well. Broken Blade's getting his own turret, while Baron attempt number 2 is going to start off, but Yikes at half HP. KC are draining their health bars. It's a win for G2 to delay the game.
The game of chicken is won by G2. Broken Blade does not hit the button, and now Labrov.
Labrov.
Oh, spots the mouse. KC, you can see, play for Baron, draw G2 in, look for the pick. Doesn't happen, but always still thinking of us.
He walks in this time. Labrov's got help. Vladdy, he's going to be sought out. Labrov doesn't have flash to pull on that engage. Skewmon's passive, he has movement speed. He can run up to someone, but not going to do a thing. KC, we go back and we reset. 2 minutes till Dragon. Baron still up.
But this is where for G2, like, you try and punish the fact that there are essentially an extra teleport on your top lane. You try and play for something on the opposite side of the map towards Broken Blade, get the TP from Kana, and then back off. Try and look then for your own TP, or for that then Stand United to be the way that you get into towards the fight. A minute and a half until Dragon, though, means that it's going to be a little bit difficult to try and set up that play. So instead, I think they're just going to end up using Broken Blade, push out a wave, reset in about 30 seconds time. He will then shift himself to the top side of the map. And then it's just KC putting themselves into the exact same position where it's, okay, we have to try and find these picks and find these ways to get into G2 space and close that distance. Otherwise, Broken Blade becomes another threat on a side lane.
Blade with Dead Man's Blade as well. He's going to have a bit more sticking power now too. Baron? No, not started up. Maybe only lured. No wards in the back of pit. So right now, G2 relying on that blue ward from both mid, from both Hans Summer and Caps to refrain. Ulti onto Kalist, sad B. He doesn't really take much damage now though. He's got a tunneler. He's got a bit more health in his inventory, so the annoying thing about this Ezreal.
Yeah, he'll be going for a Spear Shojin, so
true.
Should be it. And like once you get to that, it's just firing out crazy the amount of damage, but it isn't the best at taking down, say, Broken Blade as the tank, but I don't think in this position again, it's like, as you can see, it's trying to just hit Kalist, so he just becomes negligible in these fights. Now 20 seconds, G2 setting up on River, or sorry, on mid lane, means they get poke to move into River, and again, just make it very tough. But Targamas having flash, again, is going to be crucial. He's been keeping this flash, or at least using this flash, at these dragons consistently, making sure he has it. Even look at his position now on the minimap, going for this flank, trying to spot out if he can get around them. No wards at the moment to see him, and the TP. This could be the engage that Targamas needs.
The ward placed. Targamas and Kana, you're exactly right to mention the cow. Uses the scrying orb, slots it out. Broken Blade going to be targeted by Kana. There's some good poke out, shadow dash out, while G2 are going to start and at least feint the dragon. But KC are here as a 5-man unit. The bot push from Vladdy as well. True shot barrage, LeBron blocks it. But Dragon now the contest.
Vladdy on the ward doesn't realize it because he was just swept by Targamas, but there's the wall.
Kana's going to be on one as well. The wall comes out. LeBron flashes the stand again next to them. Kana jumps into the whole team though, but LeBron disengage won't be enough. He's going to drop down first. Skumon wants to put him to sleep. The Lilting Lullaby is good as Caps already gets the shut down. The shove up is good, but again, even though Caps in the middle of the fight, Broken Blade is saving them and sending them good night in the backline. I'm watching Kalist. Caps flashes over the wall. KC might have found them all. He didn't die. On through the thick of it, the thin of it. Kalist just didn't die. The shoves have been great, and KC finally eviscerate.
It took everything from KC, but they found what they needed. Multiple angles of attack. The wall from Vladdy keeping them in check, and Kana in a fantastic position again to set things up. Dragon secured. Baron next.
Saw the trace in that fight and thought, no way, G2 doing it again, right? But KC, the carries come up clutch yet again, just like yesterday. They've had to work so damn hard for this game too, though. With Dragon going their way, with Baron now as well. This gold lead, it's starting to feel insurmountable.
Yeah, now that you have Baron, it becomes very difficult for G2 to clear out the waves. That has kind of been the thing holding them back, but you'll see here, so you get the wall, you get one flank coming through here, one flank coming through here, like, and then you've got Kana coming down in the back. It's so difficult to try and escape away from everyone here. And as you say, Kalist, fantastic in this fight. Waits for him to go golden. Targamas does the flash Q that headbutts Caps back into the fight, but Kalist then finds himself separated. Snipes Hansama, snipes down Skumond, and then it's just chasing down Caps in the back line.
I don't know how he hit those shots. Ezreal Q. It's a Hohenziger, I think. Broken Blade's the last one to go down. Takes Targamas with him, but KC, that's a one fight, that's an ace. That's a potential for a 3-game series in their own arena. Would have been upsetting if they went home without taking a single game, if they couldn't push G2 to the limit. Brock just going to block that one yet again here. As the Baron power play, thanks to Red Bull, we come back with 2K left, or rather 2 minutes left. And KC are encroaching G2's space.
Yeah, this is where it just gets really tough. Because as you said, like, you had good wave clear with Caps, with Hansama, but now that just becomes negligible thanks to that Baron. So really, KC looking to try and crack open the base. It'll be a very big disappointment if they don't manage it off this next minute and a half, but it looks like Kalist might just do it himself here.
He's doing so much damage to the turret. Look, KC, all 3 lanes right now. Siege, bot just fell down. Mid just fell down. Top is close to falling down. Inhibitor up next. They're going to try and find a turn. Needlework is out from Kana, just the zone. Good damage from Hansama, but look at this. The whole base is melting. G2 finding an angle. They finally found one, though. Lilting Lullaby is only a one-man. Ulting from Labrov is enough, but G2, the health bars are burning low, and there's nothing they can do here as they walk out. It's already Yike with a reset onto Hansama next. He's in no man's land, letting the dogs out again as a triple leading up to another. Yike has been given and delivered against his old team, a quadra, and once again the Hound pursuits out. Let him rip, boys. It's the ace stole from Kalist. You absolute mongrel. And I'm not talking about the dog. KC, take us to a game 3. But Kalist, you might deserve the last kill, but you do not take away Pentas. That's the life lesson.
Yike, having the Penta against his old team stolen. But maybe he would have died, to be perfectly honest. But still, KC gonna be very, very happy with the results of that one. Great control coming through in the early stages, finding that success that they needed, and then slowly but surely playing off that mid game.
KC deliver game 3, last game of Paris. Right after this. Picks up the kill while Kana is getting free hit by Hansama, who's stacked up lethal tempo. Kalist jumps in! What balls on this kid?
Yeah, I will get the tower. I will get the tower. We got the tower. Get the tower. Get the tower.
Half a gun and tank, guys. Reset, don't play tempo. Tempo. I go kids. Yeah.
Look, Victor, I have Kevin 1. Nice. On me, I'm fine.
Yeah.
No flash. No flash.
KC paint the rift blue here in game 2, and they come back in a crashing fashion. I'm sorry, I didn't want to scare you. I wanted to be dramatic with the baguette, but guys, what a statement game from them, honestly. Yeah,
what again?
I'm so scared about the baguette. I'm so sorry.
You set some boundaries here.
Who's she speaking to? Is it me? Is it you? I don't know.
Okay, I will talk to you about Casey.
It's all
Because,
you.
oh my god, Casey came out swinging, and especially I think Yike kind of redeemed himself from that Vi game. His Nafiri was... I can't find the words. It was so strong. It was just so powerful. It was not dying in any of these fights. And finally, we see the mid jungle of Casey kind of coming to fruition as we want them to.
I mean, what a crazy game we got to, and I think some incredible mechanical displays as well in this series. I mean, Kalist, what impressive performance. Yike on the Nafiri, you just talked about it, Finn. This matchup just feels like whichever jungler gets ahead is the one that gets to be the engine for their team.
You know what they say in League? Jungle diff, and it's actually a jungle diff in this series. Finn, talk me through the draft. Talk me through Casey's decision making and how G2 adapted, because they tried to cut Yike's hands here, banning a lot of champion, getting the Lilia. It was not enough though.
Yeah.
What did you think of their draft?
Okay, so Nafir was great, but give me this baguette.
Okay,
I'm
take the
gonna
baguette,
explain to you. Okay, so this didn't really end up being relevant, but I really love this Gwen pick. Now I will explain to you why. Don't be scared, okay? So basically, G2 has counter pick, right? And Casey really wants to blind pick a top laner that is a carry, because Kana is the best carry top laner in the league. So they pick Gwen, and this puts G2 in a bind, because G2 has a Lilia, which is a high tempo farming jungler, and a Caitlyn, and they need a lot of time and help from the team. So G2 can't actually pick a strong carry top laner to counter the Gwen. So what do they have to pick? They have to pick a safe top laner. And what are the safe top laners into Gwen? Jax and Gnar. Both picked in game 1. So what do they have to do? They have to pick a tank. And basically, somehow, Casey got a counter match up top when they were blind picking. And that was so beautifully drafted. I just wanted to highlight it.
Yeah, I think for me as well, coming into this draft talk, I'm just going to pick up the baguette as well. I'm not going to swing at anyone.
Whenever you want to talk, you just grab the baguette. That's how it
for
works
sure.
now.
This is the stick what we talk. But I think that G2's compositions was so difficult to play, and it was reliant on the early priority that the Lilia could get from the lanes, from a Victor and from a Caitlyn. So I'd love to talk about that level 1, that late invade that G2 does with the Braum. It's quite normal around a Lilia to late invade and try and get an advantage against the enemy jungler. The problem that occurs is just that the fact that the laner invade goes wrong means Braum is just burning all his HP. So he's got nothing to work with in that laning phase to secure that prio. At the same time as well, Caps is not around either to actually back up this play, and it just makes it so that the Lilia never gets that tempo that you really need in a jungle matchup when you're playing carry, full clear junglers. Now Fury versus the Lilia never got the lead that it needed because they were so far behind from the get-go. And surprisingly, it was the Shen that got the first blood. So it felt like this gameplay from G2, everything was reversed in terms of what we would have liked with who got the leads.
Yeah, it really didn't go the way they wanted. Can we please talk about Kalist? He is him. He is him.
Oh my
honestly.
god. Like that mid lane play, I was blown away. I was screaming when I saw it. Like the way, the confidence he displays on this stage right now in his own crowd, in his own arena. Just look at this man. He has no mana, no health, and everyone thinks he's out. But the way he turns this play is just an immaculate display of talent and mechanics, and just so impressive to do in an official game like this.
I mean, for me, it's the confidence, right? Who is willing to risk everything on a mid play like this? You already got a kill. A lot of teams will say, well, we don't need more than this. Not Kalist, because he has that killer instinct where he will always go for the play. Had Labrov not had his shield available as well, that ultimate would have been straight into the Braum, and that would have been 3 kills. Just off out of 80 carry, willing to take matters into his own hands.
I feel like it's crazy. Honestly, I have flashbacks of watching Kalist at first hand playing against Viper, honestly, because this guy, when he's his back against the wall, this is when he shines the most. From a player that started playing in the LEC 4 months ago, I don't know, it's his first year, guys, and he's playing at home, lost the first game, was low HP in his play, and playing with the confidence like this, honestly, it's not something that you see from a lot of players.
Yeah, and I think that confidence that you brought up is what I love, especially about KC. When I look at these rookies, these are rookies that come in and they think that they're better than you. They think they're going to win and they think they're going to outplay you in the skirmishes. And I think that's why, despite sometimes KC's bottom not having the strongest lane, we still rate Kalist at the apex of EU AD carries right now, just because he has this thing that most other AD carries do not have right now.
Taking a bit of a step back and looking at the Dragon fight, honestly, that for me sealed the deal when it comes to how KC's composition is supposed to work. You have the Ezreal that's going to be mobile. You have the Talia that can split the fight. I really felt like KC had all the tools to keep on pushing G2 back as much as they could and lose the control of the map over this. What was the possibilities of comeback for G2 here?
I mean, there is certainly still a lot of high possibilities of coming back here. I think considering the circumstances, this is actually a really good fight for G2. I just think Scuman is a bit too trigger happy with his Lily ult because there's no playmaking potential around the Victor and Caitlyn afterwards. And then I think Yike, he just has that killer instinct on that dog where he's just going in immediately, knowing there's no defensive tools left.
Yeah, he's got that dog in him. And I agree, as you say, when you play Lilia and you have the long range carries, sometimes you can take yourself a little bit extra time. You can be patient because they have to dive onto your carries. You don't have to be the playmaker. You don't have to flash in because they will come onto them just like Caps did with the Galio in game 1. I think Skumon maybe could have done in this game too.
Yeah, but I think like this series so far, right? We're still talking about the same things in terms of what's actually dictating who's getting ahead in this game. And for me, it's still very much around the mid jungle. This time around, Skumon didn't get to play his game because he was set back from the level 1 invade that G2 initiated. I mean, it's almost... But
it's
in game 1, it was
like
Skumon that could... It's a curse?
Yeah, I don't like this.
Oh, you can
put it down.
7 years of bad junglers.
In game 1, it was Skumon that got that facilitation from Caps, right? So I really think that no matter what, going into this game 2, the engine for both teams is really just about that mid jungle.
Okay, quick question here, because we often say that when it comes to like close series like this, when it comes to the last game, you reset everything. It doesn't matter what happened before. It only matters when you're going to be able to showcase on stage. Do you feel like this applies to both these teams here as well?
What I've seen from both teams is a lot of good things. I've seen teams that are willing to make plays, willing to push themselves to the limit, and that is all I desire in this game 3 coming up. I want to see them keep playing this and keep going head to head, because this right now is the best we have in Europe. And we need these teams to push each other to the brink to actually get better as a region and finally bring some pride back to our region.
Top tier League of Legends, guys. In Europe, at least, that is what we want to see here. What is the expectation for game 3? Where's the momentum here from KC? Hard losing game 1 to coming back that strong in game 2 with the crowd behind them. G2 want to prove that even without the support of the crowd, they can do it. They proved it during game 1. So where does that leave us here?
I mean, there's certainly momentum, of course, after you come in from a victory, but there's also the momentum breaker that G2 can play. They've chosen blue side going into this game 3, and there's still a lot of power picks available. We saw the Pantheon be banned. We saw some, well, wait, that's you! That's
me,
Oh my god!
I wanted to feel the mood. I wanted to feel the atmosphere, so I went with them for the first 10 minutes. And honestly, guys, I've been on stage. When I hear fans cheering for players, I know the impact that it can have. But the energy that these guys are giving the players on stage today is honestly unmatched.
Yeah,
I've never seen anything like it.
I still think G2's a cold killer. You saw BB's entrance, right? He's not listening to anything, and I still think that BB has had phenomenal performances. I still think that G2 in general has looked unfazed. The things that are changing this game, for me, hasn't been the momentum from the crowd. It's been what we're seeing in game, and surely this is a boost, but...
It's not doing everything.
No.
The big thing is we're going into game 3 of Fearless. And that is actually when the Fearless kind of starts happening and having a huge effect on the way you have to draft. So I really wonder, I think in game 3, the team that kind of adapts and comes in with a good strategy in these Fearless drafts is the one that's going to come out on top. And I give the edge right now to G2. Having that blue side really frees up your early bans way more and gives you a lot of freedom to kind of catch your opponent off guard.
Yeah, because right now we've seen the Maokai be banned in your jungle pool, right? We've seen the Pantheon, right? And it's just about who's actually going to suddenly let some of these picks open. Asir is still available, and he can be a mega pick now that Talia is out due to Fearless as well. So I still think there's an easier time for you to kind of find that one pick, and you build your entire comp around it.
Is it going to be a jungle diff?
I mean,
is it going to be a jungle impact?
Sure.
Rather, we're in Evry for the very last game of this road trip. It is G2 versus KC. All the fans are chanting. The crowd is hyped. We're hyped. I want to see a banger game. Casters, take it away for this game.
Oh, hell yeah, we do. We want this game 3 to be electric. Dagda and myself, Asterix, we've been fighting not only with you all at home to get this exploding into the series it is, but also with this stupid fly that is around the studio. And I feel like us and this fly have been on an adventure together. He has been the third caster, the trio to our duo. It is only in this moment that I respect the fly and hope it gets to enjoy this very last game with us in Paris to the very end. His name is Randy. Let's begin.
Well, nothing is going to change here much, it seems like, in the ban phase thus far. Jace and Maokai taken off the board. I imagine we're probably going to get an Azir ban towards Caps as well, somewhere in the middle of this, just to try and keep them that off his toes. But because there has been a lot of focus on towards Caps and his champion pool this series. When you think of like the first pick on the Talia, the Hui bans, a ton of bans leverage his direction as well. But can they get their hands on something that's a bit of comfort for him now?
Rumble Jace, all must bans against Kana, makes sense. Akali was the final ban. That one going up against Vladdy with his arc in the mid lane. We've already seen his Silas. We've already seen Vladdy on the Talia last game. Played a very pivotal support role. I want to see what this first pick's going to be, Dagda, because again, I'm looking forward to these drafts being wacky. We've got a Caitlyn game too. Who knows what the world's going to deliver in this third. Zara was it. Yone's actually, think about it, Yone's up. Good takeaway.
Yeah. Okay, so Yone immediately taken, so also just a takeaway from Vladdy as well, who's been very strong in the pick. So I'm now curious, because last time the Yone was taken, he ended up going towards the Silas, but Silas obviously can't take into this matchup, so I'm wondering what he has in his back pocket now as an answer into this, but I still think maybe you just go with the Azir and say, look, I'm willing to trade and try and play from ranges. The MF going to be taken for Kalist.
Okay, with the MF, maybe a Sedge takeaway. There we go, locked in, especially taken away from the Yone pairing.
So this says chances are we're going to see some sort of melee mid here for Vladdy as well, just because you tend to want double melee solo laners.
True.
So then you can try and play around the Sejuani. So maybe it's something like the Akali for him in this mid lane.
It got banned away already though. Like when you talk about melee mids.
True, actually, yeah.
You're right, it's a great pairing, but what does he have left available? His Mundo just flops in. All right. Game 3 for Skewmon, and this could be a flex to Broken Blade, let's not forget.
Yeah, I do think, though, we'll be in the jungle again. Great clear, very, very quick, but also denies a lot of that CC that Sejuani can bring to the table as well, right? Which is always very good, especially if the Mundo can just stand in front of anyone who's a little bit squishy and absorb that initial glacial prison. It works out incredibly well as, okay. Woo. So going to be some scrapping in the bottom lane, as it will actually be the Azir that's taken in the end.
The Azir, I mean, these are power picks. I think for Europe, Kalista's always been on the board of first rotation of bans. Yone's been the same. Sejuani's been one of the best junglers with, you know, you talk about a lot of these mid laners like the Azir too. I'm seeing powerful picks for our final game here. And I just love the comps already. Renata is the first ban by KC.
Yeah, I think the Renata makes a lot of sense to try and keep the comfort of the bottom side. Poppy hasn't been picked this series, which also I think is a ban that I would imagine you go towards here as G2 to just try and make things easy.
Good call out on that.
Yeah.
Let's see what the final ban for KC is. We're in the depth of it, guys. And if anyone's got their volume down below 50%, crank it up about 5 for me. Actually, give me 7.5. That's a volume increases.
Fiddlesticks.
Yeah. They need to hear the crowd. They need to hear the intensity of this. They need to hear the great music that's accompanying us, which maybe is fishing. They're worried about what, Dag? I mean, they want Rel, obviously, right?
Yeah, I mean, Leona is still up and available as well.
That's another good
So
call.
I think the thing is, if you ban away either Leona or Rel, you can't really go for the trade on the opposite side. So I'm just going to ban the Aatrox instead and just remove some of that top lane dominance. So I think here you just end up taking, more than likely, the Leona, because Leona can do very well at shutting down MF whenever she opens up with the bullet time. So I think you take the Leona, just accept that you're going to have a decent time into the Rel. But okay, no, actually going to go with Rakan. So I think there is a world here on the upside side where you just either you take the Leona here yourself with the Kalista very strong bot lane that you can play very aggressive through. unless you just are really tunneling on the Rel and being able to find that big AoE engage. But I think Leona should just do the trick fine.
These are good call-outs. Let's see, engage for G2. The follow-up would be nice. It's not the Shy Kalista top. We've moved past that after Sanguine Blade. Rel gets locked in. Good call-out, Dagda. Now on the other side, I want to see, where is this Mundo going? You and I both think it's going jungle.
I think this is just a Scion lock.
Yeah, you reckon?
Oh, actually, I suppose you need more AP, so Kennen? Maybe he's at the top. Okay, should have known.
God, he got that dog in him too. Broken Blade. I mean, I should have known when I saw the barrier top. Absolutely filthy. Ow! Yo. Okay, the crowd is unleashing. Renekton
as the answer.
Yeah.
I'm a little surprised. I don't. Obviously, I'm not. Okay.
Mbessa is a lot better.
Okay. So we've seen Warwick as kind of the counter pick to Mbessa that BB has been practicing. So, and it is very much a case of him playing on a knife's edge in this matchup and trying to make sure that he can get full value out of it. But I do think the Mbessa, as she starts to scale into the game, just becomes a serious threat.
Yeah.
And definitely rounds out having a more consistent DPS, AD DPS threat in these fights, because Kalista can do some work on the Misfortune, but you're not exactly a massive constant DPS. It's more about the bullet time.
You know, I've been theory crafting with this top lane pick and running it down a bit with Warwick top. The really cool thing I like as a mechanic is when you have low health minions, you auto, you get that attack speed steroid, then you go and auto a champion, you still have it for a little bit. It's like the game realizes, wait a minute, that's no longer a low health target, and slows you down. You go to the minions, you do it again. So if you weave between low health minions and a melee target like Mbessa, you're just clawing for so much attack speed, rather than it doesn't seem logical. It's just something I want you to keep an eye out for, and everyone at home to do the same thing as well, because also to note, we have a lot of melee and like very low range on G2 for this game. Mundo, Warwick, Caps on Yone, like this is the sender comp from G2 to finish off game 3.
Yeah, it definitely is, and a huge amount of your DPS is going to be reliant on Caps and Hansama having a good time. Like Broken Blade will eventually just become a CC bot, and you want to try and make sure you have that follow-up, but this is it. Getting ourselves into game 3 of G2 versus KC.
It's the final game of Paris. The KC fans have riled up to their peak. But G2 fans also unleashed a bit. We saw on social media, I mean, Kesh is doing a lot of the work.
30 seconds.
And this should be a sight to behold, the peak of European League of Legends. Right now, yes, okay, G2 in that last game got rolled over a bit, but like, this still feels like the top 2 teams. And I know, Doug, we had that conversation where it's like, you know, G2 weren't considered that, and I always have to give them credit because of how they end up playing towards the end of playoffs, the end of regular season, the start of playoffs. It feels like we're getting insane quality performance here. The Skewmon wants to finish it off with Mundo, and we've got a Broken Blade Warwick in the last game. Like, people look at this like, yo, I can try this in solo queue tonight.
I mean, we'll have to see if the G2 cooking is going to work, because it was kind of that game 3 in the finals against KC where they got a lot of flack for their draft.
Oh, yeah.
But this one, I think, looking a little bit more stable. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to follow through with it, because, again, it's kind of KC having some nice fights in the early stages that got Kalista into a position where he could really take over the game. We'll have to see if it's going to be a similar story as Kana. Starting the W just to try and escape away from Broken Blade.
Just gets in amongst it. Wait for that Jaws of the Beast sustain as lethal tempo's taken up in this top lane. And a barrier, of course, mentioned in pick ban, which is a must for any Warwick top, as Labrov engage on the Kalista, good sidestep out. Ansama just gets away with the Guardian from Targus.
Yeah, Targus even starting with the Gleaming Quill as well to make sure they can heal up. So Ansama and Labrov not going to be able to get the push that they would like to. It seems like in this bottom side of the map. Also, a ward was placed, I believe, by... I was going to say, I think it was Broken Blade, so I think there's one up by the Sejuani there, which spots out exactly where Yike is on the map right now.
Now, we haven't had a chance to, but I feel like both games, Caps has been really consistent with his laning. I think this has been a recurring story so far as well. As I'm surprised, like, Caps and his stats over this split has actually still been really good. Like, the individual laning never really disappeared.
Yeah, I think it's more so been him getting caught out in different positions that has really hurt G2 at times. And especially as we got towards the later half of the split, there was much more focus on trying to tunnel on him and get some kills in the early stages against him, trying to limit his impact. But there's also been a couple of games where, say like with the Orianna, where he ends up with 4 kills and just isn't really able to carry that across the finish line. So I think there's kind of been, like, it's still decent from Caps.
Yeah.
It's just the level that we hold Caps to, he has not been reaching those standards. And kind of similar for Vladdy, like, he has been changing his style, going for much more, as people kind of quote-unquote say, these Zeka picks of the Silases and the Akalis, and trying to bring out a lot of these melee champions. But all in all, still able to have some, both of these guys can have some incredible impact when it does get to the later portions of the game. Like, we got to see Vladdy yesterday in the Silas, Caps earlier, dictating a lot of those fights in the Galio as well. So it is going to be crucial to get control over mid. It's just a question of, do we get these early ganks from Yike towards the mid lane once more, like we've gotten in Game 1 and Game 2?
He is nearby, but Skumon hovering the same as well. Caps just wants this wave to push in. He has used cookies, which I believe he's got resolve, so ignore that. I was like, how did he get half his health back? Pot's burnt, and Caps just going to stand by for experience. It's Vladdy already before Lethal Tempo procced, and range versus melee, the advantage shown.
Yeah, you can see how many wards are being placed, though, in this topside jungle, spot where Yike is.
Yeah.
Like, they're just all over. There's one that was just placed here, there's one that's here, there's one in the river, that was just died in that brush beside Caps as well. So a lot of protection to try and make sure that he's going to be okay.
Oh, Labrov just crashed down. He used everything for that. Good trade back from KC, only to half HP, but Hansama's a bit low on mana. Probably wants to reset, get this wave in, Lethal Tempo up. Listen, Targamas trying to hold it as much as they can. Look at where it is, but it is past that brush, so maybe there's too many minions. Maybe that's why. They need to go for another wave. Dagda.
Yeah, just want to try and see what they can achieve. But again, I think this is going to be a fairly slow-paced early game. I don't...
Yep.
Like, Hansam and Hansam and Kalist are very strong when it comes towards the impact that they can have in fights. But for Kalist, it's kind of waiting for that level 6. Then, Yike, okay. I think he'll be like, I think he's more here to just help kind of escort the wave in. I think this is more what we're going to see rather than any sort of big wins in these early stages.
Kana has to set up the permafrost from Sejuani. Broken Blade, don't be deceived. Being low as a Warwick is fine. He'll heal for 100% of his damage dealt. He's not stepping up to the wave. He's playing it mega cautious here, and he'll just accept the wave, and again, just auto this up. He'll be completely fine. See what I mean, Dagda? Look at this. Auto, fast attack speed. Low health minion, fast attack speed. It's just... I hate Warwick. Also, you're going to love him. Stop the back. Sees him. Onto Kana, he's completely fine. Jaws of the Beast will come in. Stopping that, even though he has TP. Kind of nice from Broken Blade, because he does not.
No, but it means he should be able to... Oh, wait, she's just going to reset now. I was going to say crash the wave and trying to reset, but you see the bot lane from KC's already moved up, so now Kana wants to try and interrupt so that his bot lane can get into range here. Level 6 here.
Got him. He's looking for the fear, but Kalist will be in time. Really good pickup from you, Dagda, as Broken Blade with his ulti. Wants to now escape, might have to flash and do so. Flash burn first, then the ulti. Targamas tried to predict it. It's flash for ulti that Kana used instead.
A good attempt from Targamas, but not quite able to get into position. But honestly, this just works out for KC, because Kana, you can already see immediately TP to the bottom side, whereas there's now nobody here apart from the support from G2 to catch that wave. Skumon trying to take the dragon as you get that crash from Hansam on the bottom side. Should be able to get his Caps has control over mid, but KC looking to collapse.
But onto an objective, it's hard when Hansama has Brand and Skumon has Smite available. That'll just drop. Cap zones out. Level 6 now picked up, and onto Vladdy. He's not going to pull the trigger. Vladdy just pokes him out. Half HP will be the trade deal.
Plates for Kalist on the top side, though, is pretty huge for them. 2 already going across. The broken plate here. Labrov lucky.
Almost 3 interrupted, though. Labrov still gets it down. The fear is big. Broken Blade, even without the ulti, though, won't find the damage. In the end, he was close to Targamas on the hunt. He smells something in the water. Now it's going to be Kalist with a knock-up. It's Sacrificial Lab, and Broken Blade can't get the trade kill instead. Kalist picks it up. Yikes gang at the nick of time was perfectly executed.
KC aren't afraid of the big bad wolf. Standing to fight. They take down Broken Blade. They burn the barrier. And again, there's just people missing on the map from G2. Now you're getting the rotation from Hansama, but the wave is lost. Looking at bot side as well, that's just been escorted in by Kana. More waves lost. Broken Blade needed to get a lead through this Warwick, but it's just causing issues on the map with trying to collect CS.
1 An AFK gold lead. Let's watch the replay because LeBron interrupted for that crash down flash.
And good flash from Kalista to get away. They turn on towards Targamas, but the heal comes through, the dash away, and then Lebrov tries to walk back. They hope they can find the engage, but Kalista walking towards Yike, flash off of the Arctic Exalt to make sure that they just barely get in range and they can pick off the Warwick before he goes down. And now, Boygrub's about to spawn. Kalista not quite at that level 6 mark as he has been moving around the map. You'd like to hit off that top wave.
Dargamus on the back of the pit, just interrupted before he can grand entrance out. But G2, even as they pick this up, I mean, Caps going to get ganked, hit down, but manages to escape. Dagger, I was going to say, you know, for KC, I'm looking at 80 carry difference right now. There's a BF sword and Vampire accepted to boots. Han Sama, important for the Kalista, but even though Grub's going to go over, if there is an all-out brawl, I still favor Kalista now that he has level 6. And the damage that this Misfortune's going to do.
Well, I just don't think there's going to be an all-out brawl for another little while, right? So, Dragon taken by G2, and then you also get the Boygrubs taken. And a lot of that was because Han Sama had gotten that solo experience on the bottom side, he had already hit level 6, Kalista didn't have that luxury, so G2 playing off of the ultimate advantage on the AD carry. And now as you start to move into the next little while, it's like, well, where do you try and fight for realistically? So I think, again, it's just going to be, as you can see, this like rotation of AD carries. Kalista trying to go against the Warwick, so then Kana can at least try and farm up and be in a better position, especially when you have the TP. As that comes back up, it'll give KC more options on the map as to where they want to play because you've got that similar spell advantage and the ability to move with your top lane.
G2 in the meantime, though, as resets came through from KC, note that Caps was able to get something towards mid with the 3 grubs that we mentioned. Top as well. I mean, this push is going to be so much faster. Also because Kalista has to wait for the wave every time to get that excess damage on the turret. This should just be a snap from G2.
Yeah, but I'm keeping my eyes on towards mid because you can look at the Warwick starting to move in for Broken Blade, but Targamas has roamed across, pinged out. It looks like by G2, so they know he's there, but...
Okay, playing it safe for now. Targamas threatening the engage. He has quickness. Broken Blade with ulti up and available, though, and the barrier. Still, it's only going to be a couple of plates shared from KC. All shared top lane as Caps is going to stay in top lane after the turret goes down. All in all, it trims that 1.5k gold lead down to about 1,000 between G2 and KC.
Yeah, I think Kalista should be able to get this next wave as Kana. Once Caps, he's just going to hop away, but I know Kalista actually just going to reset, so finishing off the Bloodthirster, I imagine, on this reset. In a minute now until the Dragon, so I think it'd be opening with 80 carries on mid, looking to try and fight for that priority. And now Kana, Kana should have that TP up and available to shift himself down towards a potential Dragon fight.
There's a minute till that spawns. Waiting for Kalista, actually. They didn't have to wait for anything because he still doesn't have enough for PT. First item for Azir. First item for Yike. Still not one there for the Ambassador, but Kana has everything up and available. Util bot for now. G2 have themselves into River first. KC getting threatened out as trade across the map. Dagger, I mean, again from G2. They want it all, but they're not going to be let. Bloody finds his mark. Lebrov in trouble. Crashed out. Magnustorm on the way out. Shattering Strike on the peak. Caps jumps in under turret. He's ultied up. Can't escape. He's going to take the last turret shot. He's dead. KC lose one of their own in the meantime. It's mid for mid as G2 wait for the next wave to think about their shot call.
But you still got the TP from Kana to come in if they overcommit to this. Kalista doesn't have the ultimate to try and trim the wave, but honestly, for KC, 1 for 1, and you're getting that top tower, I think you're happy with it. Okay, not quite yet, but at least the plates it.
Mega slow, but you're right. Still be taken down as Broken Blade's on a ward. His timing, not good. He fears through. Jaws of the Beast gets him through Targamas as well. Broken Blade still delayed Mega, and that Dragon's now up.
But the TP from Caps the top side should completely guarantee the KC Dragon on the bottom side, but Broken Blade getting that ultimate was clutch and the hand Sama flash. Yeah. So it's only Lebrov who actually gets the crash down, and then the follow-up from Caps, but he ends up getting locked up, so can't really escape. So mid laner for mid laner. The kill ends up going to Mundo versus going to Kalista, so I think you're kind of happy for that as KC. But also now a 550 gold lead starting to open up on the top side because Broken Blade is trying to move around. Makes it tough, and this is what I was talking about. Because you have double TP that were available for KC, Caps TP top to catch that wave and deny Kana any more of the tower damage. It means that Kana is the only one who can actually join in for any sort of Dragon fight, so it nets the Dragon for KC now as well.
Sacrifice of having that Warwick with barrier. Broken Blade, we're going to see the sacrifice he's going to have to make up next. Flash away. Targamas gets it with a simple W, but Lebrov's coming in. Counterplays Han Sama not far behind. Barbarov has flash, ulti, but will not be willing to burn it in this trade. Broken Blade just lost the summoner, and that's still going to be good for KC, knowing that Warwick, he's a little bit less volatile.
Yeah, no quickness for Targamas either, so I think it's just kind of more both teams strutting their stuff, puffing out their chest and pretending that they're going to really do something. But again, I think the advantage for KC right now is the fact that Kana still has TP and how they can rotate with him around the map, and that's why for KC, they're putting a lot of attention down in this bottom side, because you can just open up and suddenly have an extra member in that lane if you need to.
I wonder if they're spelling out something.
Yeah, I think it's H-O-T-T-O-G-O. I think that's what it is.
T-A-S-T-E-Y of, tasty.
This is bananas.
B-A-N-A-N-A-N. Well, I know what we should do when we get a team tagged up. We just do all the Gwen Stefani lyrics. Now, Dragon was obviously taken. That was a year ago. But Herald's coming up at a minute 15. That was not a year from now. That is about minute 10, to be precise. G2 are really holding on to this turret. KC are committing 4. Bloody can't get in range. Hansama trying to shed that rend over. And Skumon now here. They're really holding on for dear life.
Yeah, see, Warwick had already started to shift down and was in mid-wave, so they were waiting to see exactly where Broken Blade was on the map before they commit to anything, but they're constantly drawing multiple members of G2 into these positions and opening up moments for Kana to get that push on top side and still catch a lot of the CS. So I think, again, this is where you will struggle as long as Caps' TP is down. And in the grand scheme of things, you can see KC still get the bot side tower. So with 35 seconds now, until this Rift Tower was up and available, I think this is the moment where I would have liked to see Kana reset and try and go bot, and then you now reset with Vladdy to try and catch this top wave, but it doesn't look like KC will be in a full, or at least when they do contest, it'll be more in an even position, as everyone on G2 should be able to match as Caps' TP. Going to be a little late, but he is on the bottom side.
At least we're going to see a bit more action. This game 3 is ramping up, isn't it? It's like when you got a lot of relentless rats, but you need to give them to people because you have to goad them dagged up, and you have to put counters on them, and then when people attack, you get the draw step. You get more draw. That's important. People don't need to know. Now people are going to look up relentless rats. What are relentless rats? Well, while you Google that, lock in, because Herald's going up. Volume increase 10%. Let's walk towards us and see if G2 want to fight it, because KC are in River first.
Yeah, it's again, it's kind of that fact that Vladdy was in that bottom side, didn't have the TP because he got the bot side turret, which is fine. Like, his ear scale is fantastic with the gold. It just means that KC now aren't in a position to really guarantee themselves the win at a Rift Herald off of the teleport advantage. They've sent Broken Blade to the top side of the map where the objective is, and now Caps' TP is up. So anything that is fought here is going to be a bit more even footing. And I think you can see KC aren't as eager to try and take that fight because they're just not sure that they're actually going to win us.
Budget Mundo passive is being removed off Yike, by the way. Okay, slowed, never mind. It's back again. Yike's just going to walk in, taking damage from Skumon. Herald reset. In comes Kaliss after getting pushed in the mid-wave. Hansama needs to deal with it. G2. No, they're going to leave this. They're going to walk away. They're not going to care. Captain, solo lane, and bot will be good enough.
Yeah, they just shift Kana up towards here to make sure they can get it. Now if Kana TP's away, so basically this is the play. It's Vladdy has to get this. Now Kana can TP to bot side, because if you actually TP earlier, then there's a moment where Caps TP's top side and G2 can look for the all-in play, but with the way G2 set it up, they will lose Rift Herald, but at least they will be able to answer for the turret back. So you can see there's a huge amount of mind games going on with this 2 TP versus 1 TP, and it gets really complicated for both sides to try and figure out what wave should I take, what wave should I give, like how much resources do we want to give to Vladdy versus setting up the map in our favor. So there's a lot of push and pull on these two summoner spells.
Good, you're keeping us informed. I feel like it's important, especially when, again, like G2 are always behind the play, and we need to know a reason why, right? We need to know a reason why G2 are giving so much respect, and Broken Blade now having Stride Breaker, maybe the side lanes become a little bit more easier to push and pull, as he has that push now in his item kit. But as he reacts to bot wave, KC on the Dragon first, in the river first. G2 have passengers watching the play come into life as disengaged. Targamas gets away. Vladdy disengages too. Broken Blade angles there, but he's found out. Ulti sent in from Yike. G2 have lost their top laner's health bar. He'll run out, but he's got no summoners available. KC with an edge up.
Still though, KC have to win out of the rest of the fight. Broken Blade trying to just heal up on the side, and there's a huge number of ultimates invested by KC.
Now the only question is, Caps, can he find an angle? The bullet time cancel midway. Caps does indeed. Kalista kites back, but hit by Skumon. Businessman with a business plan. He runs to the back line as KC trying to repute the fight. Permafrost cleansed away. Yike chasing his old 80 carry. He wants something out of him. He'll get it, but for what cost? As he looks for Lebrov. Over the top, he'll find something, but Caps now flicks back, flashes in, finds a kill, dies. Skumon's still alive, but Vladdy is in full lethal tempo mode. Kana's going to give away a hard still stack. Skumon trying to heal up, he's already burned the ulti. Kana running for his life, Vladdy under turret, won't care for now. Stunned up, Skumon is alive. An even trade of a fight, just what we asked for in a damn game 3.
Both teams threw everything in the kitchen suitcase at each other, but they couldn't find what they needed. Broken Blade takes so many resources out of KC's fight here that when they get into this position, even watch LeBron flashing in to deny Kalista Bulletstorm, Caps gets in onto the back line, which opens up Skumon to flash forward, but on the opposite side, Vladdy is dealing a ton of damage. Same with Kana, doesn't quite get over the wall initially, but eventually they're able to move around as Yike finishes off Hansama, and now you've got the reinforcements coming through as well. G2, honestly, kind of glad that so many resources were dumped into that Warwick and didn't quite work out.
As Vladdy just sits by, he's a passenger, but he's a good one. After that fight, my takeaway is exactly this. We're back to square one, because Dragon might go down, but Skumon, as he loses his passive, wants to fight yet again. Yike is running around, Kalista's here, Hansama at max range, Kana finds him, he's dead meat, that's a kill. KC in the home arena, they're going to start thriving bigger than this, because Skumon is up next. Broken Blade looks mighty useless this game, running into a field of despair, he has to ult out, and KC have found G2 again.
Barely Hansama gets caught, and KC pounds. Huge pick onto both the jungler and the AD carry. Kana now moving top. Out towards Caps.
What's this 1v1 look like? Good dodge away from Kana, waiting for the cooldowns to come up again. He's got Spear of Shojin, and he's got lethality. Caps pays the respect while Artican's being done down.
Kalist.
There's just something about a home crowd, isn't there, Caps? He's going to run into Kalist, and here's some help out. He's actually dead, though. The power of Yone. Paris, I can't hear you. What happened?
Caps wasn't alone. Lebrov waiting in the wings. Now Targamas and Lebrov dancing their way back across the rift as Atakan taken by KC.
Doing it again. No, not again. Kana with no ulti.
No ability to chase down. But still, at least Caps gets something back, but at this stage, you're looking at this Azir very much starting to get into a position where he is a threat. Leandri's Torment Leandri's Anguish just around the corner. You're starting to get items from Kana as well, and you can see how much damage he's dealing in these fights. The fact that Broken Blade is 1.6k gold behind means this Warwick's kind of useless.
Ulti sent out, good dodge, but you're right. What can Broken Blade do? He just has to run for his life. He's dead again. Broken Blade's Warwick looked great with the Pantheon earlier in the split, but here it is looking like a dead dog.
It's the fact he just hasn't got to play the game that he wanted to.
True.
Ends up falling down in the early stages. KC then constantly rotating around the map, not giving him the matchup into Kana, using the TP spectacularly, and now you have a 2-level advantage onto Kana and all this gold, and KC are bullying out this Warwick. And now it's just, you are an ult boss. That is all you bring to the table is Broken Blade, and that's not the position you want to be in when KC are looking to try and push forward to take that #1 spot in the LEC.
Push sides, clear waves, ulti, set us up, because Caps is now becoming the carry very much in this game when the bot lane's out of gold. And what I mean is down in gold, 1800. Top, you already mentioned Kana's individual lead. It is the Cap show. Good stop. Kana just going to be slowed down a little bit. And seeing myself this split talking about, oh, it's the Cap show, it just returns back to what I have known since joining the LEC, that while G2 has outstanding members, no matter how they change and who they bring in, I feel like we always come back to Caps. I feel like we always come back to the puppy. Because, bro, caps backwards is spack. And it's like spitting, but you do it with gumption.
Well, he's going to have to dig deep for something here. Here we go.
I know you don't have to follow it up, but Caps is caught out as I talk about him. He has to ulti back in. Vladdy disengaged, though. The wall divides and slides. And KC will make sure that G2 do not go anywhere near the Parisian trophy.
It looked terrifying for KC, but the division from Vladdy sends them packing, and KC win at the fight.
Caps called out just talking about him. That was not a SPAC dagger to confirm. You put an E in the end and you send him to space as Targamas is just disengaging because G2 aren't getting anywhere near the Dragon Soul point going to be picked up, and this inner turret to go down with it. Hansama cannot step up anywhere near the power of Vladdy and Kalist right now. 4,000 the lead. As I said, Soul point, and this is looking mighty KC for Game 3.
Yeah, again, it's a good engage from Lebrov, managing to get onto several members in the back, but Caps is locked down. He gets completely obliterated, and no damage is really threatening KC on the back line. So the divide from Vladdy sends G2 away, and Kalist able to open up the bullet time then. Again, the damage dealers for G2, like Caps was dead, Hansama couldn't get in, and KC can turn the fight.
Baron's up in a minute. Nothing else on the board. That's the focus. I'm going to have to ask you, Dagda, there's an ult bot in the top lane for G2. How can they find a fight here when, again, every time KC, the damage just seems so easy in the front to back? Lebrov, is he going to die? I guess you don't have to answer the question. He's going to disengage. Good shattering strike as mid is under fire.
I think it's just becomes way too difficult at this stage. Vladdy opting in towards the Seeker's arm guard third means that he's no longer a threat for Caps trying to ult through, Lebrov trying to ult through, and Hansama just doesn't get to play the fights. Kana is massive now. 2 items already done, starting on towards his third. He is a serious threat for Hansama stepping up into any of these fights, so just trying to auto-attack as a Kalista when you're getting bullet timed between soldiers, and then you've got an Ambessa jumping on top of you as well. It's like, how do you play the game?
Well, you could not and get an Edge of Night. That would be helpful, but as I say, that Kana has his own, so he can leap in. He's also got another Dirk, and so Hansama will die in an instant. KC start the Baron. G2 are slow to the show. Caps is walking up with his legs as fast as he can.
Kana off to the side, though. And this river is very dark for KC. They're going to have to try and get in for Kana.
4K, disengaged. Skumon has his passive, no steal, trying to get in, but it's smited down. G2 playing for the after fight while Lebrov went in deep. He's got no health, no regard. A Fate's call to help him out from Hansama's Caps is finally here. Bullet time layered down. Vladdy with an ulti. It's good as he goes golden broken blade, tries to get his angle, but he ultis out. KC with 5 alive, and G2 with nowhere to stand again.
G2 desperate to try and get in towards Baron, but KC would not let them have a look at it. Caps now in mid. Kana trying to chase down KC, just putting pressure so they can look for the tier 2 and top.
Kana's damage is insane. Knockup's good. Caps wants to all in. Kana will flash away. There's kill threat here. Onto Kana, onto this top laner. He won't die yet though. Skumon uses everything. Now he's amidst 2. Vladdy's rejoined, but look at Kalist top. Look at Kalist top. The misfortune is breaking down the house in the meanwhile because KC own the whole damn building.
Skumon is no longer of this world. Kalist is pushing in top. KC looking to crack the base of G2 and send Paris roaring.
It's deja vu again. There's something about the home crowd. There's something about the home stadium. KC showing us. Koi already showed us a couple of weeks ago as they look for their final engage. G2 started out strong, but KC scaled. They grew, they adapted. Paris will start roaring, bringing the energy to life. Caps will look for the engage, but he better say goodnight. One Nexus turret to go. Vladdy putting on a show. KC are doing it once again. We feel winter, we look at spring. It's the same old story as Hansama can't even stand. KC look for the dive. This is the final layer of the good night chapter. Paris take a bow. You brought KC right into the 2-1 finisher to finish off the event.
There is just something about KC. This team has been touted by Broken Blade as the best in the league. Has said in interviews they don't even feel like they're playing at their full power. G2 threatened them a little bit, but it feels like KC just have a switch they can turn on and take over.
First place, locked in. 8-1 for Karmine Corp. Your best team of winter is still shining bright in spring, as you can vote for your player of the series at LEC on X. Kia recommends Yike, Kalist, or Targamas.
That is the tough one. I think Kalist had a fantastic series.
He did have a very good series.
And also Targamas, like that Alistair, so much of game 2 hinged on him finding the engages and getting good use out of that flash. And he was crucial to that success. But my God, like it is, I love watching the LEC right now with how many teams it feels like are clawing for the top. Now, KC sitting at the top, but it just feels like our league is alive once more.
We've got flair, we've got it all. LEC brings it together, but that's not all. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go to the stage and toss it over for our final interview to end our Parisian event.
I have 2 or 3 questions for you only. What was your mindset when you joined the
Law
team?
here for the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in translation.
My mindset joining this team was to win everything with K-Corp. That was my goal. And so far we won so much. And I'm so happy to be in this team.
Mon but est de tout gagner avec K-Corp et
Your
depuis
level
le début de l'année,
continue to
tout se passe très bien.
improve. Do you think you will still get better or it's finished? Or you...
No. We keep on improving. We're gonna do whatever we can to be the best team in the world.
Last question. Do you have a word for the fan because they love you so much?
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate it so much. I think the fans being here cheering for us is such a big boost for all of us. I think we all love it. I love all of you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Listen this, it's for you.
In case you guys cannot hear, the fans are saying thank you, G2.
Kalist, si on revient rapidement sur ce BO, vous êtes mené 1-0.
Kalist, I'm going to come back on this series. They were leading the game.
Qu'est-ce que vous vous êtes dit dans les couloirs pour justement
What
réussir à revenir dans ce BO?
What happened backstage after the first game for you guys to come back and clutch this one 2-1?
La première game, on a juste fait beaucoup d'erreurs, on n'était pas vraiment dedans.
During the first game, we made a lot of mistakes. We were just not in the zone yet, but we were still confident about the rest of the series, confident about ourselves, confident about the draft. We knew that we were better, and we knew that we were going to win. I love your honesty, Kalist. Can you give me something about each and every one of your teammates? Because we want to understand how things happen backstage. Tell us more about what we don't see.
Chaque personne, c'est très compliqué. Je pense qu'on a juste un groupe incroyable, vraiment un groupe d'amis. En tout cas, je considère.
I think just one word for everyone is just going to be not enough. I just think that we have an amazing collective. We have an amazing team.
On a énormément de talent brut. On veut vraiment travailler.
And we have a lot of raw talent, as I was saying yesterday. We just want to work hard. We want to be the best team. We want to win everything.
Je couple le travail au talent avec un bon groupe. Je pense qu'on peut aller très très loin.
Work and raw talents with an amazing group, we can go very far.
Voir cette Karmine briller déjà en Europe et pourquoi pas dans le monde avec les compétitions internationales qui vont arriver dans pas très longtemps. Dernière question, je sais que tu as une histoire particulière avec cette Karmine, avec Kameto. Est-ce que tu peux
Last question, I know you have a deep story, a deep history with Kameto. And with KC in general, they found you when you were so young. No one knew about you. And tell us more about the relationship that you have with them. I want to say thank you to Kameto. I want to say thank you to everyone who supported me. I want to thank him for hiring me. KC is my family. And thank you so much to all the fans on site and on stream. You guys have been amazing.
If you have one word for the fan, Vladi, Kana, Targamas, it's the moment. I give you the mic. One word, Vladi. No? Are you sure? Kana? No problem. As you want. Your smile is perfect. Targamas, ils n'ont pas osé. Est-ce que toi tu veux ajouter quelque chose? Tout va bien?
Targamas, they didn't dare. Is there anything you want to
Merci
add?
aussi le coaching staff qui a fait un travail monstrueux aussi.
And we also thank the coaching staff who did an amazing job.
Au quotidien pour vous permettre d'aller
You guys can see what happens in game, but you guys don't see what the coaching staff is doing backstage. And I really think that if you guys can play at the level you're playing right now, it's because you have the greatest surrounding around you and the perfect staff to help you doing so.
Kameto, justement, pour les derniers mots.
And we're going to welcome Kameto on stage for the closing thoughts on this roadshow.
Viewers sur sa chaîne, sur ce BO3. 300 000 viewers au global si on prend en compte tout ce qui s'est passé sur Twitch. Je le répète, 300 000 viewers, une ambiance de folie tout le week-end. C'est un vrai succès, ce road trip bike cassé ici en France. Bravo à tous ceux qui ont fait justement de ce week-end un succès. Je pense aux fans qui étaient là hier, aux fans qui étaient là aujourd'hui et à tous ceux qui étaient présents sur les lives.
Thank you so much to the fans. Thank you to everyone who tuned in to watch this amazing road trip. Kameto, I'm going to give you the final thoughts and the closing thoughts for this event.
Merci les gars, merci beaucoup. Merci en tout cas Kameto d'avoir permis ce rêve possible, d'amener l'e-sport de plus en plus loin. Les arènes, je savais que c'était un objectif pour toi, alors d'avoir une salle déjà pour vivre ça.
Kameto, I knew how much it meant for you to have your own stadium, to have your own arena.
Face à ton public.
Today, you marked history. You marked the history of Europe in front of your audience on home soil. What does it mean to you?
Merci.
First thing first, thank you so much, the arena.
Vous avez été bouillant.
You guys have been amazing. You guys have been so
good
for the past 2 days. Even yesterday when we had technical issues, you gave your all. And it's thanks to you guys that we keep on thriving, and it's thanks to you guys that we're going to realize our dream one day. We will win worlds, I promise you.
À la prochaine. Ciao.
And that's how we wrap up this KC Roadshow here in Evry. Man, I'm used to this atmosphere from NFL, but I feel like it's the first time you guys get to experience this. Tell me, how was it for you guys?
I mean, once again, an amazing roadshow. It just feels like, I mean, Jack said it in Madrid, this feels like the future of what esports is supposed to be. You give it to the clubs, you let them have these events, and then doing an amazing job with what they're bringing out.
Absolutely. Again, thank you to Carmine Corp for welcoming us into their home. And in the end, guys, they take it. Would have been crushing if they lost in front of their audience today. But as Kalis was saying, he never thought for just a single second that they were going to lose this one, especially after how doomed game one was. I admire the confidence from this kid, honestly.
I admire the confidence, I admire the gameplay, but I gotta say, I really admire the drafts of KC. I really feel like today they actually really outdrafted G2 in a lot of these games. And they were really set up for success from the get-go, before the game even started. And there's a wonderful interview on stage there with Kameto. I was almost becoming a KC fan myself, hearing all those kind words that one day their dream will come true, winning worlds.
I mean, a man's dream will never die. And it's crazy that he keeps on making it happen. I actually almost want to believe that they're going to win worlds one day, but sorry, I just want to enjoy the atmosphere. Honestly, guys, it's been amazing. Everything the fans have been giving us, everything the fans have been giving the players, especially. And GB Kalis was talking about the fact that it's not just raw talent, it's raw talent and hard work and the perfect staff around them to make everything flourish. And I feel it.
Yeah, I mean, it's the surroundings where you just know you want to keep improving. It sounds bad, right? But when they lost that final, it somehow felt a little bit good, because you knew that they were going to use this as energy to come back even stronger, because despite everything, they knew there was just small margins that was kind of going to be able to change what they were able to achieve at first stand. And I think like what they're realizing and what they're improving coming back here is what they learned was their weakness at first stand.
Our Kia player of the series today is Calist. I was actually reading a tweet of one of our co-casters in France who was saying Calist is one of the few Western AD carries who can sit at LEC and Viper's table when it comes to playing Ezreal. Is it too much, or is he onto something? Because this guy is good.
I mean, I have seen incredible Ezreal gameplay from him today, and I think he's the biggest prospect, but But that table is prestigious. This is Viper we're talking about. This is all the major indicators. We need to see him do this at the internationals. And when he does that, that table, they will lift the chair for him.
Absolutely. And I think yeah, for sure it is. But I mean, the mechanics are there and you see the potential. You have to take into context that he's 18. This is his second split in the LEC. He's not even been here half a year yet.
Absolutely.
And this is already what we're seeing. The one thing that I'm missing for him is still that macro aspect, knowing where to be on the map. And, you know, I think that over the time, he's going to improve that.
Absolutely. And we have the victorious Yike joining us. Congratulations!
Thank you.
You don't lose with your parents in the arena. You said it and you meant it, man.
I have to make sure I don't lose. After game 1 as well, it was a bit scary, but we managed to win, so I'm so happy.
Well, that's funny because Caliste on stage was just saying, no, we knew that we were going to turn this one around, the confidence, everything. Game 1, who cares? We know we're going to win this series.
But how did it feel playing the jungle matchup this time around? Because it felt so volatile. The moment you kind of got ahead, you got to be on cams and get that lead against Skumon. But the moment in game 1, when you fell behind, it was so hard. How was the matchup for you throughout the series?
Yeah, I think it was a good jungle matchup today. I think he played very good game 1. He really snowballed like as good as he could with his hours, so props to him for that. I think game 2 was like a bit even. We both used farm, we were a bit useless, and then I almost got a pentakill.
Yeah.
I didn't.
I know.
But yeah, then game 3 as well. I don't know, we played tanks. Tanks kind of boring, but I managed to win, so maybe I was the better tank.
I gotta say, after what Broken Blade said to your parents, it felt like you were out to get him. All those lane ganks always looking for Sergen in the top side.
I had to target him.
Yeah, was it a target gank?
It was some target ganks. No, not really just targeting him. I just wanted to, you know, I know playing for Kana is a good win condition, so of course I will play for Kana when I can.
Yeah, like playing in front of your audience, playing at your home, actually, beating G2 once again. What is going to be the highlights for you this weekend if you had to pick one?
Oh, I mean, I think us coming back game 2 and game 3, I think after game 1, them still cheering for us, like all the fans cheering for us and giving us hope, and just the way we played, the way we came back, I'm very proud of us because we were a bit like, we were not so happy after game 1 because I think we just played bad, and we managed to come back and we played much better, so probably that, and my quarter kill, I guess.
How does it feel like having a fan base this big? Because you don't strike me as a very egotistical guy at all where this gets to your head, but also when I see you, you're so laid back, you're always happy. How is it having a fan base this big and still having a normal life around it?
For me, it's just amazing. I don't know. I feel like I just have a buff whenever I play in front of like a big crowd that cheers for me and my team. So I just love it, right? The Common Cup is probably the biggest fan base there is, like in LEC, and I'm so happy to be here.
You love to see it. Honestly, congratulations once again. And you lock in first?
Yep.
With this, actually. Oh my God, I almost forgot. Let's take a look at the standings, actually, to see where we leave things up. First things first, congrats on locking this one for playoff. And yeah, let's see what we have left, because there is a lot of stakes for tomorrow's playoffs. If Team Heretics wins against GX tomorrow, then GX will be out, and Team Heretics and Vitality will be in playoff. If GX beats Heretics, we have a lot of tiebreakers ahead of us, and it's gonna be super fun. MCoy and Rogue, they're just playing for fun, for the love of League of Legends.
It's been a chaotic split, yeah. When you're looking at these standings, who's the top contender against you guys? Fnatic, G2, MCoy, they've always big improvements in this spring split. How are you rating them?
Yeah, I think the top 4 is like very like solid. You know, it's for sure like these 4 teams are the top 4, and then I think Fnatic should still be the strongest team of them. Like we beat G2 today, but they were not playing bad. I think they played good. They were like they probably had like the second game was hard for them to play, like draft, and yeah, I think they're good. Koi is also good. You know, from what I've seen from Koi recently, they've been much better. Like Joy is looking much better for sure, and yeah, that's why I don't really know who's gonna be like the top 2, top 3 of them. But I think Fnatic should be top 2, and then between Koi, G2, I'm not sure.
And while I have here, like, I think your insight is so valuable, because I agree with you, the top 4 is very locked, but I feel like the bottom 3 is very up in the air. And I think the game that is on my mind tomorrow is the Team Heretics versus GX. And I think last time we saw GX in Madrid, they looked really good. And I wonder, Heretics has had really good moments as well. And as someone that has scrimmed both of these teams, who do you actually have as the favorite here coming in?
Yeah, it's a hard one. I think GX is looking much better than before, like than the beginning of the split. So, and Heretics, I'm not sure about them because, I mean, to be honest, I don't think we scrimmed them in the last 2 weeks. So I don't have really that info on how good they are on that way. But I think it's going to be very even. I think for sure it's going to be 3 games, but I would give it to GX this time, actually. I think since Madrid, they look good.
Exciting.
Small question for you, actually, about KC. When you consider, like, last split, even if the format was different and how strong you were, how much did you guys evolve as a team? Where do you make the difference?
Oh, I think ever since first stand, and we just like got demolished by Hammer Life. We've been looking at them a lot. I think a lot of people are talking about like Vladi being the new Seka, and I think we kind of looked at a lot of how they play, and we like to play like similar to them in that way, but not just full copy them. And like the way we play with the champions and the way we play the map, like even playing by as well, we didn't play so much before, and yeah, we just improve on that kind of ways.
Something that I've been telling you guys, especially Vladi, when you were in Korea, we were talking about the learnings from first stand and what you guys are going to try to bring back to Europe and implement. And I feel like it's something difficult to do because the teams don't play the same way, they don't play at the same pace and everything. But something that Vladi was noting is the fact that these teams play super well, high tempo, fast on the map, and they don't commit any mistake. Do you feel like it's something that you've been able to implement at least slightly in your gameplay in Europe?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think
it's okay. It's a voice in your head. It's fine.
For sure, I think us playing more high tempo has been much better. I think Targa is very, very good at saying when he wants to invade and like just go on the map and play aggressive. And props to him for that, right? I should do it more as well, but I think he's very good at it. Vladi as well. I think they call whenever they want to play aggressive, and we learned so much from that. And that is from first time, right? And then from the LEC teams, scrimming them, it's like, for sure, there's a big difference scrimming them and then scrimming the teams at first stand.
So, as a jungler, you're not calling for jungle camp invades? Your support and mid lane is calling for
it? I'm calling for the invades for the camps, of course, but when there's no camps, that's when they want to go.
Got it. He's calling for every camp invade. We can't invade these 7 camps, but the 8th one we can.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure seeing you develop within this new team, seeing you shining on stage the way you did, and also making your parents proud once again. That's the birthday win for your dad, actually. He must be so happy right now.
I hope I can meet him after this and give him a big hug.
Well, we're going to let you go. We're going to wrap the show here, actually. Yike, thank you so much. Thank you so much to KC as well for welcoming us into their home for this weekend. This road trip was amazing, and I'm so glad that people got to see what actually the French fans can bring to the table and how passionate they can be. That's all for us here. We're going to be back tomorrow at the Red Games Arena with Shocks at regular time, 4:45 p.m. CEST for Reddit Check and 5 p.m. for the games. And if you want to catch some more League of Legends, the evening doesn't stop here because LTN North is going to have Dignitas and FlyQuest right now, actually. So tune in. See you later, guys. Bye-bye. À bientôt.
À bientôt.
1,500 in the lead. Nako might balance that a little bit. Once again, with the World Ender out, he's going to do nothing, but Pantheon's help changes that. Saving grace lifts it from the skies.
Retrox? I think he doesn't die. Flash? Oh, nice.
Coming.
Leona, no flash.
Yeah, look Leo. Look, bye. I got Risa.
Hey, goated.
We win.
I'm full HP. I don't have ult even.
Genax and SK are branching into where they can be. Stun up and Deadly Flourish. Genax ran in, but he points to cast. Nicky does it again! This guy is out of his mind consistently. The equalizer out. Rika alive. Hurley, but no! But Nako does it again!
No flash, I look Sage. You wanna fight?
I'm dead.
Are you? I think we can kill one of them.
I'm out.
I will f***ing kill him, bro.
The bear holds 3 and sets fire to their face. Vitality have done it again as Kadui is sniped down to the very end. Great damage onto LeBron. First kill coming up to KC, but under turret, Yike is dead. Hansama takes care of business while Flashboard. Kalist gets the damage and gets out. Maybe ignore that. The pick, the flash, and Kalist over a Blasco knocked up before he can escape. Skumon again. This Xin Zhao is running the map.
They're bot for sure. I'm gonna die, okay? I'm gonna die.
Can you buy some time or can't Nash?
Some skies, huh?
I'm not sure if it's good Nash, guys. Is it gonna be? Baby's cooking.
Okay, nice.
Kalist picks up the kill while Kana is getting free hit by Hansama, who's stacked up lethal tempo. Kalist jumps in! What balls on this kid?
We got the turret.
Get the tower. I'm going to tank, guys. Reset, don't play tempo. I go kid.
Yeah.
Look, Victor, I have 2 in 1.
He's on me, I'm fine.
Yike is running around. Kalist is here. Hansama at max range. Kana finds him. He's dead meat. That's a kill. KC in the home arena.
I'm ulting.
I'm fine. Win.
Yeah, kill him all.
Yeah.
Help me.
Go. We have kill Mundo.
Nice.
No flash, we can chase.
G2, the perfect teammate! They take it all!